Welcome in, folks. This is the 517th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us live on this beautiful afternoon, thank you so much for being here. One quick thing that I want to flag for the audience. My allergies are going crazy again today, as they have in the past. What that means is every so often I'll be turning my camera off on YouTube or leaning off to the side of the screen on TikTok just to blow my nose. We're going to be doing that a lot. Luckily, I'm prepared. But anyways, for everybody that's joining, thank you for being here. If this is your first time tuning in to the stream, you are in for a treat. Every single day for around 4 hours, we debate people that I disagree with, mostly Trump supporters, and we try to change their minds on why they support this terrible president. Because, of course, from my perspective, I think that Donald Trump is literally the very worst president of your life and mine, regardless if you're 18 or 80 years old. Now, quickly, before we hop into that first debate, there was one thing that I quickly wanted to go over. The breaking news. Donald Trump is seemingly on a path of conquest to rename the world. Nothing else to call it, at least in my opinion. So he started at the beginning of his second administration with renaming the Gulf of Mexico to, of course, the Gulf of America. Today, he's officially renamed the Lake Ontario to Lake America. And just an hour ago, he announced that he's possibly considering renaming the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean to the Oceans of America. That was a possible consideration that we saw announced by mainstream media outlets just an hour ago. It is like we have a screaming toddler in charge of the country. It's absolutely despicable. We're going to go ahead and hop into that first debate. This is actually a really interesting first debate that I have for you all. So this guy's name is Zach, and Zach thinks that women shouldn't be president, right?
Yes, sir. I just think they make impulsive decisions.
Yeah. I'm going to give you the mic to make an argument for that. I need to blow my nose, and I think I'm going to give myself some of this nasal spray to stop the congestion, so we'll be good to go for the rest of the day. You got my attention. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you think that men make better leaders than women.
I think men make less decisions based off their emotions. I think it's the complete opposite for women. They make a lot of decisions based on how they feel that time, that day. And hold on, my son's kind of trying to figure. There you go, dude. And I just don't think they're great leaders. I think overall, a man arguing with a woman, me arguing with my wife, I mean, she tends to win most of the arguments, but at the end of the day, she still relies on me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I just feel like a woman wouldn't make a great president. But I have an open mind, bro. Changed my mind.
Cool, man. I'm back. I blew my nose. I got that nasal spray in there. Hopefully we'll be good to go for the rest of the day. Sure, dude. Let's talk about it. So the first claim that you made is that you just think that women are more likely to make decisions emotionally compared to men. So what's your evidence for that claim?
I mean, I don't know. My mom is a liberal.
Sorry, that was an ad on my YouTube stream. Go ahead.
You're good. Yeah. My mom's kind of a Democrat. She likes Bernie Sanders and all that. And she's just one of those people who make insane decisions just because of the way she feels, and
yeah, this is what we call
the next day.
This is what we call a hasty generalization fallacy. Do you think it'd be fair to say if you saw one lake with one white swan in it, that therefore all swans across the world are white?
No.
No, in the same way that you see one woman who you think makes decisions in accordance with their emotional processes, this doesn't mean that therefore women, every woman across the world, or even a majority of women, are more likely to do so in comparison to men. Okay? So that's obviously going to be the first counter argument to your position. I put you on mute because of your child. But now the second counter argument is it's actually funny because your point is self-refuting. Okay, you told me that you don't really have any evidence for your claim, and then you attempted to provide me an argument, that argument being a hasty generalization fallacy. That answer in of itself is evident of an emotional process of thought. And you're a man. I'm going to send you an invite to turn your mic on. Go ahead. Oh, it actually won't let me. Zach, you're going to have to click on the little icon of your profile picture in the bottom right-hand corner of that phone screen. And then you're going to have to click on the mic icon that will pop up in the middle of your phone screen. There you go.
Hello,
so why don't you take it away and respond to what I said?
That makes sense. I don't really have an argument for that because
Okay,
that
perfect.
does make sense.
Yeah, so if it makes sense that you're actually engaging in a very irrational and emotional process in determining that you think that men are more rational and less emotional than women and you're a man, I think that definitely makes a point self-refuting. Now, I actually think that the opposite is true. I think that women have a slight advantage over men to make decisions in accordance with irrational processes, and I think I also have the data to prove it. Men are significantly more likely than women to engage and commit literally any crime, especially violent crime. And of course, we can agree that violent crime is a decision made with the predication of emotion, not logic. We also see that women perform better in school at all levels. They also get more degrees than men. And of course, education is going to be a field where you have to invest in your logical processes compared to your emotional processes. And honestly, the reason why I think that women have this slight edge is because the neuroscience says that women are evolutionarily designed to be able to slightly deal with stress and pain better than men. Evolution gave them this advantage for the purpose of childbirth, because it's a very stressful, painful thing. They have to go through that more than men because, obviously we can't give birth. So evolution gave them a little buff on their ability to deal with their stress and pain. And this is also proven in the scientific data. Women have thicker dendrites in their brain than men, and the neuroscientists say that's what gives them that advantage.
Got you. Well, yeah, I don't know, bro. Just kind of based on what I've seen in my perspective in life, most men, the man is the leader of the home. The man is the leader of the family. The man is just make more sense for the man to be the leader of the country too.
Yeah, well, the reason why you're going to see more families where the man is the leader of the home and the leader of the family is because for generations now, that's what the patriarchy has been telling men that they're supposed to do and telling women that they're not supposed to do that. Like when you, for instance, join my life and you make the claim that men are better at leading than women, oh, you're just repeating and echoing a claim made for generations now. And what kind of social impact does that claim have? Well, A, it actually stigmatizes the presence of women in positions of leadership, giving them a glass ceiling that men don't have. And B, it just straight up tells men that they are predestined to be in these positions, which of course would then push them harder to achieve those positions. So I think this explains why we see more men in positions of leadership, even though men aren't better at leading than women. And we don't just see this in leadership. We see this in like all fields which have conventionally been classified as the man's job. Take surgeons, for instance. For generations, the same social stigmas and pressures which have resulted in the consequence of more male leaders have also resulted in more male surgeons. Around 85% of surgeons are male. But according to a study conducted by the American Medical Association, women, although they account for a very small minority of surgeons, actually outperform men at surgery. If you're operated on by a woman, you are significantly less likely to die as a result of your surgery or experience any negative postoperative outcome. So you can't argue just because men dominate in a field that therefore means that men are better at literally performing in that field.
Well, I don't know, man. Another reason I say that is based on, my point of view. My dad and my mom got a divorce when I was like 3, and I lived with my dad for a few years, for like 8 years, and I lived with my mom for the rest of that, whatever makes up 20 or 19. And the house that I lived in with my mom and the way I was raised with my mom, it was just unstructured. You know what I mean? I didn't have any structure. And people are calling me a fascist or a woman hater or sexist, but I'm not. I love women. I think every house with a man needs a woman. I think every kid needs a mom. And I think every kid needs a dad.
Just don't focus on the comment section. Focus on me. Okay. You're telling me that you grew up with divorced parents, your dad gave you more structure, and your mom gave you less structure. I actually,
Yes,
same exact thing for me. Okay? Same exact thing for me. But I just don't jump to the conclusion that the reason why my mom gave me a less structured household was because of what's in between her legs. That's the jump that you're making. That's the hasty generalization that
I'm
you're
not
making.
saying it's because of what's between her legs.
Like, imagine this. Imagine if you have a dad and a mom. Your dad gives you structure and your mom gives you no structure, but you're biracial, so your dad's white and your mom's black. Do you think that somebody in this situation can justifiably assume that therefore white people are better at leading than black people because their white parent gave them more structure than their black parent?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then what's the meaningful difference between framing this question in the sense of race and you framing your argument in the sense of gender? Because I just took your exact argument, dad gives you structure, mom doesn't, that you then use to conclude that therefore men are better at leading than women. I replaced dad with white man and mom with black woman, and all of a sudden you think that logic fails for race. So why doesn't it fail for gender?
Because men and women are completely made different,
Well, what are the
down to the
relevant
chemistry in their
distinctions?
brain.
But what are the relevant biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading than women?
I don't know exactly the science behind it, but based on what I've seen, I just feel like they make a better ruler. They don't
Anastasia,
make
thank you so much for the
rash
safe.
decisions.
So you can't point me towards the relevant biological difference between men and women, but you're still like failing back to your position that you think that men are better at leading than women because you had a mom and a dad, and your dad was better at leading than your
Well,
mom.
and at the same
but
time,
I've
I've
already
never
gone
seen a
over.
woman
I've
ruler.
already gone over all of the refutations to this position. The first refutation to this position is that you're committing a hasty generalization fallacy. You cannot assume that because you know one man that's better at leading than one woman, that therefore all men are better at leading than all women, or even generally men are better at leading than women. That is a hasty generalization fallacy. The second issue I pointed out is you actually reject your own logic. Because if we were to reframe your logic about race, kid has a black parent and a white parent, and the white parent happens to be better at giving them structure and leadership than the black parent, you agreed that that would not lead them to be justified and therefore assuming that white people are better at leading than black people. And then you
Well, I
explained to me
mean,
that the difference between...
statistically, nah, I can't even say that, bro. I can't.
So
even
you're about to
it.
say that statistically white people are better at leading than black people. So you think
Not
that
better
white
at
men are
leading,
superior.
but not better at leading.
Then
I don't think
statistically
they're.
what?
I can't even finish what I was gonna say,
It's
bro.
fine. You can
People are
finish your
just gonna take
sentence.
it wrong. People are just gonna take it wrong, bro.
Okay, well,
Scratch
I mean,
that.
you are either going to take it worse due to the fact that we don't know what you wanted to say. If you clarify it,
Yeah, I'll just let
maybe it'll be
everybody make their
better.
own conclusions.
No,
I'll just let
I would like
everybody
to
make
hear
their-
what you were in the middle of saying, please.
I don't know, bro.
Jeremy, thank you for the galaxy. So you're not going to share with us what you're in the middle of saying?
I can't even finish it, bro. I
Why?
mean, look,
Why? Are you going to say
Look,
statistically
bro.
black people suck? Statistically, like
absolutely
Hitler was
not,
right?
bro.
Okay, then what were you going to say?
and what do you mean Hitler was right?
I mean, when you start a sentence saying statistically right after I mentioned black people, if you don't clarify on what you wanted to say, people are going to assume the
Well,
worst. Like, how do we know that you were going to say, statistically I'm a Nazi? Like, dude, just like finish the sentence, clarify
okay.
what you're going to say.
I'll say statistically, black leaders are better than white leaders. How about that? Does that make you happy?
I don't think that's
I'll
what
say
you're
that.
going to say. I guess I'm just going to go back to
That's
the
what
point.
I'm saying. People can make their own.
I guess I'm just going to go back. I guess I'm
just.
just going to go back to the point. The point is that your argument has failed because we were able to mirror your argument as it would apply to race. You said it wouldn't apply to race, but it would apply to gender. But then you couldn't point out the meaningful difference between race and gender that would make your logic follow for gender, but not race. So your first issue was that, of course, you don't even agree with your own logic. Your second issue is that you're committing a hasty generalization fallacy. I have clarified on how you're committing a hasty generalization fallacy 3 times. And then the third counter argument here was that you are inadequately misrepresenting reality as it is. You are attempting to say that because there's more male leaders and female leaders, that therefore men must be better at leading than women. But I showed you how that logic fails by applying it to surgeons. And I also gave you an explanation of why there's male-dominated fields, even if men are better at performing in those fields. Could you please respond to these points?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, bro, I have an open mind, and I think you're right about a lot of things. What you say does make sense, but it's just like, I don't know, some things I just don't agree with them, which I can't bring it up off the top of my head, but sometimes when I scroll under your lives and I hear what you're saying, it's just like, well, that was stupid.
Could you respond to at minimum one of the 4 arguments I just gave you in response to your position?
What's that, what were you saying? The first
The first counter argument was to show you how you reject your own logic as it would relate to race. The second counter argument is that you're engaging in a hasty generalization fallacy.
Most black
third...
homes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, most black homes are split more than white. You know what I'm saying? And the homes that end up split up, the kids grow up doing terrible in life. I'll just say that, terrible in life. They end up in jail, selling drugs on the streets. So, at the end of the day, I don't know, man. I can't see. I don't want to sound like Yeah, I don't want to sound like racist, bro, because I'm not. I love black people. Black people are great. Make great music and all that. So, yeah, I don't want to sound racist or anything, because I'm
Okay,
not. I'm
so
absolutely
you
not,
didn't
bro.
even
Like,
address the point. The point was that you said that if a child had a black mom and a white dad, and the white dad was better at leading than the black mom, that wouldn't give them reason to believe that therefore white people are better at leading than black people, because that would be a hasty generalization. Now, in response, you just completely ignored that point, fucking airballed
because
it,
I honestly,
and then
bro,
you
I
just start
honestly
talking
don't
about
even know.
how there's a
I don't even know
higher
what half of
divorce
those
rate
words
amongst black
mean, bro.
couples.
I don't even know what half of those words mean, dog.
Okay,
Like,
so what words did I use that you don't know what they mean? I'll
what
say it
was it?
again.
Hasty generalization.
You don't
I
know what
don't
a
know what that
hasty
is.
generalization is. Okay, so that's
I'm a,
when
but
you
I
make
can.
that's when you make a generalization too
Right.
fast. It is a hasty generalization. It is an unwarranted generalization that you are making off of very little data.
Got you. And you're saying that me saying that women make rash decisions, that is a rash decision that I'm saying that? Like,
Yes, because you were basing
kind
that off of one woman, your mom.
well, yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel like most of the time when
Like,
the
how about
homes
I'll
are
just show
split
you
up,
this.
like you said it,
Do you agree that there are kids who have two parents who are split, and the mom is better at leading than the dad? Maybe the mom is a CEO and the dad is a drug addict.
yeah, a lot of times, yeah, because,
Would you say that they
sometimes,
are justified in believing that therefore women are better at leading than men?
wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Would you say that they are justified in believing that women are better at leading than men because their mom is a better leader than their dad?
No.
Okay, so then you're not justified in believing that men are better at leading than women just because your
Well,
dad is better at
I've
leading than
never
your
seen a
mom.
woman, I've never seen a woman president. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and before
I think
2008, we
America's
hadn't
pretty
seen a
strong.
black president.
America's
Before
doing good.
2008, would we say that white people were better at leading than black people just because we hadn't seen a black president? Yes or no?
Well, before 2008, we probably would.
Okay, so you would say that you think it would be justified for people to believe that white people are better at leading than black people in 2007?
Black people were kind of held down for a long time, so we never really got to see how they acted in
Answer the
under.
question. Would you say that people were justified in believing in white supremacy? Like
No,
this
I mean, I
notion
wouldn't say that they're.
white
I wouldn't
people
say
are
they're
better.
justified in believing
Okay,
that,
okay,
but
perfect.
I
So then
think
you're
that
not
would.
justified in believing that men are better at leading than women. Okay, you
Gotcha.
said,
Yeah,
Dean,
you're
I think
right.
I'm
You're right.
justified in believing that men are better at leading than women because we've never seen a woman president. Okay, but in 2007, people would not be justified in believing that white people are better at leading than black people, even though we had never seen a black president. Okay, perfect. So you admitted that your logic failed as it related to the argument you made in consideration of your mom and dad, and now you're admitting that your argument is failing as it relates to the considerations of how we've never had a woman president. And by the way, if you want to know why we've had never had a woman president, it's because of people like you. If we just pre-assume that women can't be president, a woman's not going to be
Well,
president because we live in a democracy where people have to vote for a woman to be president.
I feel like there's a lot of women who share the same opinion that I do.
Okay, you're saying that there's a lot of women who share the same opinion you do, that therefore it's true?
Well, just because somebody shares an opinion doesn't make it true. I'm not
Okay, so
saying
then
that.
why even mention this if it's not salient or effective in pushing your point forward?
Because
Like,
the
yeah,
way
no,
I feel like
there's a lot of women who think a lot of things. There's a lot of women who think a lot of things, sir. Just like there's a lot of people
because
who think a lot of things.
I don't know, bro. I just feel like women, because they're women, and it's like a lot of black people, because they're black, they will take the black man's side over the white man's just because of the color of skin. I say that same for the race,
Okay.
or same for the gender. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of women take the woman's side just because she's also a woman.
Okay. What is this doing to push your debate forward? That claim seemed like completely irrelevant. Like, regardless if it's true
Well,
or
I'm
false,
just saying the
it
reason
just seems
why-
completely
yeah.
irrelevant to a conversation about why you think men are better at leading than women. Like, you can't even like track a debate, dude. Like just to like clarify,
I'm
the
not-
claim
I'm not,
that
like,
we're
a
supposed to be
huge debater,
debating
bro. I don't
you think that
even-
men.
I'm
Okay,
not-
here's a question: if men are better at leading than women because they're less likely to make decisions in accordance with their emotions, then why do men commit 92% of all violent crimes?
Yeah, because men are stronger and they can kind of push their way around, and it's
Like
fucked up. I don't
physically
agree with it.
stronger.
Right.
So
right.
we know that
I
is
don't agree
false
with it.
because they're also more likely to commit violent crimes.
Wait, men are
That's
physically
not-
stronger is false?
No, we know that that's not the reason why they commit more violent crimes because even
Less.
when looking at violent crimes that don't require physical strength, men are also significantly more likely to commit them, like a cyberbullying with threats of violence.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of women that just went into my onto my page and they're trying to cyberbully me right now. So
Okay.
what is
Yeah,
that?
but when we look at the data, men commit 92% of cyberbullying with threats of violence
Well,
on the internet. So the question is why.
100% of the cyberbullying that I'm getting on my page is women. So that's
Okay, well, the data
So-
selection is ineffective at giving us and generating a macro level statistic of how
Well, do you
men
know
and women
the- do you
interact
know
in
the-
society
the
as a
data
whole,
on-
broadly.
Do you know the data on white and black crime?
Okay, so you want to talk about white people and black people. Sure, we could talk about how racist you are after we finish talking about how sexist you are. Why do men
Well,
commit
no, I'm not-
92%
no,
of violent
listen to me,
crimes?
listen to me,
Answer
though.
the question.
Listen to me,
Why
though.
do men
Just
commit
for a split
92% of
second.
violent crimes? Just answer the
Look,
question.
bro,
Why
I
do men
listen-
commit 92%
I
of
listen
violent
to you.
crimes?
I listen to you silently, like I let you make your point. I let you get your point across, and then I speak. I feel like that should go the same way. Kind of throwing me off. So
The issue
anyways,
is, though, is
back
that
to
you're
what I
not
was
answering
saying.
the question at hand. Like, yeah, clearly I'm going to interrupt you and say, like, what are you doing when I'm asking you a question and you're completely avoiding the direct question.
Well, look,
like, to be
I
clear,
came in- I
like, to,
came
like,
in
to be
this with
clear,
an open
like,
mind,
like,
bro.
to be
I'm
clear,
not-
the
I'm not
question that I
trying to
asked
make
you
an
that I want you to
argument.
answer is, okay, if women are more emotional than men, then why do men commit significantly more of the violent crimes? That was the direct question I asked you. Now, your response to that question was, oh, well, let's talk about statistics of crime rates per race. Yeah, that's not an answer to the question that I asked you. So, like, clearly, I'm going to cut you
because
off.
you're talking about violent. You're talking about men and violence, and men create most of the violent crimes, and that just brought a different topic into my head.
Okay,
saying that- I was
so
gonna say
my
that,
question brought a different topic into your head. So
Okay,
you're
yeah,
admitting
yeah.
that you're
What's
not
the question?
responding to the
What's the
question and
question?
attempting to change the topic of
Yeah,
dialogue.
my bad. Yeah, you're right. My bad. What was the
If
question?
men are less likely to make emotional decisions and more likely to make rational decisions than women, then why do men commit 92% of violent crimes, including violent crimes that do not carry a prerequisite for physical strength?
Yeah, I don't know. You make a good point there, bro. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
next
I come
question.
in with an open mind. I'm not trying to argue
If
my
men
point to
are
anybody.
more emotional and less rational, if men are more rational and less emotional than women, then why do men commit significantly more driving offenses, such as recklessly speeding, such as drinking while driving, or reckless driving?
I don't know, bro. That's not the kind of which you make a good point, but that's just not the kind of decisions that I'm talking about. I'm talking about like world leading decisions.
Okay. So then what specific decision-making processes are you referring to? Because it seems like you're agreeing, as it relates to the decision-making processes involved in crime, they are emotional and men are much more disposed to them. As it makes to the decision-making processes as it would relate to traffic offenses, like drunk driving and reckless driving, that's very emotional and men are more predisposed towards them. Okay, and as it relates to
I
other
think that has
decisions,
something to
like
do with
those in
age,
school,
too. I feel like
learning, and
younger men make stupid decisions, and as they get older and wiser, they stop making those stupid decisions. You know what I mean? Everybody learns from their mistakes. I think that's a age thing.
okay, but the point is that I'm giving you clear data that contradicts the claim that you're making. Okay, there's clear data that represents your claim to be false. If women were more emotional and less rational in their decision-making processes than men, then why do the biologists say that women are evolutionarily designed to be able to deal with stress and pain better than men? And why do we see that as a fact in society when looking at crime rates that men are significantly more predisposed to, when looking at traffic violations that men are significantly more predisposed to, and looking at performance in school, which is obviously indicative of rational decision-making processes, which women perform
I don't
significantly
think that's a
better than men?
rational decision. Though. I don't think it's a rational decision that they drink and drive. I think that's if you're drinking and
that
driving,
is
you
an
probably
irrational,
do it pretty
emotional
awful.
decision. And that's something that men are significantly more likely to do.
Yeah. Well,
Exactly. That's a data point that drives my claim home.
right.
Okay,
Right.
so for
You're
everybody
right.
watching, I've been able to give like 3 trillion different data points to represent that his claim, which is men are more likely to make rational decisions, is false. And what evidence have you been able to give me exactly that proves that they're actually more rational?
Wait, say it one more time. My bad. My son's got something in his mouth and shit. I was trying to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that shit
What
out.
evidence have you been able to exactly give me that proves that men are more rational than women?
I'm not like a debater or anything, bro. I don't really have any evidence. I go by what I see in my life. So I judge by what I see. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
And
so
that's just what I've seen in my life.
you are
Which,
making the
yes, you're right.
claim that you as a
Statistically,
man
I'm
are
wrong.
more rational than women, and you admit that you don't have any evidence for this belief. Do you admit that it is irrational to believe something without evidence?
I mean, yeah, I do, and I'd say I might be wrong, bro, but that's just the way I look at it.
Wait.
You know
So
what I'm
just to be
saying?
clear, you are admitting that you are irrationally arguing that you are more rational.
I
Like,
guess,
to be
bro.
clear.
I guess. Like I said, bro, it's just based on what I've seen in my life. The reason that I hold that opinion is based on what I've seen in my life. You're looking at you're looking at numbers on a computer, and that's
Wait,
why
but
you
we've
make your
already went
decision.
over what you see in your life is not enough data to hold the claim to be true. Like you're just
Well,
saying
in
that
my head,
your
it is.
mom is a worse leader than your dad, and you admitted that if somebody saw in their life that their mom was a better leader than their dad, they would not be justified in believing that women are better at leading than men. Thereby, you have to admit that you are therefore not justified in believing that men are better at leading than women.
Yeah, you're right, bro. You are right.
Okay, so then stop believing it. Concede.
I don't know, bro. I can't just like stop believing it. I think
You have admitted that
I
it's
don't know.
irrational for you to believe. You've admitted that you're unjustified in believing it, but you're still going to believe it. So you're just
I
choosing
don't think
ignorance.
I'm unjustified. I don't think I'm unjustified.
Then
in
what's the
believing it
justification
because
if there's no evidence?
based on what I've seen
But you
in
admitted,
my life.
but you've admitted that what you've seen in your life does not give you justification. You just admitted that 30 seconds ago. 30 seconds ago, you said, and I quote, Dean, I guess that you're right. What
I
I've
mean,
seen
it
in my
does
life
give me
does.
justification.
Okay, so
It
then if
does.
somebody has
It does.
a mom that's better at leading than their dad, are they justified in believing that women are better at leading than men?
Yeah.
Oh, they are? So now you're saying that an individual can be justified in believing in a contradiction? Like you're just saying that an individual can be simultaneously
because
justified in
that's what
believing
he
that
has seen,
women are better at
because
leading than
that's
men and
what-
men are better at
because
leading than
that's
women.
what they have seen.
Callum, thank you so much for the galaxy.
I think-
but what I'm telling
I
you
think
is
that's
that
what
what you
they
see
have
on a,
seen,
on a
so, like-
microscopic level does not give you justification for hasty generalizations on the macroscopic level. If I see a pond with 2 white swans in it, and I never see any more or any less swans than these 2 white swans, am I therefore justified in believing that every swan on the face of planet Earth is white?
If that's all you've seen, then yeah. If that's all you've seen in life, bro, like you've seen 2 white swans, you've never seen any other color of a swan, you would automatically assume that most swans are white.
No, we're not asking you what an individual would rationally or irrationally assume. We're asking
Well, that's
you if
my
it would be
argument. That's a-
justified
that's a
for them
rational-
to assume that.
Based on what they've seen, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Thanks for conceding, man.
Yes, sir.
That is, by the way, that is the paradigm case of the hasty generalization fallacy. Just like to be clear.
Well, I get why people are like that then. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, bro. Like I said, bro, I'm not a huge debater.
Yeah, this
I
isn't
came in with an
about
open
debate.
mind.
This isn't about debate, bro. This is about just having evidence for what you believe. Like to be clear, folks, like the question is not about how good of a debater you are. The question was about, are you like do you have evidence for what you believe in? Are you a rational creature who thinks critically as it would pertain to your outlook on the world? Like that's what was in question. Like you can't just say, "Oh, I'm not a debater and that's why I don't have any evidence for anything that I believe." Like no, that's obviously an improper response. Ollie, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Ollie's not here. We're going to go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Seriously, for everybody that is continuing to tune in today, thank you for being here. And huge shout out to Polly. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Polly, that is so kind of you. I actually think that their name is Lenora Ann. Lenora, that is Lenora. Thank you so much for the $100. I want to see 1,000 Lenora W's in that comment section while we're looking for that next Trump supporter to join the live stream and give us a debate right now. I really appreciate you, Lenora. That is beyond kind of you. I'm so grateful for you. Huge shout out to Lenora in that chat. Lenora says, I don't get to donate often, so I want to be able to donate to your cause today. I love and appreciate all that you are doing. Keep fighting the good fight from Lenora. Lenora, thank you so much for the kind words and the incredibly kind $100 donation. I'm so grateful to have you here with us today, and thank you so very much for supporting the work that we do. I would really appreciate it if we could just show an unreal level of love and support to Lenora in that chat. That is an insanely kind donation, and I'm beyond grateful for you. Question mark, do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, can you debate my dad?
You sound really young. I'm not going to lie. You sound like about 12. So no. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you are here for debate. We got Jennifer loading up. Same thing to you, Mac. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, ask him if Trump renaming locations for the hell of it is emotions based. Oh yeah, not to mention that Donald Trump is like the most emotional person ever. Lord T, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, if men don't have any restrictions on their body, then women shouldn't have the same. If women have restrictions on abortions, then men should be required to get mandatory vasectomies. Keep it consistent. I appreciate you for the $20, Lord T. You know, it's funny because there actually is an argument that the pro-life worldview is consistent with mandatory vasectomies. Thank you for the love. Same thing to you, T. Appreciate you for the $20, who says, here's today 584 of callers operated entirely on vibes, feelings, and the fallback of common sense and anecdotes while ignoring facts and demonstrating a complete inability to follow even basic threads of logic. Dude, that is my life in a nutshell. Every single day, we talk to people who believe in the gravest immoralities, who push for the most oppressive and brutal ideologies, and then you get inquisitive, you ask them why they believe in what they do, you try to get their evidence, and the next thing you know, you learn that they're just an absolute A-grade moron. Let's go and get the next guest connected. I appreciate y'all for that love. Please do show some love to all of the donors over on Super Chat down below in that chat. That's very kind of you guys. All right, who's next? We got M&S Stables connecting to the live stream. We got M&S Stables connecting to the live stream. And Zarina, thank you so much for the 26 Canadian dollars over on PayPal. That is very kind of you, Zarina. That is Z-A-R-I-N-A, who says, look into Blistine. I had wild seasonal and cat allergies, and now I have no symptoms at all. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Thank you for the great recommendation. I'm always looking for awesome recommendations for different allergy medication. Welcome in, A. Do you support Trump? Hey, you're connected to the live stream. Are you with us?
Hey, fuck you.
Okay, I'm going to go and assume that does mean you're a Trump supporter. Why are you so emotional? DB, thank you so much for the Guardians pledge. And why do you want to fuck me? Oh, okay, he just left. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Good to see you today, Joseph. Thank you for the love. That's very kind of you, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi.
All right, we're going to go to ban you. That is like I was about to say 2-year-old. But like, I'm unconvinced of that. Then I was about to say like 2-month-old, and I'm unconvinced of that. That was like, they were like 2 picoseconds old. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Like the mom's phone was like on the operating table while she was giving birth, and the baby just kind of slid out and, you know, accidentally requested to join, and then made sure to say hi. Michael, are you with us? Michael is not with us. We're going to go to ban him and move on to the next guest. Thank you, Nick, for the $5, who says, I hope you're coming to my birthday at the Harshburger Sub and Malt Restaurant.
Hello.
Appreciate you for the love, Nick. I don't know what that means. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Zane?
I'm starting not to.
Base. Let's see if we could get you across that line. Let me thank a couple people, sir. Thank you, Marley, for the $3 on Venmo. Thank you, Mine, for the $10, who says, if you want the number of trolls to be less and just completely ignore them, true. Then Angela, thank you for the $20 donation, who says, keep on owning MAGA, rest before turning 30 years old. I'll make sure I rest before turning 30, Angela. Thank you for the $20 donation. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. Let's get to it. Angela W's down below. And same thing to you, Amy. Appreciate you for the $5. Folks, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. The handle also permanently lives right there at the top of the phone screen. Just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in the last name, Withers. And the handle's also always over in the pinned comment on that YouTube stream. Make sure that you double check that spelling, though. A bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. Why don't you take it away, Zane? Tell us why you kind of do still support Trump.
Well, I'm starting like not to now because I'm starting to look at things in a non-biased point of view. You know, ever since I got out of my parents' house and stuff, the world's kind of showed me its colors instead of what they've told me what the colors of the world were going to be, you know? So it's all like, I don't really know. There's a lot of people in here, pal, and I got stage fright, so
I get that. Is there anything specific like holding you back from just totally denying like the Trump administration? Like is there anything that you could think of that they've done that you maybe kind of sort of support?
No.
Okay, man. Well, I honestly don't really think
No,
that you support Trump at all, and it's just kind of like more of an emotional thing because you grew up supporting him, and I get that. I get that. I went through a similar process. I wish you the best of luck. I appreciate you for joining, Zane, and I really hope that you continue to watch the live stream to maybe hear even more reasons that you aren't familiar with to definitely not support Trump. Okay?
I will, pal. I appreciate you. Thanks for
Yeah,
being
you take care,
kind.
Zane. Thank you for being awesome as well. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Quite frankly. Only opposite side of the queue if you're here for debate. We got the next guest loading up, folks. Why don't you go ahead and take a moment and start double tapping away on that phone screen, everybody. We got 2.2 million likes right now. Let's try to get that up to 3. Also, we have 23,000 people watching on TikTok, but only 2.7 thousand shares. Hit that little share button at the bottom right-hand corner of that phone screen, then hit that yellow repost button. That will really help to boost the live stream out on that FYP, and spam that chat as well. Yo, John, welcome into Sport Trump. John's not here. What about you? Username, do you support Trump? Username's not here. We're going to move on to David. Only a due opposite side of the queue if you are here for debate. Thank you. We got a couple people on opposite side of the queue, guys. Here we go, everyone. Here we go. We got David engaged. Give him one moment to join. Doesn't look like either of them are going to join, so we're actually just going to go to kick him. Fuck, Gage. I'm so sorry, man. If you're a Trump supporter, hop back inside of that queue. Maybe I was a little bit too hasty there with my decision to kick you. My bad, Gage. My bad, G. Go ahead and hop back inside of that queue. All right, we got the Jester loading up in. They're definitely a Trump supporter. The name is literally Jester. Jesus Christ. We got Cooper. We got Boopy Cooper connecting to the stream. Welcome in, Boopy Cooper. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, Dean.
Stacy, thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo for the Zyrtec fund. Thank you. I actually downed 2 Zyrtec before I started the live stream, but my allergies are still going. All right, Boopy Cooper, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Dude, how do you still support this jackass? He's like an emotional little toddler with a bazooka. It's just terrible. How the hell do you still support him?
I have a specific question for you. I'm not a troll, I swear. What was I going to say? Do you support Enes Kanter, the NBA player?
No, I think he's a fucking weirdo. But we're here to talk about Trump. Could you tell us why you support Trump, please?
Can you answer my question about if you support...
I did answer your question. I said, no, I think he's a fucking weirdo. But
I was going to ask you another
Camper.
question.
We're here to talk about Trump. I would like to know why you support Trump as president, or I'm just going to move on to the next guest. It's kind of one or the other, bro.
All right, you're probably going to have to move on to the next guest then.
So you don't want to tell us why you support the rapist as president? So you could ask me if I support Enes Cooper, but I can't ask you why you support a rapist as president? You don't think that's fair?
How if I ask you another question about him, it's actually kind of related to it a little bit if you think about it. Then I'll tell you why.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Do you support that the WNBA isn't letting him in?
Yes. Perfect. Now you can tell me why you support the rapist as president.
Can we go a little deeper into that one? Like,
no, you
why
said
do
that
you
if
support
I
it?
answered if you said if I answered one more question, that you tell me why you support Trump.
Bruh.
That's what you said, bro.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of wanted to dive a little bit deeper into that one. That was the only thing I had.
Okay, you asked me a conditional. You
honest.
said, Dean, if you answer one more question of mine, I'll tell you why I support Trump as president. Is it true or false that I answered one more question of yours?
It is true, but
Perfect.
I mean,
so then the conditional would
I
follow. Okay, the antecedent would be granted. Now you have to tell us why you support Trump as president.
Might have to ponder on that one a little bit. It's probably... See, I didn't really come up here to answer that question, to be fully honest with you.
Well, I don't think that there is an answer to the question nonetheless. I mean, I don't think there's any good justification or warrant for supporting him. I mean, he's an adjudicated rapist. He's a 34-count felon. He's a crying, emotional toddler. He wants to rename the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean. He wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico. He wants to rename the Lake of Ontario. He started a needless war of choice for no purpose overseas that exploded the price of our gas. These tariffs are just destroying our economy, giving us some of the worst jobs report in 20 years. His mass deportation is sending people to get illegally tortured overseas. What is there to support about him? It's not like America's better off. It's not like the world is better off. It's not like our Constitution isn't being attacked. It's not like, the social and moral fabric of our nation isn't being attacked. What's the reason to support him?
All right. I'm going to have to be fully honest with you here, pal. I don't support either of them. I
fully don't believe that. I fully think that you're a Trump supporter who is lost for words. Let's go and get that next guest up in here, guys. I promise I'm trying my best. Welcome back, Engage. Are you a Trump supporter?
What's up, man?
Are you a Trump supporter, Mr. Gage?
I am, Mr. Dean.
Okay, Adam, thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo. Says, no, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Show some love to the GOAT, Adam, down below. Same thing to Emma with the $5 on Venmo. Says, I'm driving right now. I'm behind a car that cut me off, and they have Trump stickers all over their car. Why do they think that is cool? Because they're stupid. They have the stickers on their car for the same reason they cut you off. Why didn't you go and take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
Well, I mean, I guess I wouldn't say I necessarily support Trump. Really just, only his policy on abortion.
Oh, yeah. So you want more abortions?
No.
Is that what you want? Okay, well, his policy caused more abortions. See, I still disagree with it because I don't care about the actual amount of abortions there are. I more so care about if women have access to it or not. And it's definitely restricted women and girls' access, 100%. That's why it's terrible. But it has caused more abortions. So abortions in America were going down for 30 years straight before Roe v. Wade was overturned. Once Roe v. Wade was overturned, they've now started to go up for the first time since the 90s.
Okay, can you give me your point of view on why you think it should be more accessible to women?
If it becomes relevant to the conversation, I'll absolutely give you that perspective, but I don't even think that it's relevant to the conversation. Okay, all that's relevant to the conversation is, well, what are the outcomes of the policy that you're saying you support? Okay, and it's like, if everything I'm telling you is true and accurate, okay, and the outcome of this policy that you're saying that you support is more abortion, and you're pro-life, meaning that you literally think that abortion is baby murder, then you're just simply saying that you support a policy that caused more baby murder. Why would you ever do that?
Okay, I guess I haven't looked into it too much on that. I would say I'm completely pro-life, though. And
Okay,
I know
so-
you're pro-choice completely.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that both people who are pro-life and people who are pro-choice should vehemently disagree with Donald Trump's abortion regulation. Pro-choicers should vehemently disagree with Trump's abortion regulation because it limited the choice of women to get abortions. Pro-lifers should vehemently disagree with Donald Trump's policy on abortion because it's caused more abortion. And it's very interesting that that policy can both limit women's access and cause more, but it certainly did. Callum, thank you for the galaxy. So explain to me how, from the pro-life perspective, this perspective in which you think abortion is wrong, explain to me how you could justifiably support Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade, given that it led to an increase in abortion, which I could actually show you right now. This is from the Guttmacher Institute. You could actually look at this data yourself online. As soon as Donald Trump announced that he was going to overturn Roe v. Wade and actually did, we saw the first annual and then biannual, and then it went up for literally 5 years, and it's continued to go up, increase in abortion since the 90s. Explain to us how this is a policy that you could support from the perspective that abortion is murder.
Well, all right, how would limiting access to abortion cause more abortion?
Yeah, because in a lot of states, they implemented bans at like 10 weeks, which still gives women around a month to decide if they want an abortion, because assuming that women typically figure out that they're pregnant around 6 to 7 weeks. Okay. But of course, if you restrict a woman's access to abortion to the first month of pregnancy, they're going to be much more likely to actually get that abortion than if you allow them like 4 or 5 months. Okay. So the point would be is that it actually just put more pressure on women that still have that access, even when it's limited to the first 10 weeks, to actually get those abortions done. And there's other catastrophic failures of this too from the pro-life perspective, such as the fact that it did not limit abortion pills through the mail, and then we saw a massive increase in insurgence of abortion pills through the mail with these states' bans. So what I'm telling you is, like, assuming the pro-life perspective is true, assuming that abortion is murder, I mean, Donald Trump's policy on the issue was a catastrophic failure.
Okay, so how do you feel about his intent? What do you think his intent behind that was? Maybe not.
Who cares about the intent?
I feel like
We're talking about babies getting murdered here, dude. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of babies getting murdered that wouldn't have been murdered otherwise. Why should I care about Donald Trump's intent in doing so? See how easy it is for me to like explain why this was such a catastrophic failure from the pro-life perspective?
Yeah,
The pro-life perspective
like that
should
before, so yeah.
absolutely reject and deny Donald Trump's abortion regulation because it was a catastrophic failure in accordance with your worldview.
All right, you make a good point.
And also, just by the way, if you care about innocent human life and you support Trump, you're a hypocrite. Okay, he defunded USAID, which is projected to cause the deaths of 14 million people globally over the course of the next 4 years. My source would be The Lancet. Not to mention, it seems to be the case that you're only pro-life while the life is in the womb, but as soon as it leaves the womb, you don't give a fuck about it. My evidence would be that the leading cause of death in our youth is gun violence, and knowing you probably just think that that's liberal bullshit and we should be able to own any gun that we want, even though Everytown gun research has consistently proved for the last 25 years straight that the more gun regulation control a state has, the less children die from gun violence.
I feel like certain weapons should be much more regulated, but like hunting weapons that you would commonly use to hunt shouldn't really be regulated anywhere near as much. Can't really,
even if it saved the lives of more children. Perfect.
I don't. See
Yeah,
how it
but the
would.
point is, do you still have any other reason to support Trump, or do you concede your support for Trump?
I'll concede it on that part because that was really
Okay.
the only.
Yeah, what other reasons do you have to support the rapist as president? I'm down to hear you out.
No, that was really it. No, I don't really support anything else he does, like what's
Okay.
going on with.
So then
Iran
you
and
just concede
Israel.
your support for him as a whole? You're no longer a Trump
Yep.
supporter, my friend?
Yeah.
Perfect, Gage. I'm happy that we could change your mind, man. Let's go to get the next guest up here. That's exciting. That's exciting. We're changing minds today. Hell yeah, we love that. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me and you want to support the live stream, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok accounts. The handle also permanently lives at the top of the phone screen right there. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers, as well as it always lives in the pin message over on that YouTube stream as well. I appreciate you guys so very much for that love. Shout out to Joanne over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. That is very kind of you, Joanne. Thank you so much. That is Joanne. Joanne with the $20 says, "Hey Dean, my daughter Hannah was so happy when you wished her good luck at school. Thank you for making her week. Stay safe." Well, hey, it's good to see you again, Joanne. Thank you so much for the $20 and shout out to you and your daughter Hannah. That is so exciting. Thank you guys so much. Same thing to you, Hussein. Thank you for the $5 and Miss Rebecca. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate you so much for the love. And the person who said that, by the way, was dropped from the panel. I just want to clarify that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? John's not here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
That's a child. Guys, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be here for debate. For everybody in the comment section telling me to debate Justin's grandpa, Justin doesn't have a grandpa. He's just a troll, guys. We've already had him up. He said that he was going to go get his grandpa for me to debate, and then he turned his camera on, and he was in the bath with his feet out. Let's go to get the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Let's go to try to get that next guest connected right now, folks. I do promise that I am trying to find that next guest for us to debate. We got Landry loaded up inside of the queue. Once again, for everybody that's hanging out with us, make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen. And Mr. Brian, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal, who says, here's $20. Well, we just got a ban. Misinformation. What could we have possibly gotten a misinfo ban for? Oh no. Okay, I don't know what to do about this. We just got another misinformation ban It's giving me no data on it, and it won't let me appeal it. Why has TikTok been doing this to me recently? Like, I know that I didn't say anything that would warrant a misinformation ban. I didn't say anything. Like literally nothing. There's nothing that I did that would warrant that ban. And it won't even give me the option to appeal. There's no option to appeal it. There's literally no option to appeal it. Yeah. So they're not giving me any information on the ban. It just says violation reason, misinformation. Wow. Let me quickly blow my nose, folks, and then we're going to go to the second account. This is so crazy. So I'm looking into it a little bit further. It doesn't give me an option to appeal the ban, but it tells me that I'm banned until the 30th. And you guys want to know a really funny story? My TikTok representative is out of office today until the 30th for a vacation. Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? Isn't that crazy? That for the one and first 3-day vacation that I know my representative has literally ever taken while working with TikTok, I have a ban that starts on the day he leaves office and then ends the day he comes back into the office. Isn't that really strange? Luckily, I do have other means of trying to get these bans appealed, but they are just terrible because they really reduce the push of our lives. They really reduce the push of our lives, terribly so. We're going to be on the second account. Luckily, I think I'll probably have a way to get back in here. This just pisses me off so much, man. Yeah, it is what it is. We're going to go to start that live stream on the second account. I think before we start that live stream on the second account, I'm just going to quickly start the process of talking to the representatives I'm familiar with that are not located at the TikTok HQ. I usually have to answer a couple questions first, and then they let me talk to a representative. I just have to answer a couple questions first. So I think I'm going to do that now. I'm going to answer the few first questions that I have to, and then I'll connect to a rep, and then I'll start the live stream on the second account. So let's just go ahead and do that now. In the meantime, folks, make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen. Oh, I guess we're not on TikTok. We're on YouTube. So just drop a like on the stream. This should only take me 1 moment. I just have to quickly find something. Always such an annoyance. I hate having to do this so frequently. It is just so terrible. Having to do this so frequently is just the worst, man. Let me tell you. It's actually the worst. Where is it at? I have to send them a specific photo in order to get transferred to the right representative. I have to game the system. Perfect. All right, we found what we needed. Give me 1 moment. We're almost ready to go, guys. We're going to be on DNC Dean. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and start that live stream on TikTok. We're going to be on @DNCDean. While we're doing that, I'm going to be talking to TikTok on my phone to try to get our main account back. This is just terrible. Rin, welcome in. I appreciate you for being here. What's up, William? What's up, Rory? Welcome in, Tara. Welcome in, everybody. We are on our second account because we're dealing with issues on the main account. Give me one moment. Just sending an update to the Instagram channel. There we go. All right, appreciate y'all so much for being here, folks. For everybody that is tuning in on our second account @DNCDean, thank you guys so much for being here. Nick, thank you for the galaxy. I'm going to go ahead and quickly say hey to a handful of the people in the chat before we try to get that first guest up here. Welcome in Akomont. Welcome in Secret. It's good to see you. Chloe, thank you for sharing that live stream. DB, thank you for the Guardians pledge. That is very kind of you. Evie down below in that chat says hi. Neon down below in that chat says hi. Woo! Thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome in Bean, who shared the live. I appreciate you so much for doing that. I appreciate you so much for doing that. We already have quite a few people in the guest request. I'll ask that you only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
All right. I'm going to quickly lean off screen and blow my nose, but while I'm doing that, you could go ahead and tell us why you support Trump. Take it away.
Okay, well, before that, I would like to say I wish you a great pregnancy, and I'm hoping for triplets. I hope you have an amazing pregnancy this year.
Okay. Let's go and get the next guest connected. Only hop inside that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got the next guest, Kathy, loading up inside of the queue. Dude, yeah, we got restricted on the main account for 3 days, by the way. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
I'm 19 years old.
And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, ma'am?
Okay, so I only support him,
Okay, she just left. That's fine. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. It actually looked like the queue just got forcefully reset. Probably a TikTok glitch. We've been getting a lot of those as of recently. We've been getting a lot of these TikTok glitches. Quite frankly, we've been getting so many of these TikTok glitches. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. It's not showing me like the name or the profile information of anybody in the queue, so we're kind of just shooting in the dark here, I'm going to be honest. Okay, it looks like I have somebody on the stream. Who's on the stream right now? Hello, do you support Trump?
I was just on and then, you know, that kind of guest request, we said it. Yeah.
Are you the 19-year-old that supports Trump? I literally can't see your profile information.
Yes, I am.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Okay, so I only, you know, support him for one reason, mainly because of his transgender laws, and that's basically the only reason.
Yeah, sure. What transgender law, please?
I just like don't think that trans people like, you know, say like hypothetically.
I didn't ask you
like,
about a hypothetical. I asked you to name the real transgender law that Donald Trump passed that you agree with. Okay, they just left. Whatever. Moving on to the next guest, only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Thank you so much, guys, for trying your very best to follow those rules. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, that's going to be a troll. We're going to go to ban them and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate. We got Gobeko Mobile Fan. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, hello. Yes.
Okay, do you support... How old are you?
I'm 22.
What year were you born in?
What?
What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay, and what time is it?
It's 11:53. Motherfucker.
Okay, AM or PM?
It's PM. I'm in North Africa.
All right, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We're just looking for people in America. Let's go to get the next guest, Will, loading up inside of the queue. Only up inside of the box if you're here for debate, Mr. Will. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, we're going to go ban Will. Get the next guest up here. We got Evil Fred connecting. Fantastic, fantastic, folks. Looking for the next guest, folks. We also get Hammers connecting. We're going to go to try to load a couple people up inside of the queue. Next guest is tuning in. Welcome in. Do you happen to support Trump, Hammers? Hammers, you're connected to the live stream. We can hear you fucking around with your phone. Hello? Okay, Hammer's just left too. That's fine. Moving on to the next guest. Please leave the queue to Trump supporters. Please leave the queue to Trump supporters. The queue is like continuing to like forcefully reset itself. The queue is continuing to forcefully reset itself, everyone. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Let's go ahead and get the next guest connected right now, quite frankly. Alrighty. Let's go to try to get that next guest loaded in. Once again, it's not showing me anybody's name, which is quite weird, but that's fine. We'll work around that. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, yes, you can answer the question. Do you support Trump?
My bad. Yes, I do.
How do you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Perfect. I'm going to thank a couple of the donors, then I'll pass the mic to you. Over on Super Chat, thank you, DK, for the $20 donation. That is very, very kind of you, DK. Thank you so much. DK with the $20 says, let's see here. What do you think about people cheering for farmers to fail because, quote unquote, they voted for it? My family are Democratic farmers in a deep red state. Seems like the collective blame just breeds resentment and endless political feuds. You know, I actually agree with you, DK. I actually really do agree with you. I don't think that that's like I don't think that's a proper or mature political response. I appreciate you so much for the $20 donation, though. I do appreciate you. And by the way, this guy is not 18. He was lying to us because he said he was born in 06. Thank you as well, Mary, for the $25 donation over on Venmo, who says, do you see the VOD Watcher comments? Mine have always have one like, so I was curious. Thanks, Dean. You're the best. I do, Mary. I every so often will like scroll through all of the comments on the live stream VODs. There are a couple like frequent names that I definitely see in those comment sections. Mary, thank you for the $25 donation. That's very kind of you, and thanks for supporting what we do. Same thing to you, Victoria. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you, Victoria. Thank you as well, Julia, for the $5. Michelle, thank you for the $12. Welcome in, man. Give me one moment. Who says, do you think that Trump would have ran for the Democratic Party if he thought he could have won over the Dem voter? Yeah, no, of course. He just wanted to run with whatever party would make him president. Same thing to you, Zachary. Thank you for the $20 donation. Who says, thank you, Dean, for all you do. I'm an American government teacher that has to talk about this stuff every day. It gives me hope for the future, hearing you speak out. It's what I hope for with my students. Well, Zachary, the first thing I'll say is you sound like a great American government teacher. Sounds like you really got a good head on your shoulders, and I really appreciate you for that, man. Thank you so much for educating the next generation of our youth. Thank you so much as well, Brian, for the $20, and thank you, Zachary, for the $1. Why don't you go ahead and take it away? Tell us if you support Trump, Flinster.
1, I don't support Trump, and 2, I love you.
All right, guys. So we're going to be banning people who break our rules. We're going to be banning people who break our rules. It's been 8 minutes without a debate. Folks, let's try to keep the troll on 2 minimum, please, and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And what time is it?
I love you, Dean. I've been watching you for a while. I absolutely love your lives.
I really appreciate you. I'm really happy that you love the live streams, but I also, at the same time, really wish that you'd respect our rules. But I'm happy that you enjoy the live streams. That's pretty cool. Let's go and get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
And why do you support Trump?
So, I want to debate on a different topic. It's about logging. So, I'm in forestry myself, and I want to know if you're against it. Like,
if I'm against what?
Logging. So, what I'm talking about, so I'm applying to be a forest firefighter. And, well, I want to know if you are against cutting down dead trees in the forest. Because dead trees cause a lot of issues.
No, you need to cut down dead trees in the forest. You need to prep for forest fires. Nothing wrong with that. Would you like to tell us why you support Trump?
I'm a big environmental, and I do see a lot of issues of environmentalists nowadays. Sorry, I'm very nervous. I've never spoke out in big.
No worries, man. I'm just curious why you support Trump as president. That's all.
See, what I like about him is that he's aggressive with terrorism. I don't like terrorism because of the fact that I am a structural firefighter, and I do feel bad for the families I have lost. Lots of loved ones on day 9/11, especially for 343 firefighters that have passed.
Okay, I can't really hear you. You're really mumbly. Maybe it's just the quality of your mic.
Sorry, I'm
I don't think that Donald Trump
sorry.
is really doing anything unique to fight like real threats of terrorism in America. And especially for forest fires. I mean, he's been terrible for forest fires. He defunded the National Park Service. He defunded firefighting services. He has auctioned off public lands to private entities to drill for oil. He tried to sell 3 million acres of land in Colorado and Utah alone. And like generally, firefighters really don't like Trump because he's made your job a lot worse by underfunding these programs, causing more fires, causing more death. But tell us, what like real tangible terrorism is Donald Trump fighting that makes you support him as president?
See, Iran, since 1979, they have became a Muslim country. See, I don't have anything against any religions. I'm a Christian. I believe never judge someone by their religion. You never judge someone. Well, they've been saying death to America since 1979.
Yeah, because we overthrew their democratically elected leader. Okay, like I'm not saying it's justified for them to say death to America, but like, yeah, we overthrew their democratically elected leader. Maybe if we just left them alone, they wouldn't be saying that. Plus, I don't think that somebody saying death to America warrants a full-on invasion, which includes the killing of innocent children and the destabilization of global markets that price nearly everyone out of gas and oil, causing companies to go under, causing manufacturers to go bankrupt, and causing America to start depleting its oil reserves, putting us with 43 days of oil remaining in the reserves, the lowest point it's been at since 1983, all because someone said death to America. I feel like that's pretty insane.
You know, that's your opinion. I don't know. I feel like it's a whole lot of bullshit with the wars and shit.
But like,
sending
just
our
like,
guys
come on,
over
like,
to-
why do you think it's like justified to like completely destabilize like the world because somebody said death to America because we overthrew their democratically elected leader? Like, yeah, if we overthrow somebody's democratically elected leader, like we did with the Shah in the 1950s with Operation Ajax, like, yeah, I'm gonna expect their next leaders to be really mad at us.
True. But I just feel like we have to kind of prove ourselves as a country.
So you think that proving ourselves as a country includes invading countries and killing their innocent civilians, losing that war, then offering to pay that country $300 billion just to put us at where we're at before the war started, while also destabilizing global supply chains and fucking our allies over and ourselves over in the process? I don't think that that's us proving ourselves as a country. I think that is us embarrassing ourselves as a country while also committing grave immoralities, including killing innocent people.
Plus, I don't really understand why we're getting oil from other countries when we have our own oil here from
Because
our
we want to keep the price of oil low. Like, if we were just to completely cut ourselves off from the global supply of oil, then we're losing access to over 70% of the oil supply. That's significant of a drop in the supply of oil with the same demand, because we wouldn't lose any Americans demanding gas, would, shoot the price of gas sky high.
But how would that shoot gas prices sky high when we're using our own oil that we drew from our own land?
Supply and demand. Are you familiar with supply and demand?
So.
So you have your supply and you have your demand. Okay. What determines the price of a good is the intersection of supply and demand. They call it the equilibrium. Now, if we reduce the supply of a good, but we keep the demand the same, what happens to the price of that good?
Kind of goes up.
It goes up. Okay, so if we were to cut ourselves off from the global supply of oil, our supply of oil in America would go down significantly. Now, the demand would stay the same. What would happen to the price?
It would stay low if we outsource from other countries from what we're sending.
The price would go up. So that's why we don't cut ourselves off from the globalization of the supply of oil, because it would cause major oil shortages and price hikes in America.
But also, our neighboring country, Canada, and Alberta, they do have oil fields, so I don't understand why we don't get oil from Canada, because it's kind of closer to us.
Wait, we do. Canada is our main importer of oil. We import more oil from Canada than we do any other country in the world. But I don't understand why you're saying, oh, I don't understand why we get oil from another country. 30 seconds after you're just saying, I don't understand why we don't just use the oil we have here and stop getting oil from any other countries.
Okay. But then I want to know your opinion about our U.S. military. You
Okay, man.
support.
I'm going to move on to the next guest. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining the stream tonight. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Let's go to get the next guest, John Dennis, connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
2000. You said month or year?
What month in 2008?
January.
Okay, sounds good, man. Let me thank a couple people, and then the mic will be yours. Miss Sarah, thank you for the $3 on Venmo, who says, any tips for people who want to start debating? Yeah, my best tip is just to start doing it. Make sure that you are continually researching yourself on the argument you want to make, becoming familiar with possible counter-arguments, and just getting that practice. The practice is what matters the most. Bradley, thank you so much for the $15 donation, who says, Dean, you changed my ex-MAGA mind, bro. You're him. Bro, Bradley, I love to hear that. That is exactly why we run these live streams. I love that so much. Please show some love to Bradley in that chat, the absolute go to the hour. Thank you for the $15 dono. Over on PayPal, Cassidy, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, it's my 18th birthday today, and I've been watching for like a year, and I've been waiting to be able to get PayPal to support you. Well, hey, I appreciate you. That is very kind of you, Cassidy. Let's get 100 Cassidy W's in that chat. And with that being said, we're all caught up. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo or my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on YouTube. The handle's always right there at the top of the phone screen. We know this guy's in the bath, but I don't care. If you're going to get weird, I'm going to get weird. Go ahead and tell us why you support Trump as president.
I'm chilling. You said what?
Go ahead and tell us why you support Trump as president, Bath Boy.
Who you calling Bath Boy?
I'm calling you Bath Boy, Bath Boy.
Bath Boy? Not with that weird-ass haircut.
Yeah, the weird-ass haircut on that head of yours that you're actively rubbing shampoo in. That perm from Ulta.
It's not shampoo,
that perm
actually.
from Ulta that you're conditioning as we speak.
Oh, you're funny. You think that's a perm?
Yep.
Yeah, because you ain't natural, so you wouldn't know. But no, it's actually, I'm not in a bath. It's a bowl of water.
Okay.
If you really want to know.
Interesting. That's very interesting that you bathe in a bowl of water. Could you tell us why you support
What
Trump?
the fuck are you talking about? Who the fuck
Could you tell us why you support Trump?
I'll really slap the shit out you, though.
White boy from the suburbs, calm down. You're not going to do shit. You're going to give us the argument why you support Trump.
From the hood.
Yeah, just calm down. Tell us why you support Trump.
To be honest with you, I don't really support either.
Okay, let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the
Yeah,
queue.
fuck
You happen to
you.
be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Okay. All right. I'm going to slap the shit out of you. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, I actually do need one moment just to send a message off to this TikTok rep. Hey, I've received help from many of your colleagues over the time, such as Scarlett, Leo, JR, Molly, and many others. I'm talking to TikTok to get my main account back. I have a TikTok rep from the LA HQ. His name is redacted. However, he is out on vacation right now, so my only option is to reach out to you. I received a 3-day misinformation live ban. However, it's literally not giving me any option to appeal or even telling me how long the restriction is. And I have to drop a picture of the restriction. Oh my goodness, so much going on. Almost there, folks. I was wondering if you could submit an appeal on my behalf to human moderators. I know. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and see where that leaves us. We're going to give them a moment to respond. Luckily, we were able to get into contact with somebody from TikTok. Now the ball's in their court to help us out. I really hope they do the right thing and they are able to help us get that account unrestricted. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Sappy. That is SAPI for the $10 donor. Says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Sappy. Appreciate you for being here today. And One Hip Chick, appreciate you for the $10. Who says, here's for your safety, Dean. Battled stuff kind of like you before. A restraining order just ended last year. Keep your family, your girl, and precious Momo safe. By the way, today's my birthday. Thank you, chat. Well, hey, One Hip Chick, I'm sorry to hear that you've gone through similar stuff in the past. Thank you for the $10, and happy birthday! Show some love to One Hip Chick down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm mostly against your views on forced abortions for minors.
So, what do you think should happen if a 5-year-old girl is raped and impregnated like Lena Medina?
Well, I think realistically, that's like very unlikely to happen. Like
I'm literally naming a real girl who that happened to. What should happen to Lena Medina?
No, I mean, like, obviously that should be up to the doctors in that case, because in real terms, you should have an oversight committee of doctors. It shouldn't be up to the government.
So if the doctors
following
determine
up on what that girl said the other day.
So do you think it'd be proper for the doctors to determine that the 5-year-old girl should keep the pregnancy?
No. But when you introduce
but
a
if
law
the,
like
but
that,
if the doctors do determine that they think the 5-year-old girl should be able to keep the pregnancy, what do you think should happen then?
well, I think an oversight committee would overrule them, and then the doctor in specific would then get done for malpractice.
Okay, so malpractice, like legally?
I think
like the doctor should face legal consequences.
The oversight committee.
Okay,
it's like a case-by-case basis.
And what if the oversight committee determines that? Wait. Should medical malpractice be illegal?
I don't know.
You have to. No, yes, I just got you. I just got your ass. You said if a doctor would ever determine that this 5-year-old girl should keep that pregnancy, that they should be hit with malpractice. Okay, so the question is, should medical malpractice be illegal? Obviously, the answer is yes. Obviously, medical malpractice should absolutely. One moment. Obviously, yes, absolutely, medical malpractice should be illegal. So you're just saying that it should be illegal for the doctors to do anything other than have this girl get an abortion.
Except, I think in that case, yes, because that's a specific case, but we're talking like a blanket law for anyone under a certain age, right?
Well, yeah, you just conceded to the logic, man. Thanks for playing. Let's go to get the next guest in here because we're trying to look for some Trump supporters. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Charlie loading up inside of the queue. I need to send another message off to this moderator. You can formally submit an appeal on my behalf to SOC. I really welcome in, man. Give me one moment. Appreciate you for doing this. My TikTok rep would do this for me if he was in the office. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, we've talked before.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born
in? 07.
Are you the trans man?
Yeah.
Oh God, Charlie. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Last time you came up here, I thought that you were trolling. After now thinking about it and even rewatching the clip of our last conversation, I don't think that you were trolling. So, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, it got like 2 million views.
I did see that, yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm shaking, but your community was really mean to me and sent me death threats.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for any death threats that you received. That's terrible, Charlie. Now, what would you like to talk about?
Well, first of all, I want to hear, what's your definition of a trans person?
Okay, well, I'm not really here to debate gender identity, but I do think that a man or a woman, let's just take a woman, for instance, would be an adult human female that holds to the typical social characteristics that of the female sex index to their gender identity, and then that just kind of goes into an understanding of our appearances, our intuitions, and the social categories that we use to understand gender as it exists as a social construct. But I'm more so here to talk about why you think that Trump is good president. Just tell us why you think that Trump is good president. What is the argument? Let's hear it.
Yeah, I do. Again, it is the abortion for me.
Okay, so you don't think that individuals should have access to abortion?
No, I don't.
Why?
Because I do believe it is immoral.
Why?
Because it is ending a human life.
Okay, do you think it's always wrong to end human life?
Yeah. I would
No,
say
you
so.
don't. You think that self-defense is wrong? You think that pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is wrong? You think that an abortion that a woman needs to save her own life is wrong? Like, clearly, you don't think it's always wrong to end a human life. So that's not an exhaustive principle that helps us better understand why you think it's wrong in the case of abortion.
Sorry, I'm looking through my notes so I don't just stay quiet right now. Wait, actually, since you were so confused over why I support Trump, as a trans person, I just want to tell you that maybe it's because I have priorities.
Okay,
I
are you
don't
going to answer the question that I
agree.
asked you, please?
It's just because I'm more prepared for answering your questions.
Okay, so are you going to answer the question?
What was it again?
What makes it wrong to kill the fetus?
Oh, because it's a human life.
Okay, but we've already gone over this, okay? I asked you if you think it's always wrong to end a human life. We concluded that you don't think it's always wrong to end a human life, so that actually doesn't fully and exhaustively explain why you think it's wrong to kill the fetus.
But it is a an innocent human being.
Okay, so you think it's innocent. So what's the definition of the word innocent?
By innocent, I mean a human being who has not committed a wrongful act against another person. An
Okay,
unborn
and why does that
child
make
hasn't
it? So why does that make it wrong to kill the fetus?
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. An unborn child hasn't committed a crime or intentionally harmed anyone, so when I call the fetus innocent, I'm not saying it's morally perfect. I'm saying it's not guilty of wrongdoing that would justify intentionally killing it.
Okay. So you're saying that something has to be guilty of wrongdoing in order to justify intentionally killing it. So are you a vegan?
No.
Okay, so why don't cows have to be guilty of wrongdoing to justify intentionally killing them, but a fetus has to be guilty of wrongdoing to justify intentionally killing them?
Because the animals are a part of the meat industry. It's a part of the life circle.
Part of the life circle? That doesn't explain
Yeah.
anything.
Well, we kill them and then we eat them.
So if a woman killed a fetus to eat it, would it be okay in that circumstance?
Well, that would be cannibalism, Dean.
Okay, so you're saying it would still not yet be okay in that circumstance. Listen, the point is I don't really think that you have a good understanding of why abortion is wrong. 81% of ethicists in the literature converge on the pro-choice theory. Mass majority of all people, including the professionals, do not think that abortion is wrong. Okay, I want to get that one clear. So if you're going to make the argument that it is wrong, you're going to have to come at it with damn good reason. So far, all that we've learned is that you think it's wrong to kill it because of its species. But the question is, well, why do you think it's our species that makes us morally valuable compared to something else? Like, from my perspective, I think that it's our capacity for rationale that makes us morally valuable. And because the fetus does not get this trait until around 20 through 24 gestational weeks, I therefore don't think it's wrong to kill the fetus until that point. So please answer the question. Why do you think that the thing that makes us valuable is not our capacity for rationale, not our consciousness, not our traits, not any of our abilities, powers, or capacities, but no, rather specifically our species? What's the argument for that?
Yeah, I do actually have an argument for that. I just need to find it in my notes.
Bruh, by the way,
Sorry,
TikTok
I'm
is
look-
being
sorry,
literally
I'm
so
looking for
unhelpful.
it.
TikTok right now is telling me that they literally cannot help me get the main live stream unrestricted.
Sorry,
I
can you
just wanted to
repeat?
clarify that for the audience. Right now, TikTok is telling me that they can't help me. Okay, I'll read you guys off the message, quote unquote, why this person is looking for their argument. They said, and I quote, I have thoroughly reviewed your account details regarding the misinformation live ban. Keep in mind, TikTok is literally not giving me the ability to appeal it or telling me when it ends. Then they say, this is Nelly Belly, apparently a TikTok rep. They're saying, I'm unable to submit an appeal on your behalf for this specific restriction. Please coordinate directly with your account representative or the dedicated internal team to address this matter further. Keep in mind, okay, keep in fucking mind that I have gotten help from many of their colleagues, many of their associates directly on this issue. And I have no clue what's going on. Like, this is so crazy. So when TikTok restricts you for doing something, when TikTok restricts you for doing something, they give you the option to appeal the restriction. They're not giving me that option. They're just saying, oh, we don't give a fuck. We're just going to take this guy down. We're not going to tell him what we took him down for, and we're not even going to give them the ability to appeal the restriction. So, yeah, W censorship. W censorship. Let's get some W's for the censorship in the chat. Do you have an argument?
I think I found it, but can you maybe say it again so I can be
Bro,
sure?
the question that I asked you is, what's the argument that the thing that makes us valuable is our species?
Oh, so you mean valuable?
Yeah. Why do you think our species is the thing that makes us valuable?
So you think like the fetus isn't valuable? Availability describes whether the fetus can survive outside of the womb with the technology available at a particular time. It doesn't tell us what species of the fetus. Okay, what the fuck? Wait, let me read this again.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, Dean. I'm clearly not prepared enough. You can kick me.
Cool. Moving on to the next guest, only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. By the way, this is just great. This is just a great restriction that we have. What a good way to what a good way to spend my time. Fucking hell. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in, Anthony. Do you support Trump? Okay, it doesn't even look like Anthony's here yet. We're going to go and get a couple people loaded inside of the queue. Only do up inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on YouTube, and the handle's always at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. Okay, what's going on? FB yaps too much? Do you support Trump? Okay, what about you, Anthony? Do you support Trump? Anthony, are you with us? I'm going to give you 5 seconds before I kick you.
Yeah.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you? Anthony, you have 2 seconds to answer. How old are you? That's the question that I asked you, please. Perfect. He just left. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you are here for debate. Welcome in, Adam. Do you support Trump?
Yes, and I'm 18.
Yeah, biggest lie ever. Lib, stay mad. Do you support Trump? Lib, stay mad. Do you support Trump? Lib, stay mad. You're connected to the live stream. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
May 2008.
Okay. What about you, JS?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, JS?
22.
Okay, JS, it's really loud where you're at. I'm gonna put you on mute, and I'm also gonna talk to Lib Stay Mad first. So, if you just want to take a moment and maybe try to find a place that's a little bit more quiet, I'll talk to you as soon as I'm done speaking to Lib Stay Mad. Lib Stay Mad, if you want to take it away, go for it.
Yeah, I just got a question for you. So why the fuck do you as a punk sissy liberal keep on dropping me because you don't want me to tell them that you're cheating on Puss Puss with me? You were on FaceTime with me last.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Jack Wesley connecting to the box. Alrighty, let's go to get the next guest connected, folks.
Hello.
Welcome to Maddie. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19. I was born in April 2007.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Sorry, I'm a bit nervous right now because, I've never done this before. So I am, kind of in between a lot of things just because of my family, but it's mostly on abortion.
So you support Trump because of abortion?
Slightly, yes, but mostly because that's just how I was taught, and also...
How do you explain the fact that he's just caused more abortions? Are you, I said this earlier, I'll say it again. No one has a reason to support Trump about abortion. Pro-choicers should not support Donald Trump's abortion policy. because it has limited and restricted women and girls' access to abortion. Pro-lifers should not support Trump because of his abortion policy, because it has materially caused an increase in the amount of abortions. Like, the point is no one has a reason to support Trump over his abortion policy.
Well, for me, my family actually, so I was raped when I was 15, so I'm sorry, I'm like shaking.
I'm really
but
sorry
I
to
was
hear
actually,
that. I just want to
I was
clarify. Are you
forced-
being truthful with us about your age before we continue?
Yes, I'm being truthful. I'm sorry, I'm just shaking and I'm being really quiet because I don't want my family to hear me.
Go ahead.
So I was raped when I was 15 and I was forced to carry the baby to term. They told me that it was my fault and I just had to give the baby up for adoption. I didn't have to actually like go through anything. They did not want me to have an abortion. That's pretty much why I don't believe in abortions. They told me a lot about abortions and they told me it was murder and that I was not allowed to get an abortion. And yeah, I had to carry the baby to term, give it up for adoption, and it's really traumatic for me. And yeah, so I'm just kind of in between a lot of things, and mostly with what my family told me. They basically told me it was my fault because I was drunk that I was raped. So I still believe that it was my fault and that I should have it was my mistake. So
Okay. I'm going to disconnect you, Maddie, because I'm not sure that you are being truthful with us about your age. But what I will say is it wasn't your fault. It's never the victim's fault, ever. Okay? Some men will rape dead bodies. So I don't think it could ever possibly be the fault of anyone. If you died in your sleep the night before you got drunk and were raped, you still possibly could have been raped by that man, because sometimes men rape dead bodies. You know, the point is that it has nothing to do with what you were doing, what state of mind you were in. It has nothing to do with what you were drinking. And I'm so sorry to hear that your parents told you that, because it's not true. And I really hope that you continue to watch the live stream so you can maybe take something positive away to do with the fact that abortion is absolutely not murder. We're going to go to get the next guest up here. I just got a response from TikTok. They're telling me that they need me to age verify. I didn't get banned for age verification. I got banned for misinformation. Not to mention, I have my age verified on the back end and have an adult plus tag on my account. We're gonna go to get the next guest connected. I don't know what the fuck TikTok is doing. I don't know what the hell TikTok is doing. So they took me down for misinformation on my main account. They're not giving me the option or the availability to appeal that ban. They're not even telling me how long it's for. And now I'm trying to get some help on this from a TikTok rep. And the issue is that now they're telling me that it had nothing to do with misinformation. I don't know what's going on. This is just strange. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And what month?
February.
And why do you support Trump?
Well, I gotta say, it's just those policies, man.
Which ones, bro?
The ones about trans in sports and abortion and...
Oh, yeah,
mainly
just all
those
the
two.
regular stuff. Yeah, let's just go ahead and go through those two. So for the first one, banning trans women's competition in sport. So first and foremost, there's only 16 trans women that competed the NCAA. Wait, you said that you're 18, born in February of 07. You'd be 19, sir. You're lying to us. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA folks, please and thank you. Please stop lying about your age, everybody. I feel like we've had a lot of children join today and lie about their age. I would just appreciate it if you guys could please be truthful. Please be truthful about your age. Mr. Joseph, I really appreciate you for the $25 donation on Venmo, man. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Joseph. Joseph with the $25 says, I'm sure that the laser-guided Kevlar kitty vest is more pricey than you thought. Here's for Momo safety specifically. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $25, Joseph. That's very, very kind of you. Please show some love to Joseph down below in that chat. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, Joseph, for the $25. Let's get 250 Joseph W's. Same thing to you, Faith. Thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, I sent you a message a few days ago about you debating my boyfriend's older brother or mother, and I was wondering how to set that up. Thank you for doing what you do. Of course, Faith. Here's how you set that up. The next time you're with them and they're down to debate me, hop in the queue, send me a donation, letting me know that you're here, and I'll get you up on the live stream by having you send a rose or finding you in that queue. And then Miss Patsy, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is so kind of you, Patsy. Let's get 500 Patsy W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is majorly kind of you. Please do show some love to Patsy down below, everybody. Patsy with the 50 says, hey, Dean, keep on fighting the good fight. You're our voice. Continue to voice, educate, and change minds. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Patsy. You've always been so kind to me. I really appreciate you. Show some major love to Patsy down below. And then Miss Tracy, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on PayPal, who says, thank you, Dean, for your contribution to humanity's future. Well, I try to contribute. I try to make, the future as beneficial as possible for everybody. I appreciate you for the $25. And I hope that, my part is doing something impactful. You know what I mean? Let's go to get the next guest connected. Here in a moment, folks, I'm going to have to step away and just use the restroom. I will try to get a friend up to cover the debate in the meantime. I don't know if I will be able to, I'm not going to lie. I don't think any of my friends are free to be able to do that right now. But I'll definitely try my best. Let's go and try to get the next guest connected, everyone. Alrighty, we got Whimsical connecting. We might also just stop streaming on TikTok, by the way. I just want to let y'all know we might end up moving over to Twitch. I just can't. I what's happening right now is it's just I'm over it. I'm just seriously over it. Getting a false 3-day restriction for misinformation, them not giving me the ability to appeal that ban, them not being able to help me appeal that ban either, them telling me that they can't help. And then them not putting any attention, effort, or focus into it in the slightest, and then saying that what I got banned for was an age restriction, even though that's not true at all. Hey, do you support Trump? Flo.
Hello. Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Sure. What year were you born in?
2005.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
It's mostly about his policies around illegal immigration.
Okay, which one specifically?
I'll be honest, I'm not too sure. Just I don't think it's right to have illegal immigrants in America.
Okay, so you think that we need to deport them all?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go through a comparative analysis on how this is beneficial to the nation, okay? So what are the pros that America reaps from mass deportation?
I mean, I just think the process should be done legally. I don't agree with the fact that people come over illegally and then take supplies and use our taxes for things we have to work for.
Okay, so you're saying that one way that mass deportation will help us is by deporting undocumented immigrants who just suck so much and steal and take a bunch from America. Okay, so that's not true. Undocumented immigrants actually pay over $100 billion in taxes per year on the federal, state, and local level. Undocumented immigrants actually contribute $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP annually. Undocumented immigrants actually help to build and make this country a better place for everybody. They don't take. In fact, as a demographic, they give.
Oh, okay. To be fair, I didn't know that, and I'm sorry, because that's kind of my bad for being a bit uneducated.
Okay, so if that was a reason why you support mass deportation, maybe now understand that is false. Do you have any new reasons?
No, that was mostly it. I'll be so honest with you.
Okay, is there anything else that you wanted to go over?
No, I actually think that's it. Thank you, Lodine.
Yep, you take care. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. All right, let's go to get the next guest up here. Okay, folks. I don't know what's going on. So we got the restriction on the main account. TikTok is telling me that they can't help me. So, whatever. I don't know what to do. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Lindsay?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please stop trolling, guys. If you don't stop trolling, I'm just going to end the stream so then I could take a moment to try to figure out the restriction on the main account. I'm just going to end the stream. Like it's a better use of my time to try to talk to TikTok to figure out the restriction on the main account than to be on here just talking to trolls. So that's what I'm going to do just for the day. We're going to cut the stream really short, and I'm just going to go try to talk to TikTok. If we continue just have troll after troll after troll. Like, it's been 45 minutes. I just feel like we haven't really had a real debate. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you are here for debate, everyone. We got the next guest, Viv, loading up. All right, guys. Does it look like Viv is connected? We're going to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you are here for debate, everyone. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Oh, you can ban me. I didn't mean to join.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest, please. Here we go. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, I'm British. Can you kick me? Sorry.
Okay. Moving on. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat,
Hi.
Mama. $20 with the Mama with the $20 on Super Chat says, "I'm the one that said say hi to Ethan. I changed my username because you couldn't get that one. I'm sorry. Pretty sure my son is watching you too. I hope that today continues to go well with real conversation." Well, hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Mama K, for the $20, and of course, shout out to Mama K's son. That's very kind of you, and I appreciate you. And I appreciate you so much for the love. Welcome into Sport Trump.
So I wanted to talk about something else. I'm so sorry for breaking the rules. First of all, I respect your rules, and I
hope you have a good rest of your day, Vivi. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got next guest connecting right now. Like, guys, we're not going to be breaking the rules. Unfortunately, we're going to stick to them. Welcome in, Satirical JJ. Do you support Trump?
How you
Welcome
doing?
in. Doing all right. Do you support Trump?
My friend destroyed you yesterday, buddy.
Oh, yeah, you're the one whispering in his ear to tell
How
him
are
to
you
say
doing?
because he didn't know what he was saying. Yeah, that was great. He totally destroyed me. That guy's a troll. Moving on to the next guest. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Just end the stream, bro. It doesn't matter. Just end it.
Okay, why do you support Trump? Okay, he ran. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite of the queue if you're here for debate. Only opposite of the queue if you're here for debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Moving on. You got payload and opposite of the queue. Moving on to the next guest. We got Shades Parks loading up inside of the queue. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go. Moving on to the next guest.
Hello?
Hey, welcome in, Zimmers. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2006.
What month?
October.
And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because that's just how I was raised. I personally think that Trump helps America out just by getting all the illegals out because they're taking jobs from the.
I'm waiting. Go ahead. You cut out. You said the last thing I heard you say was that he's getting all the undocumented immigrants out because they're taking jobs, and then you cut out.
Yeah, they're taking jobs from American citizens.
Okay, that's false. They actually create more jobs for American citizens. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Research says that they increase employment for citizens, and the data from the last year and a half of the most deportations we've ever seen in the history of this country definitely provides more evidence for that hypothesis, given the fact that as we've continued to deport the most undocumented immigrants ever in a single year, we've also gotten the worst jobs report in 20 years, and unemployment for citizens just continues to go up and up and up and up.
Really?
Yeah, so what evidence do you have that undocumented immigrants reduce the employment rate for natural U.S.-born citizens?
I don't have any evidence on hands, but I've seen plenty of videos about it.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence for your belief? And you join this live stream to debate the belief?
Yeah, not bad.
Okay, so do you concede, or do you want to... Okay, well, you just left. That's fine. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Let's go ahead and try to get that very next guest up here. Okay. Weirdly enough, the whole TikTok UI is just completely shitting bricks, and it won't even allow me to try to get into contact. It won't even allow me to try to add the next guest up. I'm being dead serious right now. I'm being dead serious. It won't even allow me to add the next guest up, folks. What's going on, bro? Thank you, Lynn, so much for the galaxy. Okay, there it goes. It just took like 3 fucking trillion years. Alrighty. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Accident.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest, Jaden. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born September 2007.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump off his Title 42 laws, or his enforcement of Title 42, deregulation, his trades and tariffs, and yeah.
What deregulation, my friend?
So, for example, like, can I explain it in like a little complex way?
Yeah, I would just like to know the deregulation that Donald Trump has done that in your mind gives you reason to believe that he's a good president.
I'm not full. All right, I can admit I'm not fully educated on his deregulation laws. Like,
So then why did you even say deregulation? If you can't even articulate what he deregulated, then why do you think that his deregulation is a reason to support him as president?
Because I've heard and I'm known, like I've heard from him that he says like deregulation. Oh, my deregulation. I've heard from sources.
So you're saying that the fact that Donald Trump says the word deregulation is one of the things that makes him a good president. To be clear.
I wouldn't say that. Like, I've heard something about like what is it, 10 for 1? I've heard that mandate. And
you're just saying that they've generally taken away regulation. Okay, well, that's not necessarily a good thing because there are many regulations that are really, really, really good. Regulations on worker conditions in the sense of minimum wage is good. Regulations in the workers' sense of workers' comp is good. Regulations in the sense of allowing for unionization of workers is good. Regulation in the sense of ensuring that doctors have licenses to go to work at a hospital is good. Regulations in the sense in ensuring that professional engineers and geotechnical engineers have to get their PE license first is good. There are many regulations that are very, 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 very good. So you can't just say that you support Trump in virtue of the fact that he's gotten rid of some ambiguous regulation because you don't know if that was a good decision or a bad decision. You have to be able to articulate specifically what Donald Trump deregulated, and then you have to be able to articulate a very crystal clear argument insofar as why that deregulation is a good thing.
I got it in a complex way. It's going to be a little uncomfortable for you, but here.
Okay. We're going to end the stream soon, folks. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. It's just been an hour of trolls. I want to spend this time rather talking to TikTok, trying to figure out how to get my account back. So we're going to be ending the stream in a couple minutes, unless we're able to get a debate. Thank you, Jay, for the $10. It's very, very kind of you. Let's get 100 JWs down below in that comment section. Same thing to you, Gorio. That is GOHIRRO. Thank you so much for the $17 donation of the 76 cents. I appreciate you so much for the love, Gorio. That's very, very kind of you. Gorio with the $17 says, Dean, don't give in to the trolls, brother. It's what they want. You rock. Keep your head up and stay strong. Well, unfortunately, they may get what they want today just because I'd rather spend this time actively trying to work on solving this issue. And DK, I appreciate you for the $20 donation as well. That is beyond kind of you, DK. Please do show some major love to DK down below in the comment section. I'm very grateful for you. DK with the $20 says, Dean, what do you make of Jeffrey's private meeting with Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who holds no elected office, and Mamdani's still backing Jeffries afterward? I'm a Democrat, but this really bothers me. Yeah, no, listen, I agree with you, especially about the weird meetings between Jared Kushner and Jeffrey Epstein. I feel like there's a story there that we haven't fully explored, and whoa, the allergies are so bad today. I don't know. Maybe that has a reason with why we haven't seen the total and complete release of the Epstein files. I mean, just remember what MTG said, right? She said that the reason why Donald Trump hasn't released the files is because he's scared that it will hurt people he loves. Maybe like his son-in-law. Thank you as well, Madison Nicole, for the $20 donation on Super Chat. Please show some love to Madison Nicole down below in that chat. That is very kind of you, Madison Nicole. Madison Nicole says, hey, Dean, been busy supporting the Clancy trial. But happy to be back to supporting the live. Let's go. I appreciate you for the love. That's very kind of you. Welcome back, Madison. It's good to have you here. Let's go to try to get the next guest connected. I'm really sorry about the trolls, everybody. I mean, they really are ruining the live stream. I'm trying my best to like give you guys something coherent here. And I'm just so sorry that it's not working. You know, like the purpose and the point of my streams and like the reason why we come on live stream every day and do what we do, is really to try to change minds and do these debates, but these people just won't let me, and it's kind of crazy. I have to quickly message.
Speaking of which, what a time for you to bring me on! Wouldn't you say this is a great time for me to be on?
Get the fuck out.
Bro, are you really gonna do it this soon? This soon?
Get the fuck out of the stream.
I'm not trying to hold up your night. I just... Lil Deanie, come on.
Get the fuck out of here, puss! I don't want you here.
No
one wants you here.
I want to set the record straight,
No one
okay?
wants you here. No, you don't want to set the record straight. You want to set it a little bit.
I think everyone wants me here.
You want to set the record a little bit. Anything but straight, puss.
I think everyone wants me here. Okay, I'm here to brighten everyone's day. So lights, camera, action, motherfucker. All right.
What do you have to say? What do you have to say for yourself, puss?
Listen, just okay. With the way that you speak to me, is it anyone like I would straight up literally buy a pit bull guard dog named Don't to defend myself against.
The fuck out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that sports Donald J. Trump. A pit bull guard dog named Don't.
Hello.
That's funny as hell, dude. A pit bull guard dog named Don't. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I disagree with you on abortion.
Okay, we're looking for Trump supporters. If it's not evidently fucking clear. Oh. Oh, guys, I'm figuring something new out about TikTok. Everyone. I may be able to get that main account back. Listen, in like the last 53 minutes that I've been like texting away on my phone trying to get this shit figured out, I may have just found like a brand new group of people that I didn't even know existed. A whole specialized division of TikTok that I am apparently getting transferred to as we speak. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean. I just wanted to say I'm not 18. I'm sorry, but I
hope you have a great rest of your day. definitely important that I remove you from the stream because of your age, but I hope you take care, okay? I hope you take care. We gotta stop, folks. We can't do it anymore. We can't do it anymore, folks. We literally, quite frankly, can't do it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I'm British, so that was by accident.
Moving on to the next guest. You're definitely British. We got... Okay, who looks like a Trump supporter? I'm gonna start stereotyping you guys. I'm gonna start stereotyping y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see here. Destiny, flower emoji, gay flag emoji. You are not a Trump supporter. Cam K, white boy with curly hair. You might be a Trump supporter. Where did you go? Where did Cam K go? Fuck, he just disappeared. Colin? Might be MAGA. Colin is a pretty Republican name. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18, born February 6, 2008.
Yeah. Why do you support Trump?
I do. One thing I want to ask you, which I know people ask you this question a lot. Why do you exactly so anti-Trump? I know I've seen people ask you this question. I've seen clips of it. Answer is usually mostly the same. I want to hear it right now. Let's go and hear it.
Yeah, well, let me send one message off before I tell you, because I'm just actively also talking to TikTok, trying to get my main account back.
Yeah.
Please also note that I receive these bans frequently and have them overturned every time by my rep, who is out of the office today. Fantastic. Okay. So you asked me why exactly I'm anti-Trump. Let's see. Do you want a sentence response? Do you want a paragraph response? Do you want a paper response? A doctoral thesis response? Let me know. Let me know what you want.
That's a lot. Okay. Just for time's sake, short and simple, not too much, just for the sake of the stream.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I generally categorize the three main broad categories of reasons why I don't support Trump into the three following boxes. You have his character, you have his domestic policy, and you have his foreign policy. Starting with his character, it's very clear why I don't support him as president. He's an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon who's mentioned in the Epstein files over 1 million times, who is held civilly liable for defrauding a university, held civilly liable for defrauding a bank, and intentionally stole classified documents from the government and illegally hid them in his private estate at Mar-a-Lago, on top of being very racist, saying that laziness is a trade in blacks, refusing to rent to black people in the 70s, and depicting Obama as an ape on Truth Social, to being very misogynistic and predatory, saying that pregnancy is the best thing that could ever happen to a woman, while also being on record on Howard Stern's podcast in 2005, saying how funny it was when he barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at them in the nude unconsensually, which was incredibly violating, incredibly predatory, incredibly wrong. I also think that he's quite the narcissist crybaby. He called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress just because they said something he didn't like. He threatened to revoke the media licenses of companies that reported negatively of him and his war in Iran. He just said that it should straight up be illegal to speak badly about him in the media. There's a bunch of other reasons too, but let's go to move on to the next general category of domestic policies. Domestic policy is some of the worst that we've ever seen. He's been attacking the Constitution, the rule of law, and the status quo that we actually should uphold surrounding wanting to see our accountables hold themselves accountable, our representatives hold themselves accountable. As it relates to the Constitution, he's either threatened to infringe on or has actually infringed on 7 of the amendments and at least 2 of the articles in our Constitution over the course of the last year and a half. This would include the first article, the second article, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 23rd Amendment. He also straight up called for the termination of the Constitution in 2022, saying that we should terminate in all of its rules, and articles. We also see just terrible domestic policy in other senses, like his economic reform, causing most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years, ignoring recessions, giving us the worst jobs report single-handedly in a year in the last 20 years, only adding 181,000 jobs to the economy in 2025 compared to us adding 2.2 million jobs to the economy the year prior in 2024 under Biden. There's also a lot of other concerns that we see too with his domestic policy, like the exploitation of human rights and illegally deporting undocumented immigrants to a place in El Salvador where they've literally been beaten, tortured, and starved, or endorsing the execution of U.S. citizens such as Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and Keith Porter, and I don't know where they went. They're gone. I had 2 people on the panel. They're both gone. Okay, I found one of them. What happened, bro? Where'd you go?
Am I back? Hey,
Yeah.
there we go. One, I want to compliment you how fast you said all that. That was a lot of information. Way to condense it down. Just kudos to that. One, I want you to understand that while yes, I do not agree with you on his character. His character is poor. Out of all the presidents we've had in the United States history,
Justin, make sure you comment in that chat, Justin. I'll invite you back up too.
Yeah, out of all the presidents we've had in the United States history, going back to George Washington, he by far has some of the worst character. I agree with you on that. But I do think there are a lot of there are a few policies that I do agree with, right? So one, I'm gonna say this now, I don't agree with the oil. While Canada is we mainly import our oil from them, the whole Hormuz Strait situation it's been handled poorly. But a lot of his domestic policy has been somewhat beneficial. While yes, I do think that inflation is a little bit worse. I think we need to go back to the Joe Biden years of recently. Inflation has gone down. Now, to be fair, that was during Corona. That's fair. But regardless, the fact is, inflation is down.
No, inflation is up. Inflation is higher today than it was when Trump walked into office.
Yep.
In fact, we saw the largest monthly increase in the price of gas since the Vietnam War in March of this year, and the largest increase in the price of groceries in a single month in 4 years since the peak of the pandemic. And the Federal Reserve says that if it wasn't for Donald Trump's war and Donald Trump's tariffs, they would actually be at pre-pandemic levels of inflation in America today. Justin, do you support Trump?
No, I'm supporting you. I'm saying everything that you're spot.
Base man, thanks, Justin. I remember you. You used to be an op. That's why I invited you up. But no, if you're no longer MAGA, that's awesome, man. Do you want to go ahead and respond to that, Colin?
Okay, well, no, I mean, yeah, clearly you are more knowledgeable than that. I haven't looked at since I think my senior year began, which was earlier in August of last year. So I haven't looked at it since then. So you may be right on that. But I think there also are a good amount of domestic policies that have been beneficial for us. Well, yes, you may be right on inflation. I think. Oh, sorry. Am I a little quiet?
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you. But like what domestic policies have been beneficial for us?
I was about to get into that. So regardless, I want to go to immigration. While no, I don't agree with ICE. I do agree with at least getting most of the illegal, undocumented. I think illegal is a bit of a strong word. Undocumented citizens out of here. While yes, I do think you should go through it the right way. I think you should definitely go through it the right way. Having a lot of these undocumented immigrants here has been slightly, which I know you said earlier with I can't remember his name. You did say earlier that having the undocumented immigrants here has been better for jobs. Regardless of the matter, the fact is look at crime rate, right? Look at crime rate. I'm not going to get into anybody else besides the undocumented immigrants because that's not fair. That's way too domestic. I want to go into foreign. A lot of the foreign undocumented immigrants, they have been increasing to the crime rate. I'm not going to go into cartels. I'm not going to go into drugs. But if you look at it, undocumented immigrants have been increasing the crime rate over the years. I think this is the worst it's maybe been. Whether that be due, sorry, my train of thought got interrupted. Where was I? Hold on, Dean, don't kick me. I'm trying to.
I could just pick up where you left off. So you're wrong. You said that undocumented immigrants increase crime rates. That the opposite's true. They actually reduce crime rates. PNAS is the name of an institution that has been studying criminology and crime in America for the last 100 years. And they have consistently reported, including this year, that undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes, including violent crimes, on American soil compared to U.S.-born citizens. They're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 4 times less likely to commit nonviolent crimes. What does this mean? They literally reduce the crime rate.
Now, hold on. I want to go into something real quick. I want to take just a quick look at ICE. That is the reason why. That is one of the sole pinnacle reasons why undocumented immigrants are so scared to commit crimes is because of ICE and the way they treat undocumented immigrants. Regardless, actually, not even undocumented immigrants. I want to go into mainly people of color.
Okay, wait. Go ahead. But this means that you were wrong. We asked you to articulate the clear material benefit that America reaps off of mass deportation, and the first thing you say is, well, a reduction in crime rates because undocumented immigrants increase the crime rates. Okay, well, that's not true. They don't increase the crime rates. They reduce the crime rates. So the argument, and more so the reason that you gave us to believe that mass deportation is a good thing for a country, was wrong.
Now, hold on. I just want to get into it real quick. One, Dean, love you, buddy. Love you a lot. But my whole argument, right, is when you look at ICE, right, that's why this is good. Now, mind you, I don't agree with ICE wholly. I do believe their methods, the way they handle things is wrong. Very wrong. I believe that a lot of their deportations are wrong and unlawful, but the idea behind it is there, right? Can you agree with me a little bit there? The idea behind it is there. No, you can't agree with me at all.
No, because
Oh,
I
yeah?
don't agree with mass deportation. I think that it's
Okay.
terrible. I think it's bad for this nation. I think that there's very obvious implications that are very destructive to the immigrants in themselves and the nation. But like the point is that's the point that I'm trying to prove to you. You said that mass deportation was beneficial to the country. Prove it by articulating the benefit.
I was saying fake age limit. Sorry. Sorry. Say it one more time. I was reading the comments.
Prove it by
Sorry.
articulating the benefit. What is one specific material way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has made America better over the course of the last year and a half?
Give me just a moment. I'm about to have a sneezing attack. Give me just a second.
Okay, yeah, just, I think while you have your sneezing attack, I'll just prepare the whiteboard because I'm kind of ready to get into the substance. But before I do, there's a couple people I want to thank. Thank you so much, Silver Nash, as well as Paul. Thank you both for the $50 donos over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Silver Nash and Paul. That is so kind of the two of you guys. Thank you so much, Silver Nash and Paul. Silver Nash with a $50 says, I'm not surprised the vast majority of people are trolls now. The longer the wannabe angry orange is in office, the more trolling is enabled. They see him get away with it, so they continue to try themselves. It's sad. Puss Puss is just as sad. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $50 Silver Dash. Let's get 500 Silver Dash W's down below in the chat. That is a very, very, very kind donation from you. Thank you for supporting us on what we do. Same thing to you, Paul, with the $50, who says, I'm so proud of your channel, Dean. You speak the truth. We lost Dolly, and I loved your tribute to her. She loved everybody, accepted everybody, judged no one, supported LGBTQ+, Black Lives Matter, and she was a genuine, loving person. You know, I can absolutely agree with that, Paul. Yes, Dolly's death has, hit me harder than, any other celebrity death in my lifetime, that's for sure. Because she really was a good person, loved by everybody. I mean, we saw the DSA and Donald Trump agreeing. Like, how crazy is that? Same thing to you, Luna. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, love what you do, but Colin is not a Republican name. Please take that back, bro. Bro, I'm sorry, but it is. But it is. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure that you don't give off Republican vibes because there's more to you than your name. Okay, but just on paper, that name, that's MAGA. Thank you as well, Megan, for the $20 who says, love you, Dean, but you need to add a new main platform or stream to Twitch too. All your fans will follow you. I really enjoy your philosophy debates. They're refreshing because I'm sick of MAGA stupidity. Thank you for fighting fascism. Well, thank you for the input, Megan. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Do show some love to Megan down below in that comment section. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much for the input as well. Couple people to quickly thank on Venmo and PayPal. Over on Venmo, thank you, Noah, for the $10. Thank you, Nancy, for the $10. Thank you, Mary, for the $1, and Andrew for the $5. I appreciate y'all. As well as Kat, thank you for the $10. She says, please stream on Twitch. We will welcome you with open arms. I appreciate you for the $10. And Alexandria, thank you for the $10. Who says you don't need to read this out loud. Oh, hey, okay, I'll keep that to myself, Alexandria. Just know that I appreciate you. And then one last one for now. Thank you, Wyatt, for the $25 donation. Who says, Dean, watching you explain the U.S. Constitution to yesterday's first caller felt like watching Man Ray explain to Patrick Starr that it is, in fact, his wallet. Thank you for what you do and stay safe. No, Wyatt, I remember that conversation from yesterday. That was one of the most brutal debates I've ever had. That was absolutely terrible. Thank you as well, Julia, for the $15 dono, who says, thank you so much, Dean, for all that you do in debating these people and their unfortunate viewpoints. Let's get this crazy president out. I love you. Well, I love you too, Julia. Thank you for the $15, and that's what we're trying to do, right? Push people to vote for Democrats in the midterms that will hopefully turn around and, impeach Trump. That's the hope. Same thing to you, Matthew. Thank you for the $24 donation on PayPal, who says, sorry for joining the live as a non-Trumper. Just strongly believe in medical autonomy for children, and they should have a choice and never be forced. Well, the thing is I think that children don't have the capacity for choice in many senses, including the capacity to choose to keep a pregnancy. So that's where we disagree, Matthew. But I do appreciate you for the $24 donation. That is very, very, very kind of you. So, Mr. Sir, let's go ahead and open that whiteboard.
Oh, no. The whiteboard, Dean.
We're going to open that whiteboard. Okay, so your claim is...
Hold on. Wait, Dean, just real quick. Can I defend myself? One, I'm not Cuban. Whoever called me Cuban, you're wrong. Two, I am 18. What are you talking about? Three, I don't use ChatGPT. All right, Dean, go ahead with the whiteboard. The floor is yours.
I'll just recommend ignoring the chat. Your claim was mass deportation makes America a better place. Materially makes America a better place. Evidence for claim. Okay. Here we go, man. So we have your claim, which is that mass
All right.
deportation materially makes America a better place. And now I'm going to ask you to articulate the clear evidence for the claim. I'm going to write it down as you go. Take it away.
All right, one second. Let me open up my notes. I have a little page dedicated here. All right. So one, I want to get to the point. I have a point after this, but I'm gonna go and get to it now. So you asked me, right? My claim: mass deportation makes America a better place. Yes. Hey. Dean, I don't think it's my evidence. Dean, I think you misspelled Dean.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So you're writing out everything I said. Okay. All right.
Well, I
gotta
just want to know
I
the evidence, yeah.
All right. I got it now. Okay. So, is this how you treat puss? Sorry. Anyway. All right. You know, Dean, with you writing down all my words, I'm a little self-conscious here. You didn't spell with right. I just want you to know. Or my words. Oh, no, you spelled words right. But, no. No. That's kind of mean. I'm a little bit hurt.
Okay. We're ready for the evidence. All
right. Are you ready for the evidence? I know chat might be ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Okay, so my evidence, right? I want you to look into. We already covered crime rates. I'm making sure I'm getting everything straight. We already covered crime rates, correct? Just make sure. Cover crime rates.
I just want any evidence that mass deportation materially makes America a better place.
Dean, honey, I'm getting there. I just want to make sure we covered crime, right? We covered crime rate.
Okay, so the claim is that it reduces crime rates?
No, I'm going through the points we already covered just to make sure.
Okay, but is that one of the points that mass deportation reduces crime rates?
Dean, honey, I want to make sure that we covered crime rates, right? We already went through that.
But no, what did we cover? Are you saying that we covered your claim that one of the reasons why? No, but I just okay. Just give the evidence, bro.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean raise my voice at you. I'm sorry.
Give the evidence, bro. Come on.
Anyway, that's what make sure we cover crime rate. We covered the inflation, right? We covered inflation. Right. I can see the whiteboard, Dean.
Let's get to the evidence, please.
All right, Captain. Anyway, bro, it's not gonna be. Man, I give up.
Okay. You left. That was fun. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop in the queue if you happen to be an American adult that happens to support Donald J. Trump as president. Quite frankly. Welcome in, Jude. Welcome in. Hello, Jude. Do you support Trump, Jude?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Hey, Jude. I'm pretty sure a gay man wrote that song. I'm calling him gay because he was a hippie, and I don't like hippies. Why don't you tell us why you support Trump?
I love his policy on abortion.
Did you like my Trump impersonation?
I thought it was brilliant.
Was that something that Trump would say? I think that's something that Trump would say.
Yeah, I don't know if he's keen on the gay people.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not. He's homophobe. Very bigoted. Okay, so you support Trump because of his shit on abortion?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did he do? Just I want to make sure that you know. What did Donald Trump do in reference to abortion? What is his abortion policy?
He's trying to illegalize abortion.
He's trying to illegalize abortion. So no, what he did is he overturned Roe v. Wade, which just gave the states the ability to ban it. I've said this a handful of times, and I'm just going to repeat it again. I don't think anybody has reasons to support Trump over this.
You're going to say the thing about how he raised the rate of it?
If you're pro-choice, you shouldn't support this because it restricted women's access to abortion. And if you're pro-life, you shouldn't support this because it caused more abortion.
Oh, God. Dean, I'm not from the US.
Yeah, we heard what your friend said in the background. You're a disgusting fuck. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Now, maybe you guys didn't hear what he said in the background because you don't have these fucking in-ear monitors piping everything that is said at very loud levels straight into your eardrums. But I heard some crazy shit in the background. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Do you support Trump, Eloise? Eloise is not here. Whatever. Okay, it's been like an hour and 20 minutes, so like the worst debates ever. Oh. Moving on to the next guest, Baytech. Oh. Rebecca, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 Rebecca W's down below in the comment section. I appreciate you. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. Let's get 200 Rebecca W's. That is very kind of you. Thank you for buying me dinner, I guess. Rebecca with the $20 says more trolls, less
Right, he
MAGAs
just
because they have
added-
learned that you can't be
I'm
beaten.
gonna have you talk to him. He's good.
Give this $20 to your lady with mine and Jess's sympathy.
So he can show you it.
No, dude, I've probably seen the fucking bullshit.
Dude, seriously?
Hello, welcome in. Sorry,
Hi,
Rebecca.
sorry.
Hi, do you support Trump?
I do, but my friend right here doesn't, and we're having a whole debate right now, and I wanted her to talk to you.
Why?
No, I'm not
Why would I
having-
talk to her if she doesn't support Trump?
No, she does. I don't.
Oh, hop on the mic. Come on. We'll have a good combo.
No, come on. He's
Come
nice.
on.
She doesn't want to, but I tried.
Okay. Peace out. Rebecca, I do really appreciate you for the $20. Once again, that's very kind of you. Rebecca actually asked me to take that $20 and give it to my lady with quote unquote mine and Jess's sympathy because your gal may on occasion have to argue with you. We love you. I appreciate you for the $20, Rebecca. Yeah. Listen, I tried to like not argue with my girlfriend actually. Like it's just not a fun experience for anyone. And you know, hey, that's one of those things that I've been working on for years is just being as non-argumentative as possible outside of the streams with my partner. You know, maybe like that's one of those things that you haven't considered, but like given the fact that it's literally my day job to like be programmed in this mindset where I'm going to debate and argue every single thing that is said to me, it places me at like maybe a higher disposition than other people to want to argue with people in my real life, like my girlfriend. So, you know, that was an issue that was a little bit more predominant when I first started doing this. But, you know, after a couple of years, it's something that I'm very conscious of, stay mindful of, and, you know, we're good. We're good. Because I don't argue with my girlfriend. You know, there's other ways to have productive dialogue, even when you have a disagreement outside of arguing. And I'd say that more so hinges on just trying to understand where they're coming from. Welcome in, Paul. Do you support Trump? All right, MAGA King, hello. Do you support Trump? Okay, MAGA King's not here. Welcome in, Zoe. Do you support Trump? Okay, whole queue got kicked. What the fuck? Thank you, Nancy, for the $10, who says, thank you for sharing facts with young people in this time of extreme need. As a 70-year-old grandma, young men like you give me hope for tomorrow. Keep up the good work. Well, hey, thank you so much, Nancy. I appreciate you for the $10 and thank you for the kind words. I really always do appreciate it when, you know, somebody in the older generation tells me I'm doing something right, because that tells me not only am I doing something right, but I'm doing something wise. Same thing to you, Eric. Thank you so much for the 55 euros over on Super Chat, Eric. That is a very kind donation from you, dude. Thank you so much. That is a lot of money, and I'm very grateful for you. Eric with the 55 euros says, hey, Gundine, may your guests be genuine. May your account be restored. May your reps be available. May your steak be juicy and your lobster very buttery. Thank you for everything that you do. Oh, my God, Eric. Thank you. Thank you so much for manifesting in my name. Damn, bro. Hell yeah. Show some love to Eric in that chat. Seriously, though. Appreciate you. Huge shout out to Eric. That is E-R-I-K. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Hashtag father. What a name. Do you support Trump? Hashtag father. Do you support Trump?
You look tired.
Yeah, I'm tired of your bullshit. Damn.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and oh my God. Roasted.
That's crazy.
Do you support Trump?
But, I support hashtag father.
Okay, banned. We're going to move on to the next guest. Who we got? Who we got, dude? We got Maddox loading up inside of the queue. Silver Nash, thank you for the $20, who says, don't allow your job to impact your dynamics with your loved ones. Some headbutting is good in a relationship because it allows both sides to find a good middle ground rather than one being fully sub. Unless you're into that. That's funny. I appreciate you for the $20 and for the truth nuke. Thank you so much for the $20. It is important. It is important not to let, you know, my day job bleed into my relationship. I try my best. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you got a problem?
That's a little child. Little child. Thank you as well. Nah, N.A., thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat as well. They actually did not attach a message to the love, just sent it right on through. I really appreciate you. You are the GOAT. You are the GOAT. Thank you. Over on PayPal, thank you, Tyler, for the $10, who says, you're doing great, Dean Winchester. My name is not Dean Winchester. My name is Dean Withers. Okay? My name is, let me spell that out. Withers. I am not, okay, the Chad from Supernatural. That is not me, and he is not I. Thank you as well for the damn $100 donation on PayPal, Nurse Carrie. Thank you so much. That is crazy, dude. That is an insane donation. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you, Nurse Carrie, for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Nurse Carrie W's down below. I'm really grateful for you. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Please show some major love to Nurse Carrie down below, who says, been off a while, sprinkling some love your way from Nurse Carrie, the devout anti-fascist. I really appreciate you, Nurse Carrie. It's so good to see you. Thank you for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Nurse Carrie W's. You know, with every bone in my body, to the moon and back, I'm so grateful for you and your love. You are fantastic. Thank you, Nurse Carrie. Same thing to you, Juliet. Thank you for the $15. She says, thank you, Dean, so much for all that you do in debating these people that in their unfortunate viewpoints. Well, I appreciate you for the $15. Genuinely. Thank you so much for the love. With that being said, we're actually caught up. Yeah, but no, if you do want to support me, folks, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. You could also always find the handle for the Venmo and the PayPal right there at the top of the phone screen. It's just my name, Dean Withers, but without the letter E in my last name, Withers. Always double check that spelling. Same thing with the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. Welcome in. What did you want to debate?
Hello? Dean, I've been here 2 times and you kicked me out. Can I please speak? I swear to God, please don't.
What did you want to
kick
debate
me
me
out.
on? What did you want to debate me on? What did you
I
want to debate
beg
me?
you.
What did you want to debate me on?
Iran situation. I don't want to debate because there's so many viewers here, and I thought it's the perfect chance to come here and talk about Iran with you because you're a very wise man. I'm sorry if I'm not talking about Trump. Please don't kick me out.
Do you
but I
support
wanna
what
hear
Donald Trump is
your
doing in
part
Iran?
on what's. No. I kind of know. The only thing that.
Hey, I appreciate you, but if we're not even debating, unfortunately, I'm going to have to move on. But I'll give you my general thoughts. Like, what Trump is doing in Iran is sick. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I do think that the Iranian people need to be liberated, but I think that's going to be from within. That's not going to be from Western interventionalism. 10-year-old. Western interventionalism has failed the Middle East. Okay, and we know that now. It's no longer an hypothesis. It's no longer, well, what if we tried to go over there and do something? No, we know that doesn't work. We know that doesn't work, dude. It's no longer even a viable hypothesis. The last 75 years of the decisions made by neocons in Congress have proved it. Somebody in the chat is saying that I'm complicit in genocide. I invited you up, so either hop up, debate me, or sit down and shut the fuck up. Because you're scared I'd be proven wrong. Thank you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only drop inside of the queue if you're here for debates. Thank you, Caro. Thank you so much for the €50 donation over on Super Chat. That's very kind of you, Caro. That is Caro. Please do show some love to Caro down below. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Caro with the €50 says, hey, Dean, it's been almost a year since I started watching your streams, and it's fun. Greetings from Germany. Well, hey, shout out to you and shout out to Germany. I'm so happy that you've been enjoying our lives. That's awesome. These live streams are pretty crazy, man. Let me tell you. Huge shout out to Carl. Let's get 500 Car W's. By the way, just for everybody watching over on Super Chat, I'll let you know that YouTube does take around like 30 through 60% of all the proceeds over there. The only way for me to get 100 is if you do use Venmo or PayPal. Just thought I'd let y'all know. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Hey, welcome in, Marcus. How do you?
All right, everyone. We're just looking for adult Americans to debate today. Hey, Dean, do you vape?
You're not funny, bro. Moving on to the next guest. We got Flaming Ops. Was that Charlie Kirk's voice? I think that was Charlie Kirk's voice. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'm like pretty positive that that was Charlie Kirk's voice. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Oh my God. I've had a submitted appeal with TikTok for the last 40 minutes and we still haven't heard a word. Quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest. Welcome in, Keisha San. Do you support Trump?
Heather, yes.
Hello. Keisha San, speak please.
Oh, if I'm not talking, I am so sorry.
Hello?
Lorenzo.
Heather, yes, I do.
That's a troll. Lorenzo, I have a question. How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in? Nice. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest, Buzzo, connected to the live stream. Oh my god. It's just been like an hour and a half of trolls. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Sonny, for the $15 dono on Venmo. Who says, speaking of, I asked my mom if she'd debate Dean Withers, and she said yes, because she thought I meant Dean Winchester. She said no once I clarified. Still trying, though. You know... Oh my god. Oh my god. First and foremost, Sonny, thank you for the love, and that's funny that your mom confused me for Dean Winchester. Fucking, is this real? Sherry. Sherry! This could have been an accident. Sherry, you gotta let me know if this was an accident. I think this very well could have. Thank you for the... Oh my god. Sherry. Dude. What? This is the biggest donation I've ever received, by the way. This is like, oh my god. Sherry, thank you for the $5,000 donation on PayPal. What the fuck, Sherry? Dude. Dude. Bro, okay, I'm sorry? Fucking... Hello? What? Sherry! Oh my god! Holy shit, Sherry! I'm sorry. It is my full-time job to have something to say. I have over 10 million followers because of all the things I have to say. And Sherry, you have fucking left me speechless. I don't even know. I'm just gonna, wow. Show some love to Sherry in the chat. Let's also make sure that we get the spelling of her name right. That is Cherie. Fucking wow. Damn. What? Damn. I'm just sorry. Sherry. That is... Like, it's so kind. I'm literally lost for words. Thank you for, like, the astoundingly insane, out-of-this-world donation that I would like to make clear I don't deserve. So, like, you know, for everybody like, watching that has that, you know, thought in the back of your head, oh, Dean doesn't deserve this. You're right. I fucking don't. I really would just momentarily like to recognize the privilege that I have in the position that I'm in, where I'm able to go live every day, and like talk to people, change minds, do what I love, and debate, and have astronomically kind individuals such as yourself show so much love. I'm so grateful for you. That is just so kind. You know what, Sherry? I'm actually, it has your email here. I'm gonna take a picture of your email, and I'm gonna send you an email later once I get off stream. To personally thank you. I'd like to personally thank you, Sherry. And I actually have another really exciting announcement. It seems like things are turning around for us. I just got a message from TikTok. We got our main account back. So we're going to go ahead and move back over to the main account right now. And while we're doing so, I'm going to use the restroom. But folks, when I tell you that I want you to show so much love to Sherry in that chat until the end of the stream, I mean it. Because that is like out of this world. Out of this fucking world, man. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and hop back into the debates. I'm so grateful for you. Fucking hell. Let's go ahead and head back over to that main account. For everybody watching on TikTok, head over to @itsdean. You can find it really easily if you don't already follow me by just typing in Dean Withers. It's a verified account with 7.5 million followers. We're going to go ahead and spend the rest of the day over there. When we start the stream over there, spam W fucking shares in the chat. Spam W shares. Show so much love to Sherry. And, yeah. What the fuck? We're going to go ahead and head over there now. When I do first start the stream, the chair's going to be empty because I'm going to be in the bathroom. Peace, love. See ya over at @itsdean right now on the main account. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? I'm sorry. I'm so lost for words. Thank you, Sherry. It just... insane. Insane, bro. Actually insane. Alrighty. Let's go to get that main account logged in. That is so crazy. That is so fucking crazy. I just... Wow. What a kind, blessed individual. Thank you. You know, one day I want to be in a position where I could do that for other people. That is so great. What a great thing. I gotta go use the restroom, folks. We're gonna go ahead and just start the stream on the main account, and then I'm gonna quickly just run, go pee. I'll be back. See you guys. Hello! Welcome into the live stream, everybody! Hello! Welcome in. Welcome back in. Sorry, guys. I had to go pee real quick. Show some love to the GOAT Sherry down below in that chat. For everybody that's tuning back in, we got taken down on the main account for like an hour and a half for a fake ban, but we got it back! We got it back! W TikTok, W Sherry. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, we're on the up and up, folks. Let's go and hop back into those debates because I feel re-energized. Dude, we are ready. Okay, we are fucking ready. Dude, we're gonna hit that road running. We're gonna take some names, bro. Okay, it is go time. We're in the playoffs, bro. This is the Super Bowl, quite frankly. So let's go ahead and try to get some of those grimy, low IQ Trump supporters up on the live to have a debate. Maybe I could, reel it in a little bit. Okay, all right, that was a little bit much. Let's go ahead. We also, folks, shout out to our co-host, Mr. Cedric, who we're gonna have joining the live stream. Let's go ahead and get Mr. Parker up here. Let's go to get Mr. Peter Parker up here, folks. Oh, you're not Parker.
What's good?
Yeah, what's up, Parker? I saw you and I wanted to invite you, but then I also saw this guy in the viewer list, so I wanted to invite him too. Sir, I want to quickly read through some of our DMs with this very angry vegan that we also have on the line.
Yeah, that's
just empty
fine.
cages, you are here.
As long as you agree to debate me on veganism when you're done.
Yeah, let's just go all the way back to 2024 because that's when you started sending me messages. That's when. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, let's see. So, debate a competent vegan pussy. I can go fuck yourself, you animal abuser. I called you a pissed off vegan. Then you respond by saying you are a piece of shit who supports the systemic torture, exploitation, and slaughter of innocent beings. I didn't respond. And then you said, you eat meat, Dean. Why are you eating your Holocaust treats? I didn't respond. And then you call me a pussy. I didn't respond. And then you call me a selfish piece of shit who loves the animal holocaust. I didn't respond. By the way, this is like 2 years ago. I didn't respond. You say, debate a competent vegan pussy. I didn't respond. And then you told me I'm a Holocaust supporter. And then I didn't respond. And then you call me a Holocaust supporter too. And then you also called Parker a Holocaust supporter. Then I didn't respond. And then you call me a pussy again. And then I didn't respond. And then you call me an animal Holocaust supporter again. And then I didn't respond. And then you tell me that I'm a virtue signaling scumbag who only cares about clout points. And then I didn't respond. And then you call me a pussy again. And then I didn't respond. And then you say you're low IQ. You call me insane, and then you call me a pussy. Then I didn't respond, and then you call me a scumbag. We're still in 2025, by the way. I didn't respond, you call me a pussy again. I didn't respond, you call me an animal abuser. I didn't respond, you call me a pussy. I didn't respond, you say I support the animal holocaust. I didn't respond, you call me a pussy again. I didn't respond, then you call me a pussy again, and then you say that I support the animal holocaust and that I have a IQ of 32. I didn't respond, and wow, we're still going. And then you call me a virtue signaling, clout seeking piece of shit, and you say that you can't take me seriously, and then you tell me to get fucked, pussy. I didn't respond, and then you call me a pussy again, and I didn't respond, and then finally today, 20 minutes ago, you say, let me up, pussy. So just to be clear, within the last year and a half, you've sent me around 50 DMs, the vast majority of which have went without response, just calling me a low IQ pussy scumbag who supports the Holocaust. Sir, you should get a hobby.
Can I debate you on veganism now?
Yeah, sure. After you explain the DMs. Like, are you obsessed
Explain
with
what
me?
is it? What is it? What is there to explain?
Is your favorite hobby just to call me a pussy Holocaust supporting scumbag?
Yeah.
You wake up in the morning and you say, well, what can I call Dean in his DMs today?
Yeah, that's exactly what I do.
Will you say it to my face?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then do it.
Okay. Where do you want to do it? Do you want to set up a cage fight or something?
No, like right
You
now.
can come to my
say it
MMA
to
gym.
my face.
Oh, okay. What do you... Oh, like right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're a pussy. Yeah, I think you're a massive pussy.
Mm-hmm. Why?
You're probably doing this to try to get me banned so you don't have to debate me on veganism, by the way.
And you think I'm a pussy because I'm not a vegan?
I'm gonna make a prediction right now, chat. He's gonna refuse to debate me on veganism. But okay, anyway, what's that?
And you call me a pussy because I'm not a vegan, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for letting us know. He was right about his prediction. Mr. Parker, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good so far. Spent the whole day with my girlfriend. It was pretty nice. How about you, man? How have the debates been? I've heard they've been pretty bad.
Yeah, they've been pretty bad. But, we're back on the main account. But the issue is we did get a ban, so now the push is going to be, limited and restricted, of course. It's been pretty rough. We've been getting a lot of bans recently. And we've been getting them appealed, but that, still just gives us this major issue for the future. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Welcome in. Concrete Concepts. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Pronouns, please.
Yes.
No, that was a question. What are your pronouns?
She, her.
Okay, how old are you? Sorry, are you going to answer the question?
18.
What year were you born in?
– 2008.
What month?
My Wi-Fi sucks.
I can tell. What month?
I'm not a troll.
I didn't call you a troll. I asked you what month you were born in.
Sorry, what? Oh, February.
Okay, could you disconnect from Wi-Fi, please? Just talk to us with your data, bro.
I'm on
That
my
MAGA
iPad,
mobile's
so I
not cutting
can't
it.
really do that.
Okay, then go to like a better spot in the house. Go sit right by the router, bro. Go to that router, G.
Oh my god.
Go to that router. I'm telling you, go find the router in the fucking living room by the TV, and then take your iPad
do you
and
wanna
then
debate
lean
on?
it against the router. I want to debate on why you support Trump, but this
It's better now.
it's not better now. No.
Okay, I'm figuring it.
Okay, while she figures that out, make sure that you double tap away in that phone screen for everybody hanging out with us. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Oh, God. W's for sharing that chat. I'm still not over that shit. Where's the love for Sherry? Where's the love for Sherry? Quite frankly.
Dude, that is fucking absurd. W's for Sherry in the comment section.
Yeah, dude, that's nuts. That's crazy. Like, bro, let me
Like, that's actually insane, bro.
Yeah, I've been doing these streams for years. I pull millions of people in here. We talk to a lot of people. A lot of people support what we do. That is single-handedly the biggest donation I've ever received. The largest donation I've ever received. Like, it is just fucking insane, dude. Show some love to Sherry. Just like, Jesus Christ. Why don't you go to take it away and tell us why you support Trump? If your internet connection is still bad, I'm just going to kick you, but I'll give you a last chance.
Okay, it's better now. So I support him because I feel like I don't think that whatever, I don't remember what I was gonna say. No, I do remember what I was gonna say. That the like Middle Easterns or whatever, they shouldn't have bombs. What?
I'm just listening to you. I'm an active listener.
I don't know. They shouldn't have the bombs.
Okay, so we should stop sending money to Israel because they're in the Middle East and they use that money to make bombs, or just give them the bombs?
Yes, please.
So that's true? We should stop giving money, ammunition, and weaponry to Israel because they're in the Middle East? Okay, she left. Perfect. Well, Parker, why did Parker leave? Parker, bro, where'd you go? Where'd you go, Parker? Did he get banned? Wait, Parker got banned! What did he get banned for? Parker, what did you get banned for, bro? Riley, thank you for the money gun. What the fuck did you get banned for, Parker? Oh, dude, literally, the only thing he said in the entirety of his time on the live stream was, yes, please stop sending bombs to Israel. That's all he said. Netanyahu smited him down. I'm not even trolling. Netanyahu fucking smited him down. Oh, he got a 5-year age ban. Holy fuck. Dude, you didn't even have your camera on. What? You didn't have your fucking camera on. You didn't have your camera on. You said, please stop sending bombs to Israel. Now you're 13 years old? Oh my God. You know what, Parker? I'm going to reach out. I'm going to reach out to my connects. I'm going to make it so you can't get that ban. I'm going to, like, listen, I'm literally going to do that right now. Hey, thank you for adding the adult tag plus for my account to prevent age restrictions. Could you please also add this tag to @ParkerGetAJob and add him to the whitelist? He's older than me and is getting these bans like no other. Thank you in advance. All right, Parker, you should be good to go without any more of those age bans in like a day or two. I'm sorry, man. If you want to submit that appeal, then rejoin on a second account, feel free. I'm sorry that happened to you. We'll get that taken care of because that's fucking weird. Okay? All right, I'll have all of my TikTok connects help you out. Welcome in, Madeline. Do you support Trump? Madeline's not here. You're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Bonnie, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Yo, can we get a hashtag free Parker in that chat? Can we get a hashtag free Parker, folks? Hashtag free Parker, please and thank you. Hashtag free Parker, please and thank you. Yo, somebody in the chat said politics is win Dean Withers and crush Lee Ice. True. Welcome to Do You Support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Child. Man, moving on to the next guest. Parker just sent me a message who says, all I said was, fuck Israel. Dude, yeah, true. Is that they shouldn't have bombs. Yeah, true. That's all that you said. Yes. Netanyahu. Thank you, Netanyahu. Good work, Netanyahu.
Oh my God, Dean Withers. Hello.
Jennifer, what's your fucking deal, bro?
So, what?
What's
Excuse
your deal,
me?
bro? How old are you?
I'm 18, thank you.
Why are you talking like that?
Because it's hot dog day. But, wait. Okay? I got my answer earlier from the pro-Israel thingy. So thank you. You changed my mind on that.
Let's go and get the next guest connected to the live stream. Somebody in the chat just said Dean looks like Trump. Never speak again. Chi-Town Breaks. Do you support the worst president of your life? Nobody other than crazy Trump. Chi-Town Breaks. Are you with us? I'm loving the hashtag free Parkers in the chat. Parker needs freeing. Oh, the stream is broken. The stream lagged there for a moment. My apologies, everybody. We're still looking for the next guest, by the way. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate. Thank you. We got Maxine Rose and conservative debater joining the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate. Thank you.
I won't lie, you kind of do look like a young Trump. No
Okay.
offense.
Yeah, you're a freak. That's fine. How old are you?
I am 20. I've debated you twice.
Looks like we're going for a third time here, pal. Lord T with the $10 on Super Chat says, hashtag, oh, wait, sorry, can't criticize Israel anymore. Hashtag Allison Talk. Also, the lunar eclipse begins in 2 hours. Super exciting. No, dude, for real. All that Parker said, I don't know where the hell he went. All that Parker said is that Israel shouldn't have bombs. That's all that Parker said, and then he got a 5-year live ban. So, for everybody watching the live stream, keep Parker in your prayers, folks. You'll see him again in 5 years. So, just mark the date on your calendar. Please do return August 27th, 2031 for the next Parker stream, everyone. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Get the fuck out of here, Luca. We're here for debates. We're not here to mess around, bucko, okay? Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do. Also, Dean, why'd you rape that girl?
Which girl did I rape?
All of them.
Like who?
Me.
Okay. Yeah, listen, man. I understand that you're a kid. Before I kick you, I'm actually just going to teach you a lesson because this is very important for your future. So rape allegations are very serious things. They can really hurt other people and destroy their lives. Just hang on.
I love you,
Only one
Dean.
moment. Rape allegations are very serious things. They could hurt people and destroy people's lives.
I love you, Dean.
And peddling false rape allegations from other people is even worse. Okay?
I love you, Dean.
Okay. He's not going to listen. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Tiff floating inside of the queue. Okay, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, Tiff?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
Okay, thanks. Give me one moment here. Let me thank a couple people. Olivia, thank you for the $5 dono. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream on your car ride, Olivia. That's always a fun thing. Thank you as well, Irvin, for the $5. And Sammy, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents, who says, I love your Michael Myler shirt. Appreciate you, Sammy. Over on PayPal, thank you, Jenna, for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, British college student writing my thesis here. Watching your debates each night while I write is helping it go faster. Wow. I'm really bad at multitasking, so personally for me, that would not help, but I'm happy that it helps you. If you want to support the broadcast, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on the YouTube stream. The handle is always right there at the top of the phone screen at TikTok too. Just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E, and the last name Withers. Make sure that you quadruple check that spelling. If you get even one character wrong, you'll send it to a scammer. Go ahead. Tell us, Tiff, how the hell do you still support this terrible guy as president?
I support him because he likes drugs. He allows them in our country.
We're going to go to Manu and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate, of course. We got Cam loading up next. Here we go, everyone. Too many trolls today. Too many trolls. Thank you, Ella, for the galaxy. How very kind of you. Show some love to Ella in that chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ella. Thank you. Thank you, Ella. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest connected. Guys, it's kind of been just a day of trolls. I'm not going to lie. Hasn't been too fun for me, but, you know, we'll keep at it nonetheless. Where's Parker, bro? I want Parker back up here. He's probably working on getting his account back, though. Can't lie. Welcome in, Cam. Do you support Trump? Okay, Cam's not here. K9, thank you for the galaxy. How very kind of you. Thank you, K9. Thank you, K9. We got Kayla loading up inside of the box. Hello.
Hi,
Hello,
can you hear
Kayla.
me?
Yeah, hi, Kayla. Do you happen to support the worst president of your life, Mr. Rapist Felon, Mr. Trump?
I would say that I lean more towards him, but I don't know. I've never voted, and I don't know that I plan on it. But I do agree with a lot of what you've been saying about abortion and things like that. So
Okay, well, if you agree with what I have to say about abortion, then why the hell do you lean towards the guy who wants to restrict women and girls' access to abortion?
I don't know.
You don't know why you lean towards him?
Well, I don't know. I grew up in a conservative household, like pretty much what everyone else was saying. So I guess
Yeah,
like,
listen,
that's
listen.
really the
I grew up in a
reason.
conservative household too, and I understand like descriptively how that can make you on the right. But I'm more like interested in talking about like the good reason to believe that you are right. You know, like the evidence, the justification for your beliefs. Like, do you agree that parents could be wrong?
Yeah, I agree.
So, why don't you think your parents are wrong about politics?
I don't necessarily think that they couldn't be. I guess I've just never like done my own research on it. But I feel like because I do watch your streams every night, even though I don't know, I guess I lean more towards the right. I feel like what you've been saying is starting to change my mind. But yeah, I wasn't looking to like debate because I don't know enough to debate, but I was just looking to more have a conversation about it.
Well, listen, I don't really know if there is anything for us to have a conversation on, but I can give you some advice before I move on to the next guest. My piece of advice to you would just be to independently research politics. Politics is really important. It gauges and dictates the future of our country and, in a sense, the future of our world. It's not something that should be taken lightly. It's something that we need to tread on with respect. And you know, I looked at your account.
Yeah.
You're 19 years old. You're young, but it's time. You know, it's time to step up, be an adult because you are an adult. And be involved and active and paying attention to what the hell is going on in this crazy world so we can maybe make it better in the long run. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, Kayla?
Thank you too.
Yeah, I want to make this really clear, guys. I am looking specifically for people who do support Donald J. Trump as president. They're willing to come up here and give us an argument for why they support Donald J. Trump as president. If that's you, please feel free to hop inside of that queue. I'd love to talk to you. Welcome in, Money. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Money, that's a terrible, 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 terrible thing. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's our president and we should support him.
Yeah, that's about as anti-American as it gets, the notion that we should support our leaders just because they're our leaders. If the founders of this nation upheld that same virtue, well, then we never would have had the Revolutionary War. You know, the war where we explicitly rejected our leader because they were our leader. You know, that war. So I think it's really anti-American to support a leader just because they are a leader. Plus, it's also really self-defeating to the purpose of democracy. The purpose of democracy is to hold our leaders in check, okay, by refusing to vote for them when they do/want to do bad things, okay? But if you just say, well, we should always just support our leader no matter what, well, then all of a sudden you're just saying, I don't really care about what the function of our democracy is in the first place.
I mean, I'm not saying we should support him no matter what. Obviously, there are things that we should be debating and talking about, but at the end of the day, don't you hope the best for this country?
I do hope the best for the country, which is why I don't support Trump, because he's terrible for it. I mean, yeah, I want a tomorrow where our president isn't calling for the execution of their political opponents. That's something Trump's doing. That's why I don't support Trump. I want a tomorrow where people aren't being disparaged on the basis of the color of their skin. Donald Trump has authorized ICE to detain people under suspicion of being an undocumented immigrant because they're brown or black. That's the reason why I don't support Trump. I want a tomorrow where we're not funding needless wars of choice overseas, regardless of it's our own involvement of Iran, or giving billions of dollars to Israel to ethically cleanse more Palestinians and Lebanese individuals. Donald Trump wants the opposite. That's why I don't support Trump. The fact of the matter is there's clearly nothing positive that Donald Trump is doing to warrant your support. And I'll challenge you to prove me wrong by naming and articulating the positive things that Trump is doing to warrant your support.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna argue in regard of Iran war because honestly, I'm one of those people who actually against this.
Right. Can you
Ever
just
since Trump,
tell us something that
said
you would
that
argue in support of, then, please.
right. What I argue and support with is basically he's trying to enforce the law, and he's trying to enforce the law in a way that he's basically like letting ICE agent take care or basically do their jobs. Like the ICE. I mean, Trump did not invented ICE. ICE was there for a reason, and basically the only fact that mattered is.
I'm sorry, man. Can't do it with the crying baby in the background. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Nothing wrong with the crying baby in the background. I want to make that clear. Like, I get it. Babies cry. That's very natural and normal for babies to do. But I just can't concentrate. I'm sorry, man. Zoro, do you support Trump? Zoro, do you support Trump? Okay. Ooh, that was pretty. Moving on to the next guest, we got Zach and Grace loaded up inside of the queue. Only up inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA. For everybody saying, is a baby okay? Dude, sometimes babies just cry, man. Like, sometimes babies just cry. I'm sure that parents could attest to this. Like, this is true, right? Sometimes babies just kind of cry. Welcome in. Lila, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm not like full, but I do. So, yeah, I did vote for him, yes.
Oh, Dasha, thank you for the galaxy. That's really sad to hear. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, I support. Okay, you're a cool dude, Dean, but I don't really support anything you do. Like, I mean, like what you support. Like, I support abortion. Or not abortion. Fuck, my bad. I'm pro-life.
I'll talk to you about that. I like talking to pro-life women. Do you think that rape victims should be able to get abortions?
No.
So if a 5-year-old girl is raped and
listen.
impregnated, and the pregnancy
Listen.
won't kill her like 5-year-old Lena Medina, who this actually happened to, she should be legally restricted from accessing an abortion.
Okay, wait. Okay. I understand rape, awful, horrible thing, right? But why punish the unborn child, not the rapist?
Well, that's in fact not what we're doing. The purpose and the point of arguing that rape victims should be legally able to access abortion is not because the fetus should be punished, but rather because the pregnant woman, or in this case, pregnant girl, has no obligation to give their bodily resources to the fetus to keep the fetus alive. Alternatively, you gave me a false dichotomy. You either said, well, we punish the fetus by allowing the woman or girl to access abortion, or we prosecute and punish the rapist. No, I think that what we should do is we should prosecute the rapist, and we should definitely allow for the pregnant individual to get an abortion because they have no obligation to provide their bodily resources to the fetus to keep it alive, even if in revoking those bodily resources, the fetus happens to die. Let me ask you a question. If you needed my bodily resources to live, you just woke up one day, you need my bodily resources or you're going to die, should I be forced against my will from the government, by the government, into giving them to you?
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I've heard you say this a couple of different times, right? I would love to have a debate with you without doing the hypothetical. I know it's true things sometimes, but I'd love to just talk about it point blank. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, this is talking about it point blank. Sorry, I can't get any easier than this. If you needed my bodily resources to live, should the government be able to force me against my will to give them to you?
Nah, that's fucked up.
If you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, should the government be able to force them to give them to you against their will?
No.
Then why, if a fetus needs a rape victim's bodily resources to live, should the government be able to force a rape victim into giving them to the fetus against their will?
Okay, say if I agree with that one. Say if rape victims, they can get abortions whenever, if they get raped, right? But that's like 1%. Can we talk about, say if I concede and I agree with you on that, can we talk about the people that are just using it as birth control?
Well, we could talk about the elective abortion. So you do concede that you do now hold that exception? You are a new person?
I mean, I think you shouldn't punish the innocent baby, but I will
then answer the
concede.
question. You said if you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, they shouldn't be forced into giving them to you to keep you alive. So then why, when a fetus needs a rape victim's bodily resources to live, they should be forced into giving them to the fetus to keep them alive? What's the difference?
I will concede with that with you, Dean, but okay, can we talk about just the people that get them because I put it very blunt, they won't close their legs, you know what I mean? I know I put it very blunt. I know I kind of sound like an asshole, but I feel like, I mean, we know sex leads to babies. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do we know that smoking cigarettes leads to lung cancer?
Well, I don't smoke cigarettes because I think it's retarded, but...
Okay, please refrain from the use of that word on my live.
Oh,
and
my bad, my bad.
I would hope that you would refrain from the use of that word as a whole. I think it's a very derogatory word.
Sorry,
my
bad.
Well, it's very popular. It's very common. It's not like the R word is anywhere close to being deemed as unacceptable in the mainstream, but I want it to be deemed as unacceptable in the mainstream. So, the reasons for why it should be unacceptable in the mainstream is just because of the way that it impacts individuals with disabilities. That's all. I mean, they say it hurts them. We should respect that.
Yeah.
But, okay, go ahead.
I just think the women that, like, they get pregnant and they're like, fuck, I don't want this kid. I'm not doing this. You're just opting out of it because you had sex and this happened. Like, you're like willingly having sex, knowing what could happen and not taking responsibility. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I asked you a question. Do we know that smoking cigarettes leads to lung cancer?
I believe so.
Okay, then let me give you an analogy.
Oh, God, okay.
Oh, you cigarette smokers out there. You're so fucking irresponsible. You know that smoking that cigarette, that opening your lips and huffing and puffing on that cigarette could give you lung cancer. So, because you decided to open your lips and huff and puff away on that cigarette, knowing it could lead to lung cancer, if you get lung cancer, you can't get rid of it. That's the consequence for your action. And guess what? If you don't want that consequence, then just close your damn lips. The point is that it seems like your logic would obligate anybody to a reasonably foreseeable outcome of an action that they engage in, not just pregnancy from sex, but also lung cancer from cigarettes. So do you think that if a smoker gets lung cancer from cigarettes, that it should be illegal for them to seek medical treatment to kill the life of that lung cancer because it was the natural and foreseeable consequence of their action?
Oh, that's a wild one, Dean. What the I mean, I kind of think that's kind of 50-50. Yes and no. Like, I mean, if you know it's gonna happen, if you're smoking cigarettes and you're like, yeah, lung cancer will kill me eventually, haha, I don't care, I'm gonna keep smoking. I mean, you're kind of subject, like, I'm already against, I think nicotine should be illegal because it's stupid.
The question isn't, is it a bad thing to smoke cigarettes? It's obviously a bad thing. No. But the question is about if an individual that smokes a cigarette gets lung cancer, should they legally be allowed to get chemotherapy? Given that they pay for it, they're not taking any money from the taxpayer, should they legally be allowed to pay for treatment to kill the life of the cancer cells?
Them paying for it out of their own pocket?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're paying for it, not us, I guess.
Okay, so then the parity would be is that you think that women should be able to get abortions as long as they pay for it.
But Dean, the hypotheticals, man, putting the situation in a different perspective. Stop looking at me. Stop looking like that. If you put it in that perspective, it's different. I just want to talk about it like without that because it makes it.
And what are the differences?
Well, one, you're opening your legs, dude.
Like they open their lips, dude. Keep the lips closed if you don't want lung cancer.
Yes, I'm already against nicotine.
Yeah, but you also told us that if they do open their lips, they do huff and puff on that cigarette, and they do get lung cancer, they should still be able to kill it. So why shouldn't the woman be able to kill the fetus?
Well, because killing the fetus, that's just murder. Lung cancer isn't murder.
Oh, okay. So then you're making a new argument. That's fine, because your last argument was that abortion's wrong because they're obligated to deal with the pregnancy because it was a natural consequence of their actions. Now you're arguing, well, that's actually not the reason why abortion's wrong, but it more so has something to do with the wrongness of killing the fetus due to the fact that the fetus is valuable. So answer this question. Why is a fetus valuable?
Because it's an innocent human life. We're meant to reproduce.
It's an innocent little baby. It's an innocent little baby. No, it's fucking not. A necessary prerequisite of innocence is volition. Okay, but I'll prove this to you. Define the word innocent.
Like something that's done no wrong?
Okay, so fire hydrants are innocent since they've done no wrong?
I'm talking about a person, Dean.
Oh, a person? What's a person?
Someone of the human species?
Oh, a member of the human species? So you'd say that dead bodies are innocent?
Oh my God, Dean, just
They're
talk about...
members of the human species. They're dead bodies.
They're already dead, though.
Yeah, does it
Okay,
change the fact that it's a
alive.
human body?
Well, no, it's still a human body. It's just dead already.
Okay, so they'd be innocent under your view? Because they're human?
I mean, if it's dead, it causes no harm to people if it's already dead, I guess.
Okay, so after we cremate the dead body, then we have ash. You'd say that ash is innocent?
Oh my God, you see what I mean, Dean?
So that's not a good definition of innocence. Why don't we try again? Let's start from the top. Define innocence.
Why can't you tell me, Dean?
Oh, well,
because I know
can.
you know.
See, I think that innocence is just when a thing with volition, like a will, the ability to act, doesn't act in a way in which is morally wrong.
Uh-huh.
And this, of course, would exclude the fetus from being innocent, because the fetus doesn't have the power of making its own conscious decisions. It doesn't have the ability to act. It doesn't have a will.
Yeah, but, like, you realize that this sounds bad, and I'm not saying women are only made to reproduce, but a part of women is to reproduce, so why don't we let what our body's supposed to do? Why do we have to stop it?
Oh, yeah, so this is actually a really interesting point. I don't know... No. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, anyways, to get back into the debates. So, where do we leave off? I got distracted.
Fuck, what did I say? Women...
Oh, yes, we left off on you saying
yeah.
that, like, the purpose of the reproductive system is to reproduce. So maybe it's wrong to frustrate that purpose and terminate its ability to reproduce. So there are actually a lot of really big issues with this argument. So I think the first issue that this argument faces is like, yeah, okay, I'll accept that the purpose of the reproductive system is to reproduce from an evolutionary perspective. But how do we bridge the gap between just describing the function of this thing and then the conclusion that it's therefore wrong to frustrate this function?
Why is it wrong to stop the reproduction?
Yeah.
I mean, because we're meant to repopulate the planet. I know that we're not like not.
What are your hands meant for?
Oh my God! Here we go to pick things up, touch shit.
So it's wrong to walk on your hands because that frustrates the true function of the hands.
Here, I see what you mean.
Yeah. What's the purpose of the eyes?
To look at things.
So it's wrong to close your eyes because you're frustrating the function of the eyes. You can't look at things.
I see what you mean. But
these are by the way, I don't even know if you mean to do it, but you're actually giving me a really old moral system. It's called natural law theory. It was created by St. Thomas Aquinas in the 1300s. I don't think that you mean to do it. Like, this is maybe just your original thought, but it just so happens to be that it's been debated and deliberated for the last 700 years.
Oh, yeah, no, I originally was pro-choice for the longest time, but then I got on a TikTok live, and they done changed my whole point of view.
Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like they did get that good of a job because I still haven't heard a good argument. Like, do you accept that so far you haven't been able to give good reason insofar as why it's the case that abortion's wrong?
Well, I don't think it's right. I mean, I'm not the best debater, don't get me wrong.
Why should we make it illegal? Why is it wrong? You said because it frustrates the intention of the reproductive system. Okay, but you don't think it's wrong to close your eyes or walk on your hands, even though both of those two things frustrate the purpose of the eyes and the hands.
But that doesn't kill a baby, Dean.
Okay, well then you're telling me that this is the circularity problem. I asked you why it's wrong to kill the fetus, and then you say because it frustrates the purpose of the reproductive system. And then I give you other examples of things that frustrate other purposes of other things like your hands or your eyes, and then you say, well, they're not wrong because they're not killing a baby. Okay, so then we'll just go back to the question. Why is it wrong to kill the fetus?
Because it's a baby. It's a baby.
It's just a baby. Okay, it's just a baby. Like, you're not giving me any substance here. You're just saying, oh, it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's a fetus. Okay, therefore, why can't I say it's not wrong to kill the fetus because it's a fetus? What is a meaningful, relevant distinction between those two arguments?
I say it's murder because you're ending the life. I get it's like some people say.
Yeah, but what's the argument that it's wrong to end the life? Why should it be considered wrong to end that life? How about this? What do you think makes you valuable? Is it your species? Is it your
I
consciousness?
guess.
Is it
Oh
your
my
abilities,
God.
your powers, your capacities? What do you think makes you valuable?
I give back because I'm a woman and I can get pregnant. Like I have a baby. Like
So if you didn't
I've
have the
given-
ability to have a baby, would you still be valuable?
I mean, yeah, in different ways. Like
no,
to
I'm talking
society,
about
I guess.
innate moral value. The value that you possess that makes it wrong to murder you. What do you have? What trait do you possess? What makes you valuable?
Just being a person that didn't do any wrong to get murdered.
Okay, a human. So you said that being a human
Yes.
is what makes it wrong to kill you?
Sure.
Okay, so if you went to the doctor's office tomorrow and they informed you that you have a very rare genetic disorder that altered your DNA and your chromosomes enough to the point where you were no longer technically considered a member of the Homo sapiens sapiens species by biologists, would it no longer be wrong for me to chop your head off because you're no longer a human?
No, it's still wrong. I mean,
Okay,
I
so then
love-
so then being a human is not the thing that makes you valuable. So then what makes
So
you
what?
valuable?
I feel Dean, you're stumping me. I'm not even gonna laugh. But
Can,
what do
can
you
I give an
think
answer to the
makes-
question?
Wait,
Yeah, I can give you an
yes,
answer.
yes.
So let me lead you through my moral deliberation process. So the first thing that I jump to when I ask the question, what makes me valuable, is going to be my level of intelligence, rationale, and consciousness. Okay, that is a very fair place to start because we clearly think that we're valuable and ants aren't valuable. What's the main difference between us and ants? Our unique ability to intellectually explore the world around us with a higher level of rationale. Okay, but this isn't like a complete theory of what makes us valuable because I think a newborn is valuable even if a newborn is less intelligent than the average adult pig. Okay, well then I start thinking, well, why do I think that newborn is valuable? Well, because it has the capacity to be a highly intelligent individual like you or I. So it must be the capacity for rationale that I value. And then I run that through all of like the relevant data points. I ask myself, well, do dead bodies have this capacity? Because I don't value dead bodies. No, they don't. Do brain dead patients have this capacity? Because I don't value brain dead patients. No, they don't. Do coma patients have this capacity? Because I do value coma patients. Yes, they do. Okay, so it seems like thinking that our capacity for rationale is the thing that makes us valuable is literally the best answer to the question because it fits all of the relevant moral data. So now how do we apply that to abortion? Well, that capacity doesn't emerge until 20 through 24 weeks in womb when the fetus gains the sufficient neural substrate required to start actualizing low levels of sentience. So it must be the case that I start to value the fetus at around 20 through 24 weeks, meaning that I don't value it prior to that point. So clearly I'm going to value the woman's prudential interests concerning her well-being and the reasons why she wants to get an abortion over the fetus because I don't think that the fetus is valuable.
But the fetus has potential to be valuable. It just has to take time.
Yeah, it has the potential to be valuable, but the potential to be valuable is not value in of itself, or it would actually be valuable.
I mean, it doesn't science say life begins at conception though? So
Yeah,
it's
but
still...
remember, we already agreed that human life, like AKA our affiliation
okay,
as a
I
member
see,
of
I
a
see.
species, isn't the thing that we think is valuable. Because if you were technically not a Homo sapiens sapien because of a rare genetic disposition that altered your DNA, well, you'd still be valuable.
I feel like you putting all the hypotheticals, it makes you have a really good point, but I want to just stay on abortion and only abortion, not homo. You know what I mean?
But the hypotheticals matter. No. Because the hypotheticals allow for us to test for your intuitions about abortion. Because your intuition is that the fetus is valuable because of it's a member of the human species. So then we isolate for that intuition. Value comes from being a member of the human species. And then we test for the intuition. If you were technically not a member of a human species, would you still be valuable? Yes, you would. Okay, so therefore our value does not come from our membership of the Homo sapiens sapiens species. So now we have to reconsider how that intuition actually might be false in the case of abortion.
I don't know if it's because I have a baby that my views are different, but I don't know, like where, like.
I mean, your baby is
most-
valuable. Like, I don't
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
why this is shocking. Your baby is valuable. It has the capacity for rationale. Of course your baby's valuable. And like, you're like, oh, well, like, I even valued it when it was this little fetus that you're saying it's okay to kill in womb, Dean. Okay, that's what we call aesthetic and instrumental value. you're not valuing it because of the type of the thing that it is. You're valuing it because of the type of the thing it can be in a non-morally relevant way. Okay? Like, you valued that fetus in the same way that Van Gogh values Starry Night. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But is it murder to, like, rip up the Starry Night to shreds? No. Is it murder to kill that fetus? No.
Well, I mean, it's fucked up to rip the Starry Night shreds, but...
Yeah, but obviously Van Gogh, should be able to do that if he wanted to, since he's the one that's placing the value on it in the first place.
What about if, like, the mom didn't want the baby, but the dad did? Is the mom still allowed
Yeah,
to
obviously.
kill the baby? Oh my goodness. But, like...
Sorry. Yeah, it's like, listen, bro, it's unfair, but reality is organized in that way. Reality is organized outside of a choice for you or I in such a way where the pregnancy occurs inside of the body of the woman. Okay? Because pregnancy occurs inside of the body of the woman, okay, of course, the only choice for the continuation of life of that fetus is going to be chopped up to that woman. Now, if reality was organized in a different way, where men were the individuals who got pregnant and women were the individuals who did the impregnating, okay, well, then men would have the option to get the abortion, but that's just simply not the way reality is truly organized.
I don't think we're gonna come to an agreement here.
Okay, because I'm sorry, I'm just gonna be honest. You don't have any intellectual considerations about abortion. This is a completely emotional position, devoid of rationale, devoid of fact, and devoid of logic, and you are yielding these conclusions with like 2 brain cells. And I'm not saying that to be an asshole, because it sounds like maybe, you're a decent person, figuring out mom life as a young individual. Okay, I don't mean that just to completely invalidate who you are as a person, but it's true. Okay, because I've been giving you the truth nuke of the century over here, leading you through the nuances of why abortion is morally permissible better than I think I ever have before, and you even agreed with me on many points, but you're just saying that you reject it, but then you can't give me any clear refutation. Like, think about it this way. Give me a clear refutation to anything I've said. A clear refutation, not just, can we agree to disagree? No, a clear refutation that proves me wrong. Do it.
Well, I feel like the all your points are hypothetical. Like, is there a way you can debate abortion without your hypotheticals? Like,
I'm not hearing a single point of contention from you. Can you dismiss, invalidate, or prove wrong anything that I've said?
I think life is valuable at conception.
That's not a dismissal, invalidation, or counter argument to anything that I've said. You're just sharing your emotions. I want you to dismiss, invalidate, or counter argue against anything that I've said.
I just disagree with killing the baby, Dean.
That's not a dismissal, an invalidation, or a counter argument against anything that I've said. That's once again just you sharing your emotions. Stop sharing your emotions. Stop sharing your emotions and start sharing your logic and rationale. Use your logic to dismiss, invalidate, or counter argue against anything that I've said.
Why can't women just close their legs if they're not ready for a baby?
Okay, why can't you just dismiss, invalidate, or give a counter argument to anything that I've said? Once again, you're just sharing your emotions on the subject matter.
That was a question.
That was an argument that you made earlier that I was able to dispute by demonstrating that you don't think that individuals have a moral obligation to the natural consequences of their actions when framed in comparison to a cigarette smoker developing lung cancer, and then your second order justifications for why you think it is the case that it's wrong to kill that fetus, rooted within the fact that it's a human being, due to the fact that you don't even share the intuition that being a human being is the thing that makes us morally valuable, but rather that value is rooted within a capacity for rationale that only emerges at 20 through 24 weeks. You are just repeating what you've already said that I've already debunked. The question at hand is, stop repeating your first argument. Okay, stop just sharing your emotions. I want you to use your logic to invalidate and counter argue literally against like one thing that I've said. Just one thing that I've said, bro. Can you invalidate one thing that I've said?
I said from the beginning I'm not the best debater. I just wanted to I've heard your point of view a million times on abortion. I know I'm a very emotional person and I'm not the best debater. I just wish you didn't do the hypothetical theme.
Hypotheticals are necessary in order to test our logic. Okay? That is literally the way that we test the validity of our intuitions. Okay? It's the way that
Yeah.
we test the validity of them. You understand that hypotheticals are as old as the study of moral philosophy in of itself. Socrates, fucking ancient Greek philosopher, created the Socratic method, which is where we test your logic or your intuitions in paradigm cases, which is just the long and verbose way to say analogy, to see if your logic holds, if it reduces to absurdity, or if it reduces to a contradiction. This is the oldest way, the oldest method we as intelligent people have to test our intuitions and to test our beliefs. If you are saying that in order to consistently argue the pro-life position, you have to forgo hypotheticals and analogies, and you have to dump the Socratic method, you are just admitting that your view is illogical. You're just saying, nah, I just think it's wrong. I can't even articulate a reason why I think it's wrong that's non-contradictory, but I just do. And I don't care that my reasons are absurd. I don't care that my reasons are unfounded. I don't care that my reasons are contradictory. And in fact, when you try to show me why you should care, I'm just going to tell you to stop. Because that's basically what you're doing to me.
I'm just trying to have a respectful debate, and I feel like you're kind of.
No,
anyway,
listen, I think you've been respectful, but I'm being honest.
Yeah. But we all know, like, yes, you're saying the 20-something weeks, like, you have it valuable at that, right? But if we know the baby's gonna meet that, obviously there's, like, miscarriages and stuff, but obviously, if we know that baby's gonna meet that, why is it only valuable when it meets it, not when we know it's going to?
Because it's not a person. It doesn't have that capacity. It lacks the trait that we ascribe value to.
Why does it lack value?
Because it lacks the trait that we ascribe value to.
And that is what?
Something I've already told you 4 times. I'm going to move on. Only opposite of the cube, you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I really tried there, folks. Like I said, she definitely wasn't being too mean to me or anything, but it's just really unfortunate. I really hope that you consider the things in which I had to say. They're really important. Listen, it matters to be intelligent. It matters to, like, treat these conversations with the grace and intellect. Please just consider the things that I had to say. Where we got the next guest loading up in. Oh no, bruh. Parker can't get his account back. He's still failing to get it appealed. Miss Katie, you're calling me a vegan in the chat. Don't fucking run from the invite. Don't run from the invite, Miss Katie. She's saying that I'm vegan. Oh, well, I'm vegan. Come speak to your friend, Miss Katie. Or what are you going to do? Just go make another fucking video making light out of false rape allegations because I like steak? Pitiful. Thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Pitiful, Miss Katie. Pitiful, Miss Katie. She's not going to join. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, quite frankly. DK, thank you for the $20 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you. Thank you. DK with the $20 says, Jesus taught with hypotheticals. Which of you, if his son asks for bread, will give him a stone? Parables are imagined cases used to teach. Refusing them isn't more Christian. It's refusing how he taught. Damn, you know what? DK, I'm never going to forget that. And that's going to be my go-to argument based. Vivian?
Heather Dean. Oh, wait. No, wait, please don't kick me. Oh, wait, I thought you kicked me. I am so sorry. So what I would like to debate about is Donald Trump, of course, because he is my hubby. He is my man. He's the reason why I have 3 kids, because I don't support abortion.
Spell abortion.
A-B...
U? A-B-U? A-B-U? Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. A-B-U? Do you support Trump? What's up with the Catholics joining my live in the shower? What is up with that, dude? What is up with the Catholics joining my live in the shower? Joseph, thank you for the $10, who says, I guess her feelings just couldn't stand up to your facts. Possibly a moment of cognitive dissonance there. Thank you so much for the $10. Tyler with the $10 as well says, she's the epitome of ignorance. The world is already populating by +2 people every second on average. Our purpose is to reproduce is the most minimal-minded should have ever heard. Keep it up, twin. Appreciate you, Tyler. Ollie, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, my parents just found out that I'm trans and they don't support me. You being live is possibly the only thing that's keeping me sane right now. Ollie, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Listen, I hope that everybody watching this live stream can agree, okay, that children need parents who support them. That is so sad. Caroline, thank you for the $10 as well. Let's get 100 Caroline W's. And Mr. Andrew, thank you for the $10 too. Appreciate you guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi there, Dean. My name is Marianne. I have a friend named Via that wants to talk to you. Her name's...
Hi, Dean. It's been so...
What the fuck just happened? Was that the same person? Wait. We gotta go back in the VOD. Ascribe value too. I appreciate you. If his son is used to, I'm never gonna spell abortion.
Oh, wait, I thought you kicked me. I am so sorry. So what I would like to debate about is Donald Trump.
Thank you for the $10 too. Appreciate you guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi there, Dean. My name is
that
Marianne.
is that the same person? Is that a different person? Are those two different people? I think that those are two different people. The fuck? Okay. We're gonna go to get the next guest up in the box. Dude, you guys have way too much fucking free time, man. You guys have way too much fucking free time, man. We're gonna go to get the next guest connected. What the hell's going on? By the way, Via, thank you for no longer screeching in my fucking ears. Jesus Christ. God. Welcome into Sport Trump. Clarky. Is Clarky here? Guess not. Somebody in the chat says, debate me on womanism. I invited you. I'll debate you on womanism. What the fuck is womanism? I guess we're about to find out. Hey, what's womanism and what do you want to debate me on?
Salam alaikum, habibi. I want to say nigga.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and ban you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. And thank you, Mr. Jesse. Thank you for the $10 donation of Venmo. Says, on abortion, why is the onus on the woman? Shouldn't men be told to keep their pants up? So true. So true. But no, the onus will always be on the woman because remember, it's always a woman's fault. Thank you for the $10. Angel, thank you for the $15 as well. You says, not currently watching the live, but next time someone calls you a grifter or a performative, just ask them whatever happened to Erica Kirk's baby, since she did announce that she was pregnant after Charlie's death. Well, I don't understand how those two variables are connected to one another, but what I will say is, whatever happened to that? Maybe we shouldn't be talking about that. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about that. Maybe we shouldn't. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Let's go to get the next guest connected. Oh. Yeah, she announced her pregnancy 10 months ago. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. For the people in the comment section saying so she got an abortion, I mean, I would say it's much more likely she had a miscarriage. So I'm just going to not talk about it. Candace, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Quite frankly, Dean, yes,
Quite frankly, I'm going to ban the fuck out of you. Yeah. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Brendo Prime loading up inside of the queue. Hey, do you support Trump?
Why didn't you ban Mar, bro?
Why did I ban Mar?
Why didn't you ban Mar? You permanent ban everyone else but Mar.
Well, my mods do the banning, so maybe the mods just haven't been able to have the opportunity to get to her. Or maybe she just continues to request to join the live stream on alt accounts. Child. Hey, Ronnie. We got a very interesting person loading in. I think I only have one question for Ronnie. Oh no, he ran away. His name was Cross, Ronnie, and then like the two lightning bolts representing like Nazis. Christian Nazis. Really an interesting thing. Like, you worship a brown man, but you're a Nazi. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go. Moving on to the next guest. Thank you, Ox, for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Ox, for the galaxy. Quite frankly. Quite frankly. Holy cow. Welcome into Sport Trump.
So if you're lying about your anxiety pen, please just show it, you know? Like, just show your anxiety pen.
You're actually banned, buddy. Moving on to the next guest, so hop inside of that queue if you're here for debate. They're actually banned, though, bro. They're banned, dude. You were banned. What the fuck? What is this account? The profile picture is me and the Kirk. The Kirkito. And then the bio says, I love Dirk. DW heart emoji. CK smiley face emoji. And then their username is Dirk Fanatic. What is your deal? Hello? What is your deal? Oh, they just left. Okay. Oh. Ooh, gotta get that good old stretching. Gotta get that good old stretching. Good old stretch in. We are really failing to find the debates tonight. Oh, I found somebody in the queue. They're a fucking weirdo. Oh, this person is a weirdo. I don't even know if they're a Trump supporter. Dude.
Hello, Dean.
You're a fucking freak.
What's the issue, Dean?
Would you like to tell my audience how
What's got your heart so troubled?
How last night when I joined your live stream because you were running a debate live with my background, okay, and like a wig on, literally pretending to be me, that said wiping is not needed, and then I left, and then what did you do? What did he do, folks? Let me tell you.
Deanie Bear.
He took his shirt off. He put
Deanie Bear.
a bird mask on, and then he started like humping his counter, and then he grabbed paint, and then he wrote my name on his table in the paint, and then he started like fingering it with his toes. You're a fucking freak.
Dean! You are making an unfair representation of my character. All I was doing was showing my support, but you have made yourself an enemy out of me, so I will treat you as an enemy. Okay? Dean Withers, Deanie Bear.
I'll treat you as an enemy. I'll treat you as an
Dean,
enemy.
Dean,
No, okay. Why don't you go ahead and give the chat a good idea of exactly what you were doing on your stream last night?
Okay, so basically what I was doing is I was spreading truth to my debate. I was basically spreading the truth, something that you refused to do. And since you just spread propaganda, I was spreading the truth as to why wiping is not needed and other things like showering and other hygiene products like that. How the hygiene myth affects people daily and how the world is brainwashed by this propaganda that we need to clean ourselves, when in reality we don't.
And then what happened when I joined your live stream? You still have to explain the whole paint on table and bird mask on face without a shirt on part. Oh, and then you started talking to pictures on your wall.
Dean, those are my friends, first of all, and second of all, I got a little bit carried away. I was a little bit excited. Other than that, I don't regret anything.
So just to
Because
clarify,
I was spreading.
You don't regret sitting on the edge of your table with a bird mask on,
Dean,
sensually whispering my name.
Dean. Why can't my camera turn on, Dean?
You can turn your camera on if you want. But this time, just try to keep a shirt on, okay? Yeah, what the fuck is your deal? Like, what are you doing? What does your hat say? Sir, what does your hat say, dude? Let me.
Because hygiene is a myth. Hygiene is a myth because all hygiene is a waste of time.
Okay. Is that why you were like smearing shit all over yourself? I mean, you're like paint on...
That was not shit, Dean. That was actually black.
Wait, what is that on your chest right now?
I just got a little bit carried away. It's just black paint. It's okay, though.
Okay, you have serious fucking issues, okay?
No, I don't. No, I don't, Dean. No, I don't.
Yo, yeah? You don't have serious fucking
propaganda.
issues?
I'm not the one spreading
What's behind you on your wall?
Live,
What's
Dean.
behind you on your wall? What's on your green screen? What is that? Are those your friends?
This is Mighty Eagle. This is Mighty Eagle. He's been a good friend of mine for a long time, and I really cherish him in my heart, so I'd appreciate if you didn't be derogatory to him. This is my friend, Mayweather. He's a very good friend of mine. And then if we move over here,
what was that
we
sound?
have Private. Hi, Private! Say hi to Dean, Private! And this is Carl. Carl's actually been a fan of you for a long time. But none of them are as big of fans of you as me, Dean.
You just said that I was your enemy.
Oh shit, yeah, you are my enemy. Yeah, no man, you are my enemy because you wipe. You wipe, right? You wipe?
Yes.
Okay, then that makes you my fucking enemy then, because you're just a part of a bigger propaganda that you're spreading.
Sir, why is it wrong to, like, dude, I mean, you know, I would say that this is an embarrassing debate, but I talk to Trump supporters, so it's not that low in contrast.
Maybe it's embarrassing
wrong to wipe?
Because okay, where's my points? Alright, so wiping is wrong for 3 reasons. 1, toilet paper is just a complete scam. It's a deception, and the results it gives you, like the brown stain, that's just a chemical reaction. It's not actually a real thing that happens. Also, it's a waste of time because if you take the amount of effort and time it takes, time out of my day, every day to wipe, if you take that and compile it into weeks, months, and eventually years, you get at least 30 to 40 or more days of your life wasted wiping when you could be doing so much other productive things. Things like looks maxing, things like building up your career and business, things like all this other stuff. Wasted your time. Also, it's harmful because it causes skin irritation, things like ash rash and diaper rash, and can cause allergic reactions due to certain dyes or bleaches. So those are my 3 main points as to why wiping is not needed.
You're funky as shit.
How the fuck?
Go, Tina! Thank you for the Tina! I appreciate you for that love, Tina. Let's get 1,000 Tina W's down below in that comment section. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to Tina. Can we get a W, Tina, from you, little bro? Can you say W, Tina? Now?
W, Tina! So, Dean, why do you think wiping is needed?
You are funky as fuck. You are so funky. You are so fucking. I'm telling you guys, you should have seen the live last night. My girlfriend can attest to this shit because we were sitting down watching it together. It was so weird. It was so weird. Oh my God. You could smell him through the screen though. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected. Only opposite side of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Oh my goodness gracious. That guy is freaky as hell, frankly. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Only opposite side of the key if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Josh loading in. Right now. Do only hop inside of the guest request if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Folks, just because of the amount of trolls that we've been receiving today, we're probably going to end the live stream here soon unless we could find a debate. Joseph with the $20 donation on Venmo says, Leland is either a brilliant character or he has at least 3 bodies buried under his porch. True. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello. I do not, but I want to debate you on veganism. I was in the live yesterday and I heard that crazy guy saying that crazy stuff and it was pissing me off so bad because...
One day soon, I bet I'll be down. I'll probably host like a live dedicated to that, unlike my second account. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Mr. Leland. You know, next time I see him... Oh, shit! Yo, one of my friends had a screenshot of him on his live last night. Dude, check this shit out. Look at this. This was Leland on his live stream last night. Look at this shit, bro. look at this shit, dude. So he fucking stole my background. Okay, like that's me. That's my background. That's my background, by the way. And then he put on a little blonde wig. And he's arguing here. Wiping is not needed. Prove me wrong. I just, Jesus Christ. Whatever. Moving on to the next guest. On the opposite side of the key of Yappa to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. I'd appreciate it so much if you guys could do your very, very best to follow the rules of the live stream. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Here we go. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Hunter loading up inside of the stream. Hey, Hunter, do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean. I'm relatively new to this whole debating thing, and yes, I am outside, just FYI. But I did want to say, I have a great point I want to make, and I feel like supporting somebody morally and supporting somebody politically can be two very different things.
No, I don't know. Because I think that the study of the philosophy of politics actually is consequential and downstream of the philosophy of ethics. So I think that those two things exist together.
And I could somewhat agree to that, but as I would say to that, I would say that you can't run a country on you can't run a country on 100% morals. You need some sort of political power, some sort of ethical standing, and like some sort of financial and institutions. Like, you can't run something on feeling bad for somebody else. And
I think that morality is more than just feeling bad. Okay, I think that is a false reduction.
I get that.
But
I get that.
Just tell us,
Morals
what is? Just tell us, why do you support Trump? Politically, why do you support him?
Politically, I would say I would support Trump is because he's done several great things for our country. For example, some people argue that gas prices have been the highest under Trump. Yes, I will agree with that, and that is also a byproduct that was also Biden. But they have also been some of the lowest we have seen in the past 12, 16 years. And I mean, the things he's doing with our border,
Can I just cut you off there? You said that we have some of the lowest gas prices we've seen in 16 years. So gas prices have only gone up since the start of his second administration?
Yes, sir. I will say they have been up pretty high recently, but they have been the lowest under Trump. They have also been the highest under Trump. So to argue that
No, they've just been consistently going up since the start of his second term. And then they started going down again because we reopened the Strait of Hormuz. But like they're still higher than they would have been if Trump wasn't president. So gas prices are definitely not a reason to support him. Oh my God, I'm dying today. Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
Another thing with the border and, all of the deportation and illegal immigrants, right? Morally, some of that is wrong, yes. But the whole thing with ICE, some people that were deported or shot or killed as American citizens, right? That's morally wrong. But, and hear me out, with the political stance on that, right, you have to look at how many terrorists have potentially been kicked out of our state or our country, how many drug dealers, cartel members, rapists, felons. Politically, as soon as somebody illegally enters our border, they are a criminal of the United States. And to keep that extra collateral out, for example, 9/11, our borders have only been getting tighter since 9/11 because we were complacent with our borders and let people in.
They actually can legally, fun fact. Okay, so yeah, you're absolutely wrong. There's not more violent criminals being deported today under the Trump administration, and my evidence is as follows. The Democrats before Trump focus more on identifying and deporting undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records compared to Trump today. Under Obama, upwards of 25% of his deportations were of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes. Today under Trump, that number's fallen to below 3%. So not only do we see more innocent immigrants abused, tortured, maimed, and killed, okay, but we also see less non-innocent, violent, undocumented immigrants being identified, caught, detained, and deported.
And as I say to that, like I said before, as soon as somebody illegally enters the border, that makes them a criminal of the United States.
So
yes,
also not true.
If you enter illegally, you do not have your papers making you a U.S. citizen.
Right.
You can go through the process.
So a criminal is somebody who's found guilty of a crime in a court of law. So undocumented immigrants. So undocumented immigrants. Okay. So it's actually a civil offense to come into this country for the first time with the use of undocumented means in the furtherance of no other crime, as well as it's a civil offense to overstay or visa, which is what 55% of undocumented immigrants do. And when an undocumented immigrant is identified, captured, and deported, they're usually actually never prosecuted inside of a criminal court. Unlike Trump, the president that you support, that's a 34-count felon. Not to mention that point is very like trivial and like non-substantive, because I think the point that you're trying to communicate here is, oh, they're like criminals, they're doing bad things. Okay, well, what bad things? Are they making our country worse? Are they hurting people? Like, what exactly are they doing that's so bad? Outside of the undocumented immigrants that really are hurting people, like the 1% that deserves to be deported, everybody else seems to just be making America a better place. They contribute to GDP growth. They contribute to the productivity of our manufacturers. They contribute to taxable revenue. Maybe it's a better idea almost just to leave them here and offer them a pathway of residency or citizenship so we could at least vet them, know who they are, and allow them to be able to garner higher wages because they're no longer under the threat of deportation, which is, if anything, better for the U.S. economy. The incorrect response is to say, well, let's just widely label them as violent criminals, treat them like scum, and deport them from the country at the sake of their well-beings and ours, because mass deportation seemingly only happens to make America worse off. You cannot articulate one specific and material way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has made America better off over the course of the last year and a half.
Okay, I will say that I would agree with majority of that, to be honest. Now seeing it, I will say I don't swing Republican or Democrat. I'm more independent. I'm just I pick whoever I believe would be better off as president. As I would say, I've only recently become 18, so I'm still trying to figure out where I stand politically. But I mean, I grew up with very Republican parents. But to say to the whole border thing once again, I will say that people who, like the 1% that you mentioned, are doing bad things, yes, should be deported, and yes, 100%. And to the families as well, they do need a place, they do need a way to get their papers and, you know, become legal and become providing citizens of the United States, right? But I'm not sure if this is 100% true or not. Is it? I'm sure I could Google this or look at some other news articles or some sources of this. I would say that, though, that if, you know, we would probably want to shorten the way of getting your papers in order to, you know, because let's say an illegal
I'm sorry,
immigrant
what point did I make that you're responding to?
I'm responding to the point that you said about the, you know, majority of the illegal immigrants that come into the United States are not as, you know, as bad as the 1% that you said were.
Okay, so make your response 2 sentences or less. You're like, honestly, bro, you're just yapping.
Yes, sir. My apologies. I will say that we just need a shorter way of them getting their papers, because I'm not sure if them being undocumented
so we need
affects...
mass amnesty?
No, I'm saying we need a shorter way of illegal immigrants to
this is
become legal.
vague, unclear, and I'm not following. I made very clear, succinct points. I said the reasons why we should not support mass deportation is because mass deportation makes America worse off. Okay. And it also materially and negatively impacts the well-being of undocumented immigrants and legal immigrants and natural U.S.-born citizens alike. Okay, I went over the very clear reasons for why we should endorse a process or a system of mass amnesty, rooted and grounded within the fact that it is what is better off for the future of this country. And also, you're being very kind to me. I apologize if I'm coming off short. I've just been live for nearly 4 hours, so sometimes I get it. I'm overly rude to kind people. But the point is I would like to hear a very short and succinct and direct response from you that's non-vague, that I could actually track, and that is coherently either rejecting a point that I made or conceding to the points that I made.
I will say we do need mass amnesty in a very controlled sense. I'd say not giving everybody papers and not, you know, allowing everybody to get their papers as long as they have, you know, been productive.
So you're agreeing that we don't need mass deportation?
I would say in a controlled sense, yes.
Well, you can't have amnesty and mass deportation. Mass amnesty is opposed to mass deportation. Mass deportation is the notion that we should deport every single undocumented immigrant just like Trump wants to do. And mass amnesty is the notion that we should offer undocumented immigrants that don't have bad crimes on their records a pathway to vetting, residency, and citizenship because they make our country better off. You cannot simultaneously support what Trump is doing while also advocating an affirmation in support of amnesty. Those two things are diametrically opposed to one another.
I would say we need... hey, how do I word this? We do need, I wouldn't say we need a higher rate of, we need to lower the rate of deportation, but I would also say shorten.
Okay, so overall, in consideration of all these considerations, do you still support Donald Trump's immigration policy?
Not as much as I used to now.
Okay, well, in accordance with your newly found interest in and information rooted within the fact about how badly deportation hurts America, what about Donald Trump's deportation policy do you still support?
The fact that, you know, the 1%, the 1 to 3% that you mentioned earlier, that does need to be on.
Oh yeah, well that's another reason why you shouldn't support Trump. I've already made this point once. I'll repeat it for a second time. That 1% of undocumented immigrants that actually does commit bad crimes, they were deported at significantly higher rates by the Democrats because the Democrats focused on them. Trump has widened the scope of his operation, is focusing on everyone. So if you specifically and sincerely more so want to focus on the undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records, the goal should be to focus on democratic policy and supporting democratic policy, not supporting Trump's policy. He left. Katie, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, 2 sentences or less. Why do you support Trump?
I think that Trump did a lot of good for this country. I think that it's important that people know that not only do you have to support everything that he does to be a Republican, but it's kind of just you take the good with the bad and you lean towards one party.
Yeah, they didn't give me any reason why you think he's a good president. Like, what is he doing? Like, what is his biggest accomplishment of the last year and a half?
I really liked our
Debate
deportation.
you on the usefulness of wiping your ass, but
I just found the clip. That was the audio of the clip. It started autoplaying. I'll be talking to Leland last night. I need to show you guys some of this shit once I'm done talking to Katie. Go ahead, Katie.
I really liked our deportation policy in this
Okay,
term.
what is one positive way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has materially made America better off over the course of the last year and a half?
It really just enforces our immigration laws, and I think that everyone.
I'm asking you what the material benefit is. Okay, is our economy better off? Are crime rates lower? Like, how are we benefiting from this? How specifically are the American people benefiting from this?
Specifically, like so much could happen with these criminals in our country, and it's just.
And even more could happen with a criminal rapist in the Oval Office, but you support him. You're saying these things could happen. Like, okay, what's happening? What are we preventing? What are we doing that is positively and materially impactful to the nation? Okay, because I would assume that
the trafficking system is a big one.
Okay, trafficking. So I don't have any evidence nor any reason to believe that Donald Trump has meaningfully negatively impacted human trafficking, especially considering the fact that he's been sticking up for the A-grade pedophile rapist traffickers in the Epstein files by refusing to release the Epstein files in defiance of the law and Congress.
A lot of the Epstein files were released. Actually, I read.
Yeah, around 40% of them were released with illegal redactions littering every single page that they then didn't explain, also in violation of the law. And there's around 3 million more files to go that they completely haven't released, also in violation of the law. They're arguing that they're just done releasing them, even though the law says you have to release them all. They're like, we're just not going to do that, bro.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that with that being said, like I said, you kind of have to take the good with the bad in this situation, and I think that deportation is a really great thing for our country.
How is it making the country better? Be clear. What's one specific positive way that our country is positively impacted? This is the one question that I say everybody who makes this argument, and you just can't do it. What is the clear benefit?
The clear benefit is what I just said, like the trafficking.
Okay, so it's causing violent crime like trafficking to go down?
Yes, so many violent crimes are not happening from this deportation.
Okay, perfect. You're absolutely wrong. So it actually is causing the opposite. Mass deportation has an upward pressure on violent crime, especially Trump's. And I told this to the last guest. I wish that you were listening because you were literally on the panel. The Democrats deporting much more of the undocumented immigrants that were violent criminals than Trump today, because the Democrats focus more on them. Donald Trump has spread out his focus to every single undocumented immigrant, including many legal immigrants. So he's deporting less of them. Upwards of 25% of the deportations under Obama where of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on the records to Donald Trump, that's below 3%. Okay, so there's more of those people running around freeing the country to commit violent crimes. The second point is, because of how economically destructive mass deportation is, that also increases poverty, which also increases crime. So not only do I have reason to believe that he is ignoring more of the violent criminal undocumented immigrants, causing them to be able to roam free around the streets of our country committing these bad crimes, but also just the mass deportation operation as a whole generally has an upward pressure on crime rates as is.
Okay, can I just say that I think I have a question for you then going off of that. With that being said, like you were saying how Obama was deportating, like did you think that was still bad even though it was
a lot
not
better.
a Republican in office?
Yeah, a lot better. So the major difference between Trump and Obama is that Trump has used ICE to a significantly higher degree. Last year, we had the most deportations ever done by ICE at 650,000 in a single year. That is like first to no second, okay? Outside of like Biden in 2024 with 235,000 deportations done by ICE. And there's a bunch of other differences too, but I just like randomly remembered that this is a pivot. Why would I be telling you about the differences between the deportations under Obama and Trump respectively, when the reason why I brought Obama up was just to demonstrate that it is the case. If you really want to focus on the undocumented immigrants who are guilty of violent crimes and get them out of the country, then you should be supporting the Democrats, not the Republicans.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I think deportation is a good thing in any party. But you were saying
so then when I asked you to name the specific material benefit of getting more of the violent people out, okay, well, you were lying because you don't care that Donald Trump is leaving more of those violent people in the country and putting an upward pressure on the crime rates by increasing poverty. You actually don't care that Donald Trump's mass deportation is increasing violent crime. You just still think it's good. Why?
Please tell me how that makes sense.
I already did. I told you twice, 3 times, in fact. The first reason why Donald Trump's mass deportation is increasing violent crime is in comparison to the Democrats' deportations. The Democrats' deportations focus more on the undocumented immigrants that actually were violent criminals. 4th time I've said this, by the way. And because of that, upwards of 25% of the deportations under Obama were of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. Today under Trump, also the 4th time I've said this, that number's fallen to below 3%. Okay, they're focusing much less on the undocumented immigrants who actually do commit violent crimes, meaning that there's more of them here allowed to roam free and recommit because they're not getting caught, because they're not focusing on them. The second reason why it generally has an upward pressure on crime rates is by destabilizing the economy. We know that there is a link, a relationship between poverty and crime. His mass deportation increases poverty by destabilizing the economy, forcefully expelling 8.1 million of our workers, 11 million of our consumers, cutting GDP growth by 1.1 through $1 trillion annually, reducing taxable revenues by upwards of $100 billion annually. All of those factors in consideration of one another increase poverty and thereby have an upward pressure on crime rates. For those 2 reasons working together, the fact about him focusing less on the undocumented immigrants that are guilty of violent crimes and generally putting an upward pressure on crime rates through the mass deportation system as a whole. Yeah, we do know that. You are absolutely wrong when you argue that this mass deportation is reducing violent crime.
ICE specifically prioritizes moving people who threaten public safety and national security.
Yeah, and that's why the evidence, the data from the Department of Homeland Security is that only around 5% or less of the undocumented immigrants deported have been found guilty of violent crimes. They don't prioritize them at all because remember, Donald Trump wants to prioritize all undocumented immigrants. So that's what they've started to do.
Well, bringing up like that type of money doesn't mean that immigrants are like a universally a financial burden. Like the CBO
AI
project.
and the AI is agreeing with me. You just said undocumented immigrants are not a universal financial burden. True, that's what I'm saying. It's what you're supposed to be disagreeing with.
No, I don't think they are. But what I'm saying is like the budget office,
the congressional budget office.
Yes, that the surge that they were talking about.
What surge?
In 2023.
Was talking about.
In 2023, the $9.2 billion in direct costs after accounting for the additional tax revenue.
Okay, yeah, and I disagree with that. I think that that's a lie. A, the CBO is Republican-led. B, a lot of Republicans will factor in the cost of the citizen children undocumented immigrants, which is false to do because they're not undocumented immigrants themselves. Like, I bet you if you were to look into that CBO report about the net total cost of undocumented immigrants being that we're losing $9.4 billion, I swear to you that will include the educational costs for these citizen children born to the undocumented immigrants on American soil. Like, yeah, every Republican that has ever tried to evaluate the total cost of undocumented immigrants has to reclassify some citizens as undocumented immigrants in order to put undocumented immigrants in the total net loss category.
Okay, so I'm just going to pivot then. If someone was convicted of a serious crime and is also like legally removable by deporting them, that can serve two purposes: enforcing immigration law and removing a person who have a willingness to break law. Like, I feel like that should just be common sense.
That is common sense. No one disagrees with you.
Okay, so you're not arguing that deportation is bad, period.
I'm arguing that mass deportation is bad. I don't care if people who are found guilty of violent crimes are deported.
Okay.
I'm surprised that you want people who were found guilty of violent crimes to be deported, considering the fact that you made a man found guilty of a violent crime president.
I think that if you are illegal, point blank, period, you should be removed.
Okay,
I think that if you can come here
circling
legally
right back to the beginning of the debate, where you just like forego all of the argumentation I give you. You didn't respond to the argument I gave you to show that it increases poverty. You didn't respond to the argument that I gave you to show that it destabilizes the economy. You didn't respond to the argument that I gave you to show that we're actually focusing less on the violent undocumented immigrants. You haven't responded to any of the argumentation I've given you. You're just going to completely ignore it all, then circle right around to making the same claim that you started with, which is, oh, I support this point blank period. Okay, great. Why? What are the material benefits? I'll circle back to what are the material benefits that America has reaped over the course of the last year and a half caused by Donald Trump's mass deportation? How have we been made better off?
I think it's just plain and simple. If you come here legally, you have your papers, then you should be fine. I think you should be able to live the quote unquote American dream.
Are you going to respond to the question? Because this doesn't sound like you're responding to the question. To be clear, the question was, what is one positive way that mass deportation has materially made America better off over the course of the last year and a half?
I think that if it's illegal, like that's like the whole point, Sam, like you're breaking the law.
Okay.
That
Is this answering my question? Is this answering my question though?
I think it is.
Okay. So what's the specific material positive benefit that we've seen over the course of the last year and a half?
There's less criminals.
Less criminals in the country? Well, that would be a means to an end of a specific material benefit. So what is the end specific material benefit? And by the way, we've already went over how undocumented immigrants in the vast majority of scenarios are not actually criminals because it's a civil offense.
They're criminals, point blank, period, for being here illegally.
Define the word criminal.
Criminal, you're breaking the law.
Okay, at all? Okay, so you think that you're a criminal because you've sped over the speed limit at least once in your life? You broke a law? So are you a criminal?
No.
Okay, so then being a criminal isn't just merely breaking a law. I would say it's being found guilty of a crime in a criminal court of law. That's what I define a criminal as. How about you?
I feel like the actual definition of a criminal is a person who has broke the law or been legally convicted of a crime, yes.
Okay, perfect. So then you're a criminal because you've broken the law because you've sped over the speed limit, correct?
By definition, sure.
Okay, all right. Should we deport you too?
I'm legal.
Oh, but you're a criminal, and our country would be better off with less criminals in it, per your own words. I'm just making you eat them.
No, I'm not eating anything because I'm legal. I said coming here illegally is a crime.
Right, so we're speeding over the speed limit. Therefore, you should be punished. Hey, you have God first in your bio. So do you really put God first? I don't 100%. Actually, surprisingly, I don't believe you.
Why is that?
Okay, whatever. We'll talk about that later. Let's finish out with mass deportation, and then we'll hop into that. Okay, so the question that I have for you is very simple. I think that undocumented immigrants should be treated identically to citizens. Okay? I think that they have the same amount of innate dignity and value. They're a foreigner residing among our land. I think that we should be kind to them, and I think that we should treat them no differently than I treat you. I wouldn't deport you, therefore I don't think we should deport them. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I just think that they should be able to get their papers and come here legally.
No. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? We should treat undocumented immigrants identical to the way that we treat citizens. We should love them as ourselves.
I love everybody, but I think that they should come here legally, 100%.
Okay, do you think that we should treat them the same as the native born, though?
Yes.
Okay, so would you deport a native-born individual?
I would put a native-born individual in jail if they were a criminal.
That's not what I asked you. Do you think that we should treat undocumented immigrants identically to the way that we treat natural U.S.-born citizens?
No.
Okay. Well, it looks like you're going to hell. Because this is the Bible. Because I just read you the Bible. This is Leviticus 19:33-34. Specifically, the part that I'm focusing in on here is as follows. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, don't mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated the same as your native born. So when God says we need to treat them the same as our native born, God is saying that we need to treat them identically to the native born. So,
but there's also a thing in the Bible called the righteous judgment.
So when the righteous judgment of God, you mean? Yeah, this would be the righteous judgment of God. What you're reading right now, treat undocumented immigrants identically to U.S. citizens, is the righteous judgment of God. And if you think that there's another passage in the Bible that talks about the righteous judgment of man, well, it seems like this is unrighteous judgment of man because it contradicts the righteous judgment and testimony and law of God.
I'm saying that there's a righteous judgment being like, there's a righteous judgment with anyone. As if let's say you had a kid, in that sense, would you let a crackhead babysit your kid?
Is there a contradiction between your judgment? No, I wouldn't let a crackhead fucking babysit my kid. What?
And that's your righteous judgment.
Yeah, and does that righteous judgment contradict the scripture? No, right? And that's why it's righteous, because it is acting in accordance with not just the scripture, but also your practical wisdom. Okay?
Correct.
But you are not demonstrating your practical wisdom through your judgment when you are contradicting scripture. That is unrighteous judgment. Okay? So you claim that we should not treat them identically to U.S. citizens. I claim that we should. Let's use our discernment here. Let's read the Bible. It says that you have to treat them identically to native born. Okay. So it seems like any judgment contrary or contradictory to what we read in the Bible is not righteous in the slightest because it goes against the direct commandment of God.
Well, I will say, like, Leviticus is in the Old Testament, and there is many different contradictions even in the Bible of the Old and the New Testament.
There's contradictions in the Bible, then the Bible's false.
That's not true. There's just many different interpretations of the Bible.
I'd like to be clear. Contradictions are always false. A contradiction cannot be true. If the Bible is contradictory, then the Bible is false.
Well, there's many different interpretations of the Bible is what I'm saying, Dean. Like, in the Old Testament, there's also
not contradictions in the Bible. True?
There's also different things in the Old Testament. Like, I'm sure you've used this in debates before of, in the Old Testament it says, thou shalt not cut your hair, right? In that sense, the interpretation of that is the people that were cutting their hair at the time were the girls on the streets. And so the Bible's just saying not to be a hoe, essentially. Don't pimp out your body. Don't sell your body. Don't sleep with loads of men.
So when it says don't cut your hair, it means don't be a slut? That's what you're saying?
In the time of the Bible, I mean,
how do we know this? How do we know this? How do we know any of this? This just seems like mystical magic.
Because people take one verse like you did, and they don't read the rest of the scripture.
Okay, well, let's read the rest of Leviticus 19. Do you want to read it all together? Do you want to do a little Bible study right now?
Sure, go for it.
The entirety of it. The Lord said to Moses, speak to the entire assembly of Israel and say unto them, be holy, because I, the Lord, your God, am holy. Each of you must respect your father and your mother. You must observe the Sabbath. I'm the Lord your God. Wait. Do you think that we should observe the Sabbath?
Yes.
Okay, well, this actually comes from this. That actually comes from the same chapter in Leviticus. So I'm just going to cut to the chase here. Why do you reject Leviticus 19:33, but you accept Leviticus 19:3?
I am not rejecting anything of the Bible.
So then you accept it? So then you accept that we should treat the foreigners that reside among us in our land identically to the same way we treat the native born, correct?
Like my last example, there's many different interpretations of the Bible.
So what's your interpretation?
That back then there wasn't laws on that. I 100% believe in laws. I don't know about you.
Wait. Yes, there was a law on that. We're looking at the law right now. This is the law. This is the highest law. This is God's moral law.
Yes, the moral law. I'm talking about the country's laws, Dean.
Yeah, but any time that a country's law would contradict God's moral law, the country's law is wrong. True or false? True or false?
No, I think true, but I think that there's many different, like I said, circumstances around that.
Sure of us. Okay, the circumstances where you could just ignore God's moral law. Okay. Do you think that like like government law should aim to aim at morality? Do you think that our government's law should aim to be consistent with God's law?
I would hope, yeah.
Okay, so if our country's law should aim to be consistent with God's law, then you think that our country's law should aim to be consistent with treating undocumented immigrants identically to citizens, correct?
I think that if these immigrants weren't coming in and being here illegally, causing crime, causing trafficking, things I've said before, things we've already talked about, then
so
I would have no problem.
Okay, so you'd have no problem as long as they weren't hurting the country?
100%.
Okay.
But it's...
Name one way that the average undocumented immigrant hurts the country. The
You see
average
what I
undocumented
mean? Like,
immigrant. Name
I feel
one
like we're
way
kind
that
of
the
just, like,
average undocumented immigrant hurts the country.
The average?
Yes, the average.
Well, there were so many coming in. I mean, there's probably not an average.
Yes, there is. There's always an average of a... Dude, if you have any sample size,
If they're
any sample size
undocumented.
ever, with any sample size ever, there's an average. What? Just like, okay, what is one way that the average undocumented immigrant is hurting the country, please?
Being here illegally.
And how's that
is
hurt the country?
crime.
And how does that hurt the country?
It's a crime.
Okay, so
It's
breaking the law is
still-
always wrong? So breaking the law always hurts the country? So it hurt the country and Rosa Parks said at the front of the bus, just to be clear?
Ooh, no. Don't
Okay,
say
so
that.
it doesn't always hurt the country to break the law. So you can't argue that in virtue of the fact that it's breaking the law, it therefore hurts the country. You're going to have to give a further explanation than that. So explain to us how it hurts the country.
I just don't think that people should be coming here illegally.
Okay, that's not the question that I
think-
asked you. The question is, what is one specific way that undocumented immigrants hurt the country? Answer the damn question, please.
I feel like I'm just like, you've been repeating yourself and I've been repeating myself. and
Okay,
I feel
but
like
have
we're
you
just
given an
not
answer to the
listening.
question? But have you
feel
given an
like
answer
I
to the
have.
question?
I feel like I have. I feel like-
Let's just run through it. We're finally gonna write it down, bro. We're gonna get real. We're gonna get professional about this. Okay, welcome to varsity. The question is, what is one specific way the average undocumented immigrant hurts the country? Question mark. Perfect. Question. Way. Answer. Perfect. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and get the whiteboard up on the screen. So the question is, what is one specific way the average undocumented immigration, whoops, I'll fix that typo. Immigrants hurts the country. What is your answer? Let's just write it down.
Okay. Well, then let's just go back to your numbers that you say. The financial pressure on states and local governments.
Okay. Now let's go
Do you want me
through
to elaborate on
the
that?
evidence. Jesus Christ, can't type today. So what is the evidence that the average undocumented immigrant places financial pressure on states and local governments?
The Congressional Budget Office. Let me look up how much money exactly it was. What I was talking about in 2023. State and local governments spent about $19.3 billion on services related to the recent immigrant surge, while receiving about $10.1 billion in direct tax revenue from those immigrants, a net difference of roughly $9.2 billion.
Okay. Does the $19.6 billion spent include educational expenses for the citizen children of undocumented immigrants?
I am not sure.
Okay, you need to be sure of that. Now I want you to show me the study, and I want you to prove to me that the study does not include any expense on the legal children of undocumented immigrants.
Well, that doesn't mean every undocumented immigrant costs the country money overall.
Well, it just means that it's including citizens as undocumented immigrants. You have to prove otherwise. Like, yeah, you have to demonstrate that the methodology of the study is accurate and fact-oriented. So you have to be able to demonstrate that they're not factoring in and including the educational expenses of the children born to these undocumented immigrants on American soil that are U.S. citizens.
Also, if you think that undocumented immigrants have a negative economic impact, according to our government, and documented immigrants have a positive economic impact, according to our government, well, then wouldn't it just fix the issue if you provided them a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense?
I think that providing a pathway to citizenship would be a great thing. I think if they came here legally, then that wouldn't be a problem.
No, like one where they don't have to leave the country. And by the way, it took me literally an hour and a half to get my account back. That was crazy, Dean.
I'm so sorry, Parker. I did send a message off to my TikTok employee friends in China asking them to whitelist your account.
I hope my account gets whitelisted at some point. It doesn't seem like it will happen. The DNC, what happened? Why are you taking me down, DNC? What the fuck?
No, these are like the most effective TikTok employees, by the way. They get shit done.
I hope so. I hope so.
Anyways, what's your response, Getty, to whatever Parker said?
I'm not sure where he left off.
You're supposed to be demonstrating. Oh, go ahead, Parker.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if you think that undocumented immigrants have a negative economic impact and documented immigrants have a positive economic impact, if you give undocumented immigrants a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense, then wouldn't it fix the issue that you guys are complaining about?
I mean, I 100% agree with that. I think as long as they're here legally, then that it wouldn't be a problem. I think that they should have a clear path to get visas and come here legally, but that's not the case.
Yeah, but I was saying for undocumented immigrants who are already in the country and documented, who haven't committed a violent or serious offense, should they be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country?
I mean, if that were a feasible option, then yeah, I would agree to that.
Okay. All right. So then why do you agree with Trump on immigration? Because it seems like you're even to the left of the Democratic Party on immigration.
Well, I just agree with the deportation because that there is not another option like that.
So you agree with the deportation because there's not another option. There is. There is. I mean, there's things you could advocate for, and you could advocate for the people specifically who are focusing on people who have committed violent and serious offenses, rather than those that are just coming here for a better life.
Well, I feel like if they're just coming here for a better life, then they could do that legally.
Yeah, but the current process takes so long on average. It takes several years for many people.
And many people have done it.
Okay, and
they're
are
here
you
legally.
asking Trump to go through the legal process and deporting undocumented immigrants without due process? Because he's not doing that. He thinks that the current process takes too long to go through the legal process. But apparently he doesn't use that same justification for undocumented immigrants coming into the country because the current legal process of immigration takes too long.
Okay, I see
You
what
see how
you
you
mean.
hold the double standard to the Trump administration and an undocumented immigrant? That an undocumented immigrant is held to a higher standard than literally the federal government under control of Trump?
I see what you mean, and I do agree 100% that they should have an easier way to get here legally. I just feel like it should be that, legally.
Okay. I mean, you think that they should go through the quick legal process. Can you name one policy Republicans have advocated for to make the legal process to go quicker, or Trump's advocated for to make the legal process go quicker?
No, not off the top of my head.
Yeah, the only ones advocating for that are Democrats. So it seems like you agree with Democrats on immigration.
Well, that's what I said, like, when I first joined. I said, I feel like if the average person kind of has both beliefs on both sides of either party, and then you kind of just lean more towards one.
Okay, and why do you lean more towards Trump?
Minusing, like, this instance, another one is abortion. I am pro-life.
And do you think children should be able to get access to an abortion if they've been assaulted?
Without parental consent?
I mean, sure.
I mean,
why not?
it's never the baby's fault.
Well, I'm just asking, do you think that do you think a child who's been assaulted, a 10-year-old who's been assaulted, should be able to get access to an abortion?
No.
You think a 10-year-old little girl should be forced to go through a pregnancy?
Why?
I mean, again, it's not the baby's fault.
Okay, that doesn't explain why you think it's wrong for her to abort the baby.
Yeah,
Why is it wrong for her
and
to
by
abort
the baby,
fetus?
you mean, are you talking about the 10-year-old?
True.
The baby.
Because it wasn't their fault, and yet you're forcing literal child torture upon them when we don't need to do that for any fucking reason. Why would you do that? Why would you subject them to even more trauma
I mean,
after
yes,
all of the trauma they've been through?
That is a terrible thing. I just do not think that morally it is right to kill a baby.
Could you give the argument for that?
They never even got hold up, they never caused the situation. Why would they have an obligation to uphold the pregnancy if they never caused the situation?
It's not right to kill a baby, point blank, period.
This isn't a baby. This isn't like an embryo, by the way.
Can I ask you a question? If you needed a 10-year-old rape victim's bodily resources to keep you alive, do you think that 10-year-old rape victim should be forced into giving them to you?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
If you needed a 10-year-old rape victim's bodily resources to keep yourself alive or else you die, do you think that 10-year-old rape victim should be forced into giving them to you?
No.
Then why should they be forced into giving them to the fetus? And if you say because the fetus will die, okay, well, it's also postulated that you'll die. If you say it's because the fetus is innocent, it's also postulated that you're innocent. What's the meaningful difference between you and a fetus? It makes it true that if you needed their bodily resources to live, they shouldn't be forced to give them to you. But when the fetus needs their bodily resources to live, they should be forced to give them to the fetus.
Because I believe that a fetus is an extension of the mother.
Well, if it's an extension of the mother and it's not its own individual, then there's certainly nothing wrong with abortion because it's just a true and simple actuation of bodily autonomy.
Okay, but you can also say that with a baby that's alive. I think a baby that's alive is still an extension of the mother.
So you think that... What?
Oh, okay, so if it's not its own...
A baby that's out of the womb and breathing and
drinking
the mom's milk.
So do you think I'm an extension of my mom?
Yeah, what?
I think that every child is an extension of their mother.
So I'm an extension of both my parents currently, as we speak.
Yes.
What?
Even though I'm an adult, I'm 24 years old.
Wait, what is
where did you come from?
How are you using the word extension?
No one's disputing that, but we're talking about whether someone's dependent upon an individual's internal bodily resources, for example in pregnancy.
Yeah, can we just clarify what you mean by extension? What do you mean by extension?
I mean, I will always be a part of my mother. I came from her.
Wait, you are literally a part of your mom?
Literally?
Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or
literally
figuratively.
a part of your mom.
I'm in her body? No.
Okay, so you're saying figuratively a part of your mom? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. You're telling me the reason why you wouldn't have a rightful entitlement to the bodily resources of a raped 10-year-old is because you're not metaphorically a part of them, but the fetus is? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I think that's completely incoherent gibberish that you're using to justify torturing literal children.
I don't even know how to
Yeah, because you don't know how to talk about it because it's literally gibberish. Yeah, of course you don't know how to expand on what you meant when you said, well, the fetus has an entitlement to the 10-year-old rape victim's bodily resources because it's metaphorically a part of them. You don't know how to expand on it because you can't expand on it because there's nothing to expand
metaphorically,
on.
I think
that's
metaphorically,
just gibberish. It's
every
just nonsense.
child
It's
is
words.
a part of their parents.
I
will forever be a part of my mom.
I don't even know what that means. What does it mean to metaphorically be a part of somebody else? What does that even mean?
I grew inside her. She took care of me in her womb for 9 months.
Okay, but what does any of this mean? So I still don't know what any of this means or how this relates to why you think.
I think she just means emotionally or relationally. Okay, which is a different sense. We're obviously not talking about that in the conversation, so I don't know why she would bring that up.
Yeah, because remember what we're trying to determine here is why you think that a 10-year-old rape victim shouldn't be forced into giving you their bodily resources if you needed them to live, but they should be forced to give them to a fetus if the fetus needed them to live. What's the difference between you and the fetus that gives the fetus that entitlement that would not give you that entitlement?
Because at the end of the day, that's their mother, and I would just be a stranger.
Okay, so why do you think the fact that the fetus is biologically related to the pregnant woman makes the fetus entitled to her bodily resources?
Wait, you could just give the example of like someone's offspring, like when they're like an adult.
Yeah. Or even like a sperm bank example. Before we get around to the examples, I just want to see if she could even explain why that's relevant.
That'd be a perfect example.
Yeah, like, why do you think that the fact that the fetus has a biological relationship with a raped 10-year-old then entitles the fetus to the bodily resources of the raped 10-year-old?
I mean, I just feel like that. I feel like that just it plays into the whole like reproduction system and why that's there.
Okay, so you're saying that the reason why the raped 10-year-old has an obligation to give her bodily resources to the fetus is because that's why she has the uterus? That's why she has the reproductive system, is to get raped and impregnated at 10 years old?
No.
Okay, so then you were wrong when you just suggested, well, I feel like that's why that's there. Okay, so to be clear, a 10-year-old girl's reproductive system is not there, okay, to be raped and impregnated, correct?
It is not to be raped. No.
Okay, it's not to be impregnated either. Like, clearly the reproductive system of a 10-year-old is not to be impregnated. True or false?
Well, that's up to science. That's truly up to science. That's up to if she's had her
because we're talking
cycle,
about teleological ends. We're talking about metaphysics. We're talking about purpose. We're talking about intention. We're not talking about scientific descriptive discovery. Okay, but so you're saying that the reason why the raped 10-year-old girl has an obligation to give her bodily resources to the fetus is because that's the natural end of the reproductive system? Is that what you're saying, Katie?
No.
Then what are you saying?
I just feel like
what gives a fetus that entitlement to her bodily resources? Earlier, you said it's because of a biological relationship, and then I asked you why the biological relationship entitles a fetus to her bodily resources, and you couldn't really give an answer. How about you try to answer that question again? Why does the biological relationship between the fetus and the raped 10-year-old entitle that fetus to her bodily resources?
because the baby did not do anything wrong. I feel like the baby should have a chance to be carried to full term.
Okay, so if we were to assume that you've done nothing wrong and you needed this raped 10-year-old's bodily resources to live, would you have an entitlement to them?
I am a stranger. I am nobody to a random 10-year-old girl.
Okay, so go ahead, Parker. But the point is that now you're contradicting yourself because you're saying the reason why the fetus has this entitlement is because they've done nothing wrong, but you similarly would not have this entitlement even if you've done nothing wrong. So that's contradictory. But go ahead, Parker.
Yeah, I genuinely don't understand how you believe this because it's really absurd. I guess I want to ask a question to see how far you go with this. Like, would you say that someone shouldn't be allowed to get an abortion even if they're going to die?
Correct.
So you think what if the fetus is also going to die?
Well, truthfully, I am an honest person.
Like I'm saying, what if the fetus is going to die? And if you are going to allow them to get an abortion, it will save the life of the pregnant individual. Would you allow them to get access to an abortion in that scenario?
So many doctors are wrong when they say that.
I'm asking, would you specifically in that scenario think an abortion would be justified?
No.
What if it was a 10-year-old girl?
Let's just clarify. Even if the fetus will die as well, certainly, you still think abortion is unjustified, even if it would save the life of the pregnant individual. So you'd rather both die.
I can't think of an
save
instance
the
that
pregnant
would
individual.
happen.
She would just rather the pregnant individual die for no fucking reason.
What if it's the 10-year-old? What if it's the 10-year-old girl What if it's the 10-year-old girl who's raped and impregnated? Okay, she's gonna die if she doesn't get an abortion. Should she be able to get an abortion?
What are you talking about?
10-year-old girl raped and impregnated. She's going to die if she doesn't get the abortion. Should she be able to get the abortion? And don't you fucking start with a what are you talking about? Because this is the reality for a lot of children who are raped and impregnated because the size of their bodies physically can't support birth. So if they were to give birth, they would die. So answer the question, would that abortion be wrong?
But a lot of those babies in that instance aren't guaranteed to die.
But answer the fucking question. Yeah, I don't even care if the fetus isn't guaranteed to die. All that I'm stipulated is that the pregnant 10-year-old is guaranteed to die if we don't kill the fetus. The fetus might live. I don't care about that. Just answer the question. If this 10-year-old girl who's raped and impregnated is going to die unless she gets an abortion, the fetus might live if she gives birth to it, but she's certainly going to die. Should she be able to get an abortion?
Yes.
Okay, so then you do hold an exception for the life of the mother. So then take
Yes.
back every single thing that you just said about how, you actually don't hold that exception. Okay, yeah, let's just get to the meat on the bone here. Why is a fetus valuable?
Why is a fetus valuable?
Yeah, that's the question that I asked you. Thank you for repeating the question that I asked you instead of answering the question that I asked you.
It's a baby.
Okay, and
has
so when you
much
say it's a baby,
potential.
you're just saying, it's a fetus. Okay, so you're saying that the fetus is valuable because it's a fetus. That semantic reduction of your position gives me no substance that helps me better understand why it's something that you value. Imagine you asked a pro-choicer why they don't think that the fetus is valuable, and then they just responded by saying because it's a fetus. Okay, that doesn't push the dialogue forward. That doesn't give substance to underpin and justify the view. You're just simply repeating words. So try again. Why is a fetus valuable?
Because what if you give birth and that baby cures cancer?
Okay, so to be clear, the argument is, well, the fetus is valuable because it could potentially go on to cure cancer. Well, my counter argument is, well, what if it was born and went on to be Adolf Hitler 2.0? Or my second counter argument is, what if the pregnant woman would have gone on to cure cancer if she didn't have to lose her job and leave her career because of the pregnancy? The potentiality argument insofar as, well, what if they could have done in the future, either is self-defeating because they could have done bad, or we have more reason to believe that the abortion would be advantageous, and it is also self-defeating because the woman could have went on to do good.
Okay, I think that you're just getting a bit heated, and I feel like this conversation's not really going
Oh, to be
anywhere,
clear,
so
I am
I'm gonna
heated.
hop off.
To be clear, I am heated, but I'm just simply destroying your argument in a linear fashion. Welcome to Varsity. This is why stupid people shouldn't have big opinions, okay? It is absolutely fucking detestable and gross of you to be hopping on a TikTok live talking to 20,000 people saying how you think that pregnant, raped children have an obligation to maintain those pregnancies, but then as soon as the pressure's, turned on high and I start walking you down linear lane, I get you on board the tracking train and I try to get you to give a cohesive argument to underpin your position insofar as why, you fucking start crying and you leave the live because you think things are getting heated. Yeah, I'm so fucking sorry that you're so fucking stupid. You could imaginally envision a possible argument to justify your position, and you're basically, very similar to human Neanderthals in the sense that you just kind of think then do, and your emotions are the only thing that could possibly justify your position. But guess what? I don't think that your emotions, nor the emotions of anybody else, should be able to tell a 10-year-old girl that she's forced into motherhood, even if the pregnancy could possibly kill her. I'm sorry. I don't think that your emotions are more valuable than the life and the future of a rape victim, a victim of rape that's 10 years old. I don't think that. So thank you so much for letting me know that you didn't have an argument to underpin your position, and you're just up here to tell us how fucking terrible of a person you were. And then when we try to understand why, get the argument, you just gotta hop off.
Dude, that was a wild way for you to fucking end the stream, bro. That was crazy, bro.
No, just to be clear, there's a reason why I debate. The reason why I debate is because I want people to be right. I clearly like to critically think. I clearly want other people to critically think. That is the gift that I try to share and exchange with others, have dialogue about the state of our country and its future. But there are many instances when not critically thinking doesn't bear a high cost. If you don't critically think about what kind of coffee you want at Starbucks, you might end up getting a bad latte, but that's not going to kill you. Okay. But when we're talking about policy concerning the bodily autonomy, future, and even life of children who are raped and impregnated, yeah, your lack of critical thinking bears a very high cost. And I will unapologetically tell you just how terrible of a person you are for, thinking like a Neanderthal, saying, well, I just kind of emotionally feel like it's wrong, so therefore let's enslave the uterus of this raped 10-year-old girl. No, that's absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Would you like a raid?
Dude, I just I couldn't fathom that she said that she would before you got her to concede, she was straight up arguing that even if the fetus would die as well, that she still wouldn't think the abortion was justified, even if it would save the life of the pregnant individual. And by the way, to call yourself pro-life after conceding to that would be unhinged, because literally the only way that you could save life in that scenario is if you allow for the abortion to occur. Okay, every other option means both of them die. Literally. So would you rather both of them die or just one of them dies? I think the obvious answer, even to the pro-lifer, is that you would rather just one of them die.
Yeah, hopefully, right?
Right? That's just such an absurd, that just violates the idea that you're pro-life.
No, it's like we're an idiocracy. You know how like in the movie Idiocracy, like reality's just like slightly different to be more accommodating to like idiots? Well, like I feel like this would be like the trolley problem in the Idiocracy universe. Would you rather kill 2 people or would you rather kill 1 person? You either have to choose if you want to kill 2 people or you got to choose if you want to kill 1 person or you're going to kill 2 or 1. Holy
Like
shit.
at that point, you just don't even care about life. You just want to force people to go through pregnancies.
Yeah, true. Silver, I appreciate you for the $20 donation over on Super Chat, who says, if you were in this 10-year-old's position and it went even further, it was your own father's child that did this to you, would you still stand by the stance or would you beg for help in saving you from the situation? Oh, God, I'm happy that she's gone, so we don't have to answer that question. African Warlord, you said this in a while ago. I'm so fucking grateful for you. Thank you for the $200 donation on Super Chat. African, you have been watching these streams for a while. I'm so fucking grateful for you. You are like legitimately amazing. Please show some love to African down below in that chat. Let's get 2,000 African W's down below. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. African with the $200 says, not gonna lie, I'm more convinced by that guy wiping isn't needed than Trump being a good president. However, I'm not participating. Oh, yeah, that guy. Thank you for reminding me of that. I'll actually show you guys a clip of the of the conversation I had with him last night. He's a nut job. Thank you as well, Zachary, for the $10 who says, go off King. I appreciate you for the love, Zachary. Whitney, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much as well. Then over on PayPal, DD, thank you for the $40 donation. Who says, you're the best team. Thank you, DD. It's good to see you, by the way. You were in here yesterday. Thank you for the $40. Show some love to DD. Sama, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And Jenna, thank you for the $30. Who says, keep going, lovely. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Jenna. Let's get 300 Jenna W's down below in that comment section. That's so very kind of you. And Jasmine, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, hey, Dean, I really just want to debate you based on the views I was raised on. I just got out of an abusive home and would like some more information cleared up. My TikTok username is as follows. Well, Jasmine, I'd love to talk to you tomorrow. Unfortunately, we are ending the live for the night, but just know that I appreciate you. Same thing to you, Mask. Thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much. Mask with $100 says, I believe in heaven, and I cannot understand why, if an unwanted quote-unquote baby goes to a place of beauty and no pain, why someone would prefer for them to be chained to this world, beloved as you are. Well, I will say, Mask, that is an interesting question that bears very interesting answers, but thank you for the love. Before I sign off, I'm actually going to show you guys some clips of the conversation I had with this Leland guy last night. Parker, you're going to go live?
Yeah, I was about to go start my live right now. Have a good rest of your night, my guy.
Hey, man,
I'll see you
too.
later, bro.
Take care, Mr. Parker. Take care, Mr. Parker.
Peace.
I want to show you guys. So this was a Leland guy that we had up earlier. He is an absolute nut job. If you want to go watch debates, go over to Parker's live. At Parker Get a Job on all platforms. But y'all gotta see this shit, dude. If you missed him, he came up earlier and he was just being weird as fuck. Look at what this guy was doing.
You're really freaking me out, man. I'm gonna tell you.
You're not leaving me, Dean.
You're really freaking me out, bro.
So I joined his live. And then he starts like just freaking his shit. He's just freaking his shit, dude. Oh, and you don't even want to know where this goes. Let me just skip forward a couple minutes. Let me skip forward another couple minutes. Oh, this is where he started to write my name with paint on his fucking table because I told him that he was weird. Oh, but don't worry, it gets even worse. And it gets even worse. This guy's a weirdo, man. This guy. Oh my god. So, that's just a little taste of the interaction that I had with this Leland guy that joined our live stream earlier. He's Stay away. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. If you're still in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok and @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Go show them some love. Spam Dean Raid in the chat. That's all from me. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye.